Tournament day arrived, but the deck was stacked. Our protagonist expected a fair match, yet he walked straight into a trap. They dragged the reigning heavyweight champion into the ring against our scrawny blonde rookie. The crowd went dead silent in shock. Jeers erupted, telling him to forfeit or die. But the blonde kid didn't flinch. He chose to stand his ground and fight. The gong rings. Our blonde hero charges forward with absolute conviction, swinging wildly for a desperate opening. The Titan blocks effortlessly, mocking his sluggish speed. While the kid unleashes a flurry, the champ barely breaks a sweat defending. Then the giant counters. A brutal kick connects with his gut, instantly snatching the breath from his lungs. It is a total slaughter. The kid endures a relentless barrage of kicks, his screams drowned out by his opponent's laughter. I am too young to die. This isn't a duel. It's a massacre. Trembling, the boy reaches for his blade. Heavy strikes rattle his skull, yet he refuses to stay down. The spectators watch the carnage in horrified disbelief. They expected a funeral, but an explosive surge of adrenaline kicks in. He rises, gripping his sword with lethal intent. He lunges at the Titan. The green-haired monster smirks, but the kid's rage-fueled strike slams directly into his blade. Steel shatters. Immediately, he delivers a savage knee strike that effectively ends the giant's family bloodline forever. Furious, the beast bellows death threats. As he lunges, our blonde hero counters with a massive haymaker to the jaw. Stunned and staggering, the Titan falters. The kid seizes his hair and ruthlessly smashes his face into the dirt. Again and again, he strikes. The champion can't fathom how this weakling suddenly unlocked such monstrous, overwhelming power. But he harbors a hidden ace, a secret capable of granting godlike strength instantly. The crowd is absolutely reeling. The underdog just dethroned the king. To uncover the truth behind his power, we must rewind the clock several years. Meet the world's most famous author, who ironically suffered a fatal heart attack after scrolling through toxic hate comments. A reaper named Kim emerges from the abyss, declaring him unfit for heaven due to the sin of unfinished manuscripts. Abandoning his plots has consequences. His divine sentence, to be exiled directly into the world of his own creation. Survival is the only goal. The catch. Every single one of his dark stories ends in a total massacre. It's an impossible suicide mission. Suddenly, he is summoned into his novel titled, The Demon King is Dead. Reborn as 17-year-old Valier Jr., the Demon King's heir. Inside the crumbling demonic fortress, he approaches the window. Outside, the Imperial army is laying siege. His primary objective: flee before the Holy Knights claim his head. As the citadel disintegrates, Valier bolts toward a dusty, forgotten storehouse, desperate for any way out. Ransacking a chest, he unearths a tome of magic scrolls, items he specifically designed for characters to use in-universe. Despite lacking mana, he triggers a teleportation spell. Disaster strikes an anti-magic field, completely nullifies the scroll's power. He stands there, looking like a fool, waiting for a spark. That's when the realization hits: he is utterly cooked. Switching to Plan B, he activates a camouflage scroll to appear human, then infiltrates the castle's darkest dungeons. The goal: get liberated by the invaders alongside the captives. The plan worked well halfway at least. He reaches the cells but finds a nightmare he never authored. Every single prisoner has been brutally slaughtered. Only one survivor remains, a trembling girl, clutching a corpse in the shadows. Valier cautiously asks if she is all right. She stares back with hollow, terrified eyes, paralyzed by trauma. Seeing her shock, Valier sits beside her in the darkness. He shares some pocket snacks, waiting patiently for the heroes to arrive. Finally, the Imperial soldiers burst through the doors. A soldier drops to one knee, addressing her as, "Your Imperial Highness." This wasn't just some random dungeon captive. She was Charlotte de Gardius, the first princess, a character who didn't even exist in his original manuscript. At the military outpost, Valier senses a looming threat. A guard coldly announces he will be watching her every move. They're waiting for Duke Silurian to escort her home. Softly, the princess expresses her gratitude to our protagonist. She asks about his origin, using terms Valier doesn't recognize. Instinctively, he realizes they are walking into a lethal trap. Charlotte is being held in secret. No one knows she survived, and these guards are loyal to Prince Bertus alone. Her ambitious half-brother craves the crown. The truth is chilling. Bertus wants his own sister dead and buried. He will eliminate any witnesses. Once the guard exits, the innocent little girl suddenly drops her helpless act. She reveals that she is surrounded by enemies and fully aware of the bounty on her head. But she has a plan. They need to find Knight Francis, the only neutral ally she trusts. Valier is stunned by her sharp intuition. He had underestimated her completely. With his own life on the line, Valier officially joins forces with the runaway princess. Charlotte decides to play the bait for the guards while Valier hunts down Francis. The MC's heart sinks. It's pure suicide. But the girl grips his hand tightly, whispering that everything will be okay. They've got to move. Time is literally bleeding away. Charlotte lures the guards toward the barracks with a clever ruse. Seizing the opening, our protagonist vanishes into the shadows. He stealths through the camp, dodging patrols with bated breath. Spotting a knight, he casually asks about Sir Francis's whereabouts. The plan instantly crumbles. To his horror, Valier learns that Francis was already shipped back to the demon stronghold. Under Lancer's orders, Valier realizes they've been played. That's when Darius, a seasoned knight from Francis's squad, confronts him. "What's your business with Sir Francis?" Darius demands. Valier doesn't hesitate. He spills the lethal truth about the situation. He warns that the prince is hunting the commander down. Valier expects a sword to his throat, not instant belief. Surprisingly, Darius trusts him completely. Turns out, Sir Francis predicted this betrayal long ago. Our MC is totally floored. Francis foresaw this disaster and told Darius that a messenger would eventually arrive to sound the alarm about everything. Valier's mind reels. How could he know? Regardless, Darius pledges his blade to help rescue the commander. But Lancer was eavesdropping the whole time. He leaves a deadly surprise waiting on the path back to the castle. Passing the dungeons, Valier sees demons in chains awaiting execution. One wrong move and that'll be his own fate. At the castle gates, they corner two knights. "Where is Sir Francis?" Valier demands, his pulse hammering against his ribs. The response hits like a physical blow. "He died in combat." Valier freezes. "Wait, what?" The knight scowls at them. "Get lost, outsiders," the knight barks. Darius plays it cool, thanking the man, while his mind starts racing. Panic surges through Valier. Things felt way too easy now. He finally understands the terrifying truth behind the convenience. Killed by demons, total cap. Prince Bertus is clearly erasing everyone who knows Charlotte survived the demon castle. Charlotte was right. The prince is tidying up, and that means burning every single bridge and witness possible. No one is safe. If you know the princess lives, you're a dead man, and that includes Francis too. Francis was dragged to the castle and murdered. Now, Valier's stomach knots with fear for Charlotte's safety. Giving up isn't an option. He needs a galaxy brain move, and he needs it now. Suddenly, Darius stares him down. "Stop the cap, kid. Tell me the real reason the princess and Francis are in danger." Valier goes dead silent. Can he actually trust this guy, or is he walking into another deadly trap? Military loyalty lies with Bertus. Is this knight another pawn in the prince's game? Has corruption reached this deep? Maybe, but Valier has zero options left. He has to roll the dice. Finally, Valier spills the tea about surviving the dungeon alongside the hidden princess. He recounts Francis's bravery. Darius's face darkens. So, knights murdered him, not demons. The realization is chilling. Valier nods solemnly. It's the only explanation that makes sense in this twisted web of lies. "You're really trying to save her?" Darius asks. If that's the goal, he's officially all in on the mission. Darius admits he wants to rescue her too. Valier's jaw practically hits the floor in pure shock. As Francis's loyalist, protecting the princess is his duty. He's putting his faith in Valier to keep her safe. Valier breathes a sigh of relief. He's still wary, but he'll take any help he can get to escape. Darius shakes his head. "Rotting in this castle is a death sentence. We need to save the princess." They double back for the rescue. Finally, Valier sees the Demon King's fortress in all its terrifying glory. "Hold up," Valier says, a plan forming. "Let's go back inside. Time for a little high-stakes infiltration." Looting the demon supplies for escape tools, Darius has to admit it's a pretty big brain move. They return to a familiar storage room. Darius is impressed, but Valier is sweating bullets. He's been here before. Valier plays it cool, hiding the fact that he's already picked this place clean once today. "There's gotta be something left," Valier insists. Darius shrugs, figuring the demons already scavenged the best loot. "Demons are just trash," Darius spits. Valier winces, keeping his poker face steady. Valier bites his tongue. It's hard not to react when you're the one who actually swiped the goods. "Let's dig deeper," Valier suggests. He miraculously finds a hidden treasure, leaving Darius stunned. Valier finds the goods way too fast. He acts casual, hoping Darius doesn't notice his suspicious speed. Since he'd already scoped the place, he snatches a teleportation scroll. Darius realizes it's powered by demon magic. Valier urged them to snag every useful scroll in sight, masking his intentions with a casual, forced laugh. He stumbled upon a tome brimming with scrolls, the perfect tactical stash for when things inevitably went south. Darius couldn't shake his suspicion. How did a supposed prisoner like Valier know exactly where the loot was hidden? After securing the hall, Darius barked that they were on a clock, questioning if Valier could navigate their way back. As Valier signaled their route, the knight suddenly cut him off, signaling for silence before pivoting into the shadows. Confusion clouded Valier's face until Darius breathed a warning they weren't alone. Enemy knights had breached the warehouse. The intruders gossiped about spotting 2 rats scurrying into the fortress, intruders trespassing within the Demon King's own domain. Identified as Silurian elites, Darius gritted his teeth, realizing their escape just became a straight-up nightmare. Backed by the Empire's powerhouse noble clan, Bertus's kin were hell-bent on seizing the crown by any means. This meant the Silurian forces weren't your average grunts. These guys were high-tier killers with blue-blooded pedigree. They were all top-tier aristocrats disguised as steel, exactly the kind of overpowered antagonists the protagonist had originally penned. Francis's execution was likely a chess move in this power play. Attempting to vanish within these massive walls was risky. The situation was dire, but the knights remained arrogant, confident they'd flush out their prey in no time. Valir doubted their tracking skills until the lead knight's eye flared with an eerie, predatory glow. The hunter locked onto them, declaring their position behind the statue. He could literally hear the rhythm of their fear. Panic surged through Valir. Their very heartbeats were betraying them. The knights roared, demanding the vermin reveal themselves. Steel sang as he unsheathed his blade, offering a cold ultimatum: surrender now or face the consequences. Cornered, the duo stepped into the light. The knights spat in disgust, mocking the princess for dragging innocents to their graves. "You hypocritical trash," Darius barked, slamming the knight for the sheer dishonor of hunting down royalty. His mission was simple: eliminate the princess. The ramblings of a nameless brat meant absolutely nothing to him. Executing a kid left a bad taste, but he justified the slaughter as a necessary sacrifice for the Empire's glory. Darius shoved Valir back, bracing for impact. Valir's nerves frayed. He hadn't survived the Demon King's hell just to die here. Was this it? Another death? It hadn't even been 24 hours since high blood pressure claimed his first life. Talk about bad luck. But as he scanned for an exit, his eyes locked onto a weathered gargoyle statue. In every game he'd played, statues like this were hidden bosses, and right on cue, the stone began to crack. Terror paralyzed the troops as the gargoyle rumbled to life. Before the commander could react, the beast lunged. The monster tore through their ranks like a whirlwind of stone. Valir stared in disbelief. How was this even possible? A random thought had manifested into reality, leaving Darius baffled, but ready to seize the chaotic momentum. This was their opening. Darius seized Valir's wrist, bolting for the exit, while the gargoyle turned the knights into paste. They vanished into the night, hijacking a horse to make their getaway. Darius panted, still reeling from the statue's sudden awakening. Valir played dumb, feigning ignorance, but his mind was racing with a truth he couldn't share. He recalled the glowing blue status window from his arrival. A specific skill caught his eye. Ranked D, Demon Domination. As the Demon King's heir, that dormant power had finally flickered to life. He'd accidentally triggered the beast with his lineage. Now he just had to pray Darius wouldn't connect the dots. Darius called it a miracle, but Valir couldn't shake the chill. They had stared death in the face today. But the relief was short-lived. Thunderous hooves echoed behind them. The reinforcements were closing in fast. "Don't let them reach the tree line," the pursuers roared, desperate to cut them off before they vanished for good. Outnumbered and outgunned, Valir barked at Darius to hold on tight, sparking a look of pure confusion from the knight. Clueless about the plan, Valir desperately prayed for his inventory to yield something, anything to save their skins. Refusing to check out early, he spotted a glimmer of hope, a specific scroll hidden within the stolen tome. Time for a speed boost. He wouldn't let their journey end in the dirt. He channeled the haste magic immediately. The horse surged forward like a rocket, leaving the baffled Silurian knights eating a massive cloud of dust. Darius gaped in awe at the insane velocity. Surely at this pace they were finally untouchable. Right. Wrong. An arrow whistled mere inches from his face. The enemy was using the straightaway to turn them into pincushions. "They're playing for keeps," Darius yelled. Valir needed to pull another miracle out of his hat to shake these elites. Our protagonist pulled a move that left Darius completely floored. He claimed those spells were trash against knights trained in high magic resistance. But Valir knew better. He literally wrote those traits himself, knowing knights shouldn't just fold. One-shotting them was impossible thanks to his temple lessons, so he targeted something else entirely. It was wild seeing his own world-building coming back to bite him in the tail. Thinking fast, the MC cast an illusion on the horses. Total pro-gamer move. Knights have mental shields, but animals, not so much. The riders panicked as their steeds froze. The momentum died instantly. Valir grinned. The distraction worked like a charm. As the beast struggled, he stacked more spells, hitting them with charms to halt the pursuit. With only 2 charges left, he searched for a mind control spell, but came up empty-handed. Panic set in as his mana drained. Behind them, the Solarian knights were closing the gap fast. Just as things looked bleak, Valir spotted a group of imprisoned demons ahead of them. These survivors of the Demon King's fall radiated a vibe that felt eerily familiar to Valir. That gargoyle-controlling spark ignited again. Suddenly, a massive demon shattered its heavy shackles, leaving Darius speechless. Darius feared the worst as the orc charged their way, expecting a bloody end. But the beast blew right past them, slamming into the soldiers like a freight train. The knights were baffled. How did the prisoners break loose under such heavy guard? Chaos erupted as the orc began tearing through their ranks. They screamed in terror, desperately fighting back. "Move now while they're distracted," Valir yelled. Darius didn't need to be told twice. Valir let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His demon domination actually pulled through. Darius remained silent, but his mind was racing. These lucky demon encounters were happening way too often. He pushed his suspicions aside for now. Rescuing the princess was the only mission that mattered. Upon reaching the base, Darius demanded an immediate audience at Princess Charlotte's command tent. The guard scoffed, mocking a lowly lieutenant for thinking he could just walk in on royalty. Seeing Darius's cold stare, the guard sneered, refusing to let the mysterious boy pass. He tried to dismiss them, but Darius had enough. It was time for Plan B. His blade flashed instantly, clearing the path with sheer force as the entire garrison went on alert. So much for being stealthy, Darius grumbled before shouting for Valier to rush the tent alone. Valier burst inside, finding the princess guarded by two hostiles who immediately barred his way. "Close your eyes," Charlotte Valier roared, cutting through the guard's threats with pure urgency. He dropped a blinding flash spell, grabbing her hand before the guards could even blink. Activating mass teleport, a blinding pillar of light whisked them toward the capital city Guardium. Boom, prologue cleared. Valier had just triggered a massive historical twist achievement. Charlotte was supposed to be dead. By saving her, the entire timeline was now spinning out of control. With the prologue over, our story shifts to Guardium, the heart of the post-Demon King world. This city was a carbon copy of Seoul, the MC's hometown. Charlotte looked on in awe. Having built this world from scratch, Valier expected a wave of nostalgia to hit him, but seeing his creation in the flesh was a completely different beast than writing about it. The sheer scale was overwhelming. How could his simple descriptions turn into such a massive breathing city? He shook off his writer's block and snapped back to reality to check on the princess. Charlotte was reeling. One moment they were in a war zone, and the next they're here. The whiplash from the teleport left her completely disoriented and questioning their surroundings. Valier knew he owed her an explanation. He started by apologizing for the chaotic high-speed rescue. He dropped the bombshell about Francis's death, leaving the princess in a state of shock. "Did you do all this alone?" she whispered. Valier hesitated. The truth was way more complicated. Darius warped in just in time to bail them out, appearing out of thin air. Watching Darius emerge unscathed, Valier breathed a massive sigh of relief as they confirmed they were okay. A second later, and they'd be toast. This was their desperate plan B. If the guards were too tight, Darius would play the bait to draw the heat. Valier would snag Charlotte and bolt using a teleport scroll to vanish first. They got lucky, only one scroll remained. Then Charlotte demanded to know this mystery man's identity. Darius offered a formal bow, introducing himself as a lieutenant honored to serve Her Highness. He laid out the entire chaotic journey for her, detailing every insane event they had faced. From Francis's tragic end to their suicidal raid on the Demon King's throne, they were hunted by Solarian knights until a lucky gargoyle intervention stalled their pursuers. A berserk demon bought them time, followed by another stroke of insane convenience. That scavenged teleport scroll from the Demon King's loot was their golden ticket to the capital. Even Valier knew these coincidences smelled fishy. The plot armor was almost too obvious. Being the catalyst for every solution felt heavy. Meanwhile, Charlotte's eyes were burning holes in him. Trust zero. Growing up in the Empire's political snake pit taught her to be suspicious. Honestly, staying was a death sentence. If he didn't bounce soon, he was cooked. As they walked, Valier realized this was his final window for a clean getaway. He vanished into the crowd, leaving them behind, but his mind was spiraling in a dilemma. Almost died 5 times, saved the princess, and got 0 loot. Total scam. He was a demon in disguise, broke, starving, and with 0 chance of a handout. If only I'd written a trait where demons just eat mana, he grumbled. Suddenly, the system pinged. New feature unlocked. The mana-only nourishment plan. But there was a catch. This life-saving feature cost a staggering 100,000 points. Valier stood stunned as the system congratulated its new authority to interfere. With the Demon King dead, the world was now his personal sandbox. The system roasted his failed novel as alphabet soup, leaving Valier totally speechless. It was a low blow. The system wasn't just spitting facts. It was trolling him. But the real kicker, his actions could now rewrite the entire main plot. Every event and struggle would now bank him valuable conquest points as rewards. He could even grind points by tackling a periodically updated list of bizarre challenges. The first quest, bitch slap the Emperor for 10,000 points. Absolutely unhinged. Or get thrown in the Guardian prison for 1,200 points. Pickpocketing a knight offered a measly 100. The risk-to-reward ratio was trash. Buying a mansion with pocket change. The list was getting more random by the second. For finishing the prologue, he finally unlocked the special revision shop. Now he could literally edit the world's laws or grant himself god-tier talents. The preview feature even let him see how his meddling would wreck the timeline. But it wasn't all sunshine. There were massive warnings about interfering with main characters. Messing with the big shots would cost a fortune if it was even possible. Breaking the world's internal logic would trigger a catastrophic activation failure. Ignorance is no excuse. Try to force a glitch, and the system will penalize you. It was complex. He couldn't just delete existing traits or history on a whim. But with enough conquest points, he could become the ultimate world shaper. Some events were fixed, and breaking the world's balance was a strict no-go. Forcing a system collapse meant a one-way ticket to penalty hell. Here's the summary. Who's a writer that actually hates reading? Valier fumed as the system's sass reached a new peak. Survival was the only priority now. That stolen ability might be his only lifeline in this mess. With a few points left, he checked his options. Suddenly, the system teased a writer's advice feature. Clear or vague, Valier questioned the difference, wondering if the system was just trolling him again. The vague option was just a riddle about mass kidnappings within the Demon King's dark fortress. Valier stood there, baffled. He'd just burned 150 points for a literal brain teaser. Thankfully, the clear advice was direct: hit the magic item shop. Now that's what he needed. He chose to trust it. Previously, the system pushed him to survive by offloading his looted scrolls. It seemed like a quick cash grab, but something felt off about the scrolls from the castle. Entering the Aligar district, a vendor immediately sneered, asking who he thought he was trying to scam. Another merchant burst out laughing at his wares. It was a joke to everyone in the market. "If you can draw this well, go to art school," one shouted, dismissing the scroll as junk. Every vendor treated him like some delusional kid peddling fake magic. The disrespect was real. This was weird. The system sent him here, but clearly not to just dump his inventory. By the fourth shop, Valier was starving and exhausted. He just wanted a single, honest sale. Desperate to close a deal, he listened as the owner asked if he could replicate the design. The protagonist blinked. Based on the symbols, it was obviously a high-tier fireball scroll. The vendor praised his drawing skills, offering a 50-50 split. Valier finally realized the misunderstanding. The man promised 5 silver coins for a copy mocking Valier's art, with a smug grin. He clearly thought the scroll was a fake. Regardless, Valier agreed to try the copy job. 5 silver was peanuts, but he lacked confidence in his penmanship. Maybe someone else would buy it. Guilt gnawed at him. What if someone actually tried to use his fake in a life-or-death fight? It was bizarre that no one recognized scrolls from the castle. This was seriously suspicious. If they were clueless, he'd just sell the fireball scroll and vanish. He stepped into a new shop. "Anyone home?" he called out. The place was a disaster zone with 0 staff in sight. It looked closed for business. Valier didn't even sense the shadow creeping up right behind him. He spun around to find a woman beaming at him, asking what brought a customer his way. Potions, scrolls, he told her he was selling. Her smile didn't reach her eyes this time. "Don't play games with adults," she warned. Valier's skin crawled under her intense, piercing gaze. She offered 2 gold to get the dangerous items off the street. Then her tone shifted. "Now tell the truth," she demanded. Valier froze his mind, racing as the atmosphere turned cold. She pointed at the scroll. It wasn't human magic, it was a demonic formula. Valier's blood ran cold. She pressed harder, demanding the source. Valier knew magic was real, but he was missing the details. Even as the creator, he couldn't explain the mechanics. How the mana actually flowed was a mystery. He had never actually written down the specific casting methods for this world's magical system. He thought human and demonic formulas would look identical. Clearly, he was dead wrong about that. Other vendors were amateurs, but this woman was the real deal. She saw right through the disguise. She wasn't letting him go. The woman loomed over him, demanding real answers right now. "Where did you get this?" she hissed. Valier felt like a cornered animal under her scrutiny. Her obsession was terrifying. Panicked, he whispered to his system window, begging for a way out. "Can we make her forget?" The system's response was brutal. That would cost 3,000 points. Utterly useless, he cursed under his breath. The woman snapped, asking who he was talking to. Did he really have to spill everything? Slowly, Valier began to formulate his dangerous response. "I got it from the Demon King's castle," he admitted. She screamed, calling it a pathetic lie. She threatened him, wanting the full story. Valier raised his hands, signaling his surrender to the truth. After laying out the facts, he explained the situation, but her intuition screamed that he was capping. Rescuing royalty should have earned him legendary rewards. Valier stood his ground, swearing it was the truth. Escaping meant clashing with the duchy's elite knights. Now Prince Bertus likely had a hit out on him. She hesitated, convinced the entire story was a fabrication. Valier sighed. His acting had been literal perfection. He was a pro at spinning total nonsense. Smiling, she asked if the Demon King or the princess died. Facing that monster must have been brutal. Suddenly she hugged him, finally acknowledging his hidden struggles. Tension spiked as he felt her touch. Valier played it off, claiming his memories were a total blur. Hunger and awkwardness hit him all at once. He tried to leave, but she warned of a curse. Fearing a dark hex from the castle, she prepared a dispel. Valier felt his heart begin to race. She told him to wait, but panic surged within. If she shattered his concealment magic right now, his demon identity would be exposed instantly. He begged her to stop, but she cast the spell anyway. His true nature was laid bare. Trapped and exposed, he let out a shaky laugh, fearing the worst. She called him Prince, asking if he remembered her. Valier stared back with absolutely no recognition. She chanted in an ancient tongue, leaving him stunned. This girl wasn't human, she was a powerful vampire. She kept pushing, desperate for a spark of memory. They couldn't stay out in the open like this. She needed to relocate him immediately. Staying put meant certain discovery by the others lurking nearby. They retreated to his second-floor room to talk. Even while confused, Valier decided to play along. Inside, she offered him snacks to curb his hunger. He thanked her, grateful for the unexpected kindness. Her tone flipped between formal and casual. She apologized for repeating the same questions over and over. His memories were truly gone. He admitted that besides his royal title, everything else was a blank. She sighed in relief. Bringing that lethal scroll to her amidst the crowd was a stroke of luck. She bowed low, introducing herself as a member of the Guardium infiltration squad from the demon army. Meet Elaris. She pledged her service immediately. Valier wondered if his past self had planned all this. Everything was a mystery. He questioned why a vampire would live in such a bright, cheerful place. Rent was steep, so she settled for a shophouse. Valier actually felt a pang of pity for her. But Elaris dropped a bombshell. This city crawled with more demons than the actual imperial capital. It made sense now. She mentioned a squad member living under a high society false identity. He posed as Count Argan Pantheus. In reality, he was Sarkagar, a master doppelganger with many faces. Another lived by the Bronze Gate. He was a werewolf known as the terrifying Mad Dog of Irene. This beast personally snatched the princess. Sarkagar's shape-shifting made him the ultimate sleeper agent in the capital. He infiltrated human society effortlessly. Valier finally realized who was behind Charlotte's abduction. He needed to be careful. When Valier asked about the Mad Dog, it turned out she was female. She ruled the Guardium underworld with an iron fist, crushing enemies with elite hand-to-hand combat skills. She built a powerful faction in no time. Valier couldn't wrap his head around this chaotic group. They were supposed to be spies, not mobsters. How did she build such a massive criminal gang? He questioned her methods. Elaris explained that she was currently the squad's primary source of funding. She was a literal gang leader. Valier wondered what business could possibly be making that much bank. Elaris calmly revealed they were selling bullets to humans. Valier nearly choked on his own breath. They were basically glorified bandits. Elaris sighed, realizing the prince had truly lost his sharp edge. He felt overwhelmed by the situation. Still, she was just relieved her prince had returned in peace. He stood there processing the criminal activities of his own subordinates in the heart of the capital. One thing was certain, surviving among humans would be far more complicated than he ever imagined. Elaris watched him with concern, waiting for her sovereign to lead them to glory once again. Looking around the shop, Valier realized his legendary journey in this strange land was only beginning. As darkness fell, he knew surviving as a student and a prince would take immense cunning. Rebuild the demon realm. Valier shuts it down instantly. He couldn't care less about reviving a dead world. If they resurrect the demon kingdom, another catastrophic war with humanity is inevitable. That's a hard pass. Seeing that carnage once was enough to scar him for life. He never wanted to witness such horror again. Under these conditions, rallying the demon remnants would be nothing short of a suicidal death wish. Elaris is stunned by his apathy. As the demon prince, his sole duty should be restoring their former glory. The race's future is at stake, but Valier stands firm. That era is dead. He won't rule a non-existent nation. He tells her to stop playing servant to a ghost empire. Elaris falls silent, the logic hot hitting her hard. Eventually, she relents with a shameful apology. Perhaps the burden of survival has simply exhausted the young prince. She urges him to rest, slipping out of the room before he can even offer a single word back. He wonders if he was being too blunt. But for a fleeting moment, Elaris seemed different. There was a strange flicker of joy in her eyes. As a vampire, Elaris was truly a creature of mystery. She looked like a literal goddess of the night. Valier couldn't deny it. Her beauty was absolutely breathtaking. Late that night, the protagonist calls for her. He has one simple request: drop the formal prince title already. Elaris quickly apologizes for the slip-up. Honestly, he was just dying to know who she was back then. The sudden question catches her off guard. She stammers, insisting he was a legendary figure and the pride of demons. Her suspicious reaction tells him everything. Something was definitely off, so he decides to drop it and sleep instead. They had a big day ahead. Tomorrow, they'd finally rendezvous with the rest of the elite infiltration squad. He realizes the bed is a solo setup, but she doesn't care. She just hops right in beside him. Well, that escalated quickly. Ever since his reincarnation, she hadn't mentioned a single thing about sharing a bed. He expected a nightmare, but this wasn't half bad. Maybe being the Demon King actually had some sweet perks. At daybreak, the duo heads out to infiltrate. The capital was buzzing with an electric, noisy energy. The crowds were roaring over the princess's return and the heroic death of the demon. Their joy was deafening. The war was officially over. Everywhere, citizens were screaming praises for the empire and their beloved imperial princess. Ignoring the cheering masses, they slip onto a mana train. Leaving Aligar behind, they begin their journey southward. Destination: the Bronze Gate. Luckily, his opportunist trait saved them from a long, grueling trek to the terminal. They finally reach the base of the Bronze Gate. Valier has to admit the place looked like a dump. Elaris shrugs it off. They're low on options. They were here to meet the legendary king of the vagabonds. They descend into the murky sewers. Down in the darkness, a keen nose picks up their approaching scent. As they navigate the tunnels, Alaris warns him to watch his step. The shadows down here were treacherous. Suddenly, a figure rises from the gloom, recognizing Alaris immediately. It was the one they call Loyar. She drops into a deep bow, greeting the prince. Valir stammers a response, surprised to see a girl. He realized no one ever actually called her a guy. Lawyer immediately asks if that noble Sarkagar was coming. Alaris explains he's busy. She also drops a bombshell: the prince has lost every memory except his identity. Lawyer looks skeptical, asking if he's for real. When Valir confirms it, she lets out a massive sigh. The reaction baffles him. At the very least, he wouldn't be forcing her to act like a pet anymore. She used to be his dog. Valir shudders, wondering just how toxic his past self really was. Alaris giggles, teasing that Lawyer secretly missed it. The girl snaps back, telling her to zip it immediately. She denies everything, but the damage is done. Valir realizes he must have been an absolute piece of trash. It's awkward since he can't remember his crimes, but he offers a sincere apology to the girl anyway. She brushes it off. Valir knows you can't just erase the past, but he's determined to change. He offers a hand in friendship. As Lawyer reaches out, Valir senses something hilarious and totally unexpected. She offers her hand like a dog offering a paw. Realizing her mistake, she pulls back with an embarrassed shriek. Alaris bursts out, laughing at the pure instinct. Valir just smiles, telling her it's totally fine. He'll try not to trigger those doggy habits again. Even if Loyar's outbursts were completely sudden and weird. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the tunnel. Someone was sprinting toward them, screaming that the prince lives. Sarkagar charges forward, tackling Valier into a bone-crushing hug. The sheer impact nearly sends them both sprawling onto the dirt. Sarkagar erupts into hysterical sobs, finally venting his pent-up terror. Meanwhile, Loyar watches in disbelief, noting he's literally gasping for air. Through messy tears, he wails that the mighty Prince Valier must rise and crush those filthy humans once and for all. Suffocating in the embrace, Valier wheezes for air. Elaris's warning echoes in his mind. This guy is a total wildcard. Fueled by undying loyalty to the fallen throne, he'd gladly torch his very soul to see the kingdom restored. As Valier struggles to escape the clingy demon, Lawyer steps in, yanking Sarkagar back by the hair with zero chill. Once things finally settle, they huddle up. Sarkagar drops the heavy truth. Valier is destined to rebuild their shattered realm. Their home is ashes. Now he demands vengeance for the late king, and a new empire darker and deadlier than before. He dreams of a supreme demon nation, but Lawyer isn't having it. She snaps at him to pipe down and face reality. Valier lets out a heavy sigh. How is a weak kid like him supposed to carry the weight of an entire race? Sarkagar is baffled. To him, Valier isn't just some kid, he's the apex predator, the supreme archdemon destined to rule. What's so great about that? Valier deadpans. A heavy silence falls, though. Sarkagar keeps fanboying over the royal lineage anyway. Elaris cuts through the noise. She describes their homeland a hellish, unforgiving war zone, where survival was the only law. A land where blood never stopped flowing. Centuries ago, humans built nations to survive, yet they remained fractured and chaotic. Demons were just as bad, tearing each other apart until one legendary figure stepped forth to end the Great War's carnage. He unified the Dark Lands by weaving into the very minds of his subjects, earning the legendary title of Archdemon. What began as a mark of respect evolved into the name of their entire species. Finally, the pieces click for Valier. So what's the move, he asks, looking for an actual game plan amidst all the grand dramatic talk. Sarkagar's strategy is simple: level up, return to the ruins, and rally every demon survivor under one banner. Valier nods. It's not a bad plan, but charging back to the kingdom now would be a total suicide mission. They're deep in the Lion's Den, the Empire's capital. Valier decides his best bet is to hide in plain sight. He'll master human culture and plot his next move. Sarkagar practically wells up, moved by the prince's tactical genius. He's sobbing over Valier's bravery, but the real reason for staying: the humans have mana trains and peak convenience. Human tech makes everything easier. Suddenly a light bulb goes off in Sarkagar's head. He's got a brilliant new scheme. His pitch: Valier should infiltrate the temple, the Empire's most prestigious and elite educational academy. Valier thinks it's insane, but Lawyer and Sarkagar are surprisingly on the same page. It's the ultimate place to grow. They'll plant the seeds of vengeance where the Empire's prodigies are trained. Valier realizes he's being backed into a corner. He looks to Alaris for backup, but she betrays him instantly, calling the idea genius. Valier stammers, sensing total disaster. One slip up, and he's dead. But Sarkagar waves off his concerns with a confident smirk. He's already prepared. He presents a doppelganger ring, a tool to shift faces at will. The fate of the demon kingdom rests on his finger. Trapped by Sarkagar's intense, expectant gaze, Valier finally caves. The die is cast. Our hero is heading to school. Armed with a fake ID crafted by his demon subordinates, the mission begins. There's just one snag with Princess Charlotte back. The Empire will be hunting for anyone linked to her kidnapping. To cover their tracks, Lawyer recruits a fixer named Daiboon. A deal is struck, and a secretive partnership is born. Daiboon eyes the boy entering with Lawyer and asks for a name. From this moment on, Valier is Reinhardt. Now, a blonde-haired commoner Alaris warns him using any name linked to the old king would be a death sentence. Lawyer suggests Screams of Hell, while Sarkagar pushes for Great King. Both ideas are absolute cringe and rejected. Alaris facepalms. Compared to those edgy disasters, his chosen name actually sounds like a normal, non-suspicious human being. Valier shuts down the nonsense and settles on Reinhardt. It's time to ditch his old royal face for good. The ring glows and a new person emerges. With his cover story set, he prepares to infiltrate the legendary temple. Lawyer's on top of it. Tomorrow morning, they head out to finalize his new life among the humans. Daiboon realizes the endgame is the temple. Lawyer nods. She's turning this nobody into a player on the world stage. She wants him set for life, but Daiboon isn't totally sold. He sees a massive hurdle in their path. How are you paying the tuition, she asks. Lawyer freezes. She hadn't factored in the insane cost of elite schooling. Daiboon drops the hammer. Their current income is nowhere near enough to cover the temple's ridiculous fees. Valier hits a wall. Realizing these beggars couldn't possibly afford Temple's astronomical tuition was a total reality check. We're talking about the Temple of Guardium, the most prestigious elite academy on the entire continent. It's basically the ultimate playground where only the wealthiest heirs and noble children come to study. Lawyer drops a truth bomb. 1 year's tuition costs a staggering $100,000. Looking at their measly earnings, they weren't even close to making a dent in that bill. Cutting the gang's budget might help, but Valier finds their entire financial setup suspicious and disorganized. How do they even have a gang budget when they're literally just selling sweets? He needs answers. Lawyer warns him if they cut any more corners, they'll be forced to shut down for good. Valier pivots, suggesting they only pay for 1 semester, while he hunts for a scholarship. With the hero officially dead, he figures the world is desperate for a new savior right now. The Empire is hunting for the next big thing. If he proves his talent, they'll foot the bill. Honestly, if he's a prodigy, Temple will cover everything regardless of the Empire's hero hunting drama. Even as a low-tier demon, he's still an archdemon. Valier knows grinding will unlock his hidden potential. Lawyer nods, impressed by the sheer confidence radiating from him. The kid's got spirit. If luck fails, he'll just manifest talent using achievement points. Daiboon, however, still thinks it's a gamble. The cold, hard truth remains they're broke, and that tuition deadline is looming over their heads. Foot traffic at the Bronze Gate Bridge has dried up, and their daily income is tanking fast. Valier proposes a total mindset shift. Daiboon is all ears waiting for the master plan. Stop waiting for customers, go to them. They need a high-traffic hub where people can't escape. The Mana Train. It's the perfect spot to hawk toys and disappear if things get south. Kids will throw massive tantrums until their exhausted parents finally cave and buy the toys. Even if the goods are total junk, Lawyer is floored. It's a brilliant high-stakes marketing play. Everyone's hyped for the future. Lawyer toasts to Valier, securing his spot at the legendary temple. Valier senses Lawyer's usual disrespect bubbling up. He might actually have to put her in her place. Instead, he offers a truce. But naturally, Lawyer immediately reverts to her chaotic, dog-like behavior. Chaotic antics aside, the crew finally gathers to throw back some drinks and celebrate the night. Still in disguise, Valier hears Lawyer praising him to the high heavens. He's low-key loving it. Daiboon raises a glass, officially welcoming their newest family member into the fold, Reinhardt. They toast amidst the messy drinking until Valier asks who the actual gang members are. Daiboon just laughs and points at their ragtag group. Valier is completely dumbfounded. This didn't add up. Lawyer built a massive organization through pure, unadulterated violence. That blood money funded spies, a magic shop, and even a noble. They were living large. It was crystal clear to Valier, now Lawyer was definitely hiding a massive secret from him. Chuckling, Daiboon points to the nearby roundabout. Behold, the legendary roundabout gang in the flesh. Valier laughs at the ridiculous name, but he isn't distracted from the mystery for a second. He'd ignore the cringe branding for now. He had a secret to uncover and a mission to finish. Suddenly, Lawyer storms in fuming. Why on earth were they giving a kid alcohol like that? Daiboon shrivels under her terrifying aura as Valier realizes he's in a world of trouble. Lawyer snatches him by the collar, dragging him away, as Daiboon immediately abandons him to his fate. Valier grumbles as he's hauled off she wouldn't let him out of her sight for even a second. Lawyer rants about the danger of him getting drunk and causing an uncontrollable scene. But Valier cuts her off with a sharp question, stopping her cold in her tracks. How could a tiny candy shop fund elite spies and Temple's tuition simultaneously? She must have a secret stash somewhere. Lawyer hesitates, realizing she's been caught red-handed. She claims she wasn't hiding it, but Valier isn't buying her excuses for a single second. Lawyer swears she isn't out for blood, but in their world, collateral damage is just part of the job. Truth is, the candy shop was a total front. This gang was actually the backbone for the Guardian Thieves Guild. They move like shadows, scavenging intel, like the fantasy version of the legendary Hao Clan beggars. It was a bizarrely twisted situation. Lawyer claimed that with total control, he'd spill every single dark secret. But Valier didn't care. Once he set foot in Temple School, this shady life would be ancient history. The play was simple: awaken a god-tier talent, snag that scholarship, and never look back. No more dirty money, no more crime. With nothing left to do, he surrendered to a restless sleep. He kept his mouth shut. Lawyer's cold silence made it clear that the conversation was officially dead. Sunrise brought a new mission, hitting the Imperial Capital's administration office alongside Daibun. Scoring an ID was a breeze. Daibun flashed a smirk, already plotting their next big hustle. Everything was clicking into place. That's when Valier spotted it, the gatekeeper to his future, the Temple School enrollment office. Daibun gaped at the structure, swearing the massive building grew, more imposing every time he saw it. The place was swarming with elite snobs, desperate to buy their way into the academy's prestigious halls. Valier didn't flinch. He knew this was the proving ground where his fate would be tested. One spark of genius, and he'd get a free pass. Daibun's eyes widened as the realization finally hit home. This was the talent arena. Ignoring the crowd, Valier forged a path toward the specialized testing zone. The air was thick with tension as numbers were barked out. Finally, it was their turn at the desk. "You know this is for elites, right?" the receptionist sneered. Daibun immediately started sweating under her cold gaze. Valier stood his ground, demanding to enroll. The woman just rolled her eyes, exhausted by his confidence. She'd seen it 1,000 times, clout chasers thinking they could survive even a single semester in this hell. Valier pressed her, but she just cackled. In her world, commoners didn't get to ask questions. Broke kids always ended up begging the nobility for scraps. The school had zero tolerance for that drama. Partial payments were a hard no. Valier let out a frustrated breath. His plan was hitting a massive wall. He hadn't anticipated this roadblock. Defeated, he gestured for Daibun to head for the exit. But Daibun stopped him. "Why leave when you might be a hidden prodigy with insane supernatural juice?" "Does the test cost bank?" Daibun asked. The receptionist shook her head. The assessment was surprisingly free of charge. With a groan, she waved them through. They'd come this far. It was time to put up or shut up. Valier thought it was a pointless detour, but Daibun's gut told him this was a game-changing move. He felt the weight of impending failure until the receptionist's voice cut through the gloom. "Place your hand here," she commanded. Panic surged through Valier. Would this machine expose his dark secret? His demon domination should mask his archdemon identity, but one glitch would mean instant execution. He gripped his ring, ready to vanish. Suddenly, the receptionist's eyes nearly popped out at the detector's reaction. Valier's heart hammered time to bolt. "Yo, what's the deal?" Daibun blurted out, breaking the heavy silence. She stammered an apology, claiming the device had fried. She scrambled to find a backup detector. Daibun chuckled nervously. Did he break it with his sheer awesomeness, or what? Valier forced a dry laugh, playing it cool, while his soul was screaming in relief. Safe for now. She hadn't sensed the demon within just a supposedly defective crystal ball. Valier knew his stats were off the charts. She returned, slamming a high-grade brand-new detector onto the table. Calibration complete. Valier reached out his fingers, brushing the cold surface of the second sensor. The woman's face went pale once more. "Don't tell me. Did this one crash too?" Daibun gasped. This was impossible. The machine was fine, yet it was losing its mind. "Wait here," she ordered. Was breaking stuff his secret skill? The receptionist stood frozen, her brain failing to process the readings. It wasn't just a glitch, it was his aptitude. A raw, unrefined power that screamed for attention. He wasn't a world-breaking legend yet, but the potential vibrating through him was absolutely terrifying. With enough grind, he'd be unstoppable. But for now, he was still just a kid without a ticket in. During the aptitude evaluation, the staff treated the kids to a brief consultation about their future potential as a courtesy. However, when the examiner handed the results to Valier, his jaw dropped. The boy possessed a literal aptitude for everything. In this world system, our protagonist was a walking cheat code capable of wielding both holy and forbidden black magic. Such a phenomenon was unheard of in the Empire. Daibun slapped Valier's back, laughing like a maniac since he was right. He felt totally vindicated for his intuition, though this perfect result was actually the last thing Valier wanted to see. Even Alaris was later stunned by his limitless potential. Daibun couldn't stop praising him, calling the boy a true miracle. They had a future legendary elite on their hands, though Alaris quickly silenced his bragging with a swift punch. This broken power was simply a narrative necessity. With his achievement points, Valier could basically choose any character build. He could master close-quarters combat, become a weapon specialist, a high-tier mage, or even a legendary marksman. Valier could essentially buy any talent he desired. As long as his achievement points were high enough, nothing was impossible. The world itself granted him mastery over every field. Just then, Daibun approached him once more to start a conversation. He noticed Valier didn't look hyped at all. Valier claimed he was happy, but didn't want to become a burden. Daibun began flexing immediately, taking all the credit. He claimed Valier would be nothing without his expert guidance and help. As Daibun walked off, feeling himself, the protagonist realized his role was shifting. Valier prepared to enter the main plotline. He planned to join next semester, but his insane stats fast-tracked him into the temple's most prestigious unit, the royal class. This was the elite of the elite, where students enjoyed full-ride scholarships and lived in absolute luxury dorms. With endless funding and zero restrictions on their curriculum, these geniuses were treated like the Empire's most precious assets. They were the undisputed top-tier talents. Initially, Valier just wanted to be a low-profile student and farm some achievement points, but landing in Class A right off the bat was a plot twist even he didn't see coming. Elleris was visibly impressed by the news. After all, Class A represented the pinnacle of the already prestigious royal classes. Yet Valier looked completely stressed out. Sensing his dark mood, Elleris asked if there was something else weighing on him. He knew the future Class A was destined to be the main character's primary target for humiliation very soon. The novel's hero Ludwig was a transfer student from Class 1B, who would eventually dismantle Class A's reputation. Ludwig would crush the arrogant Class A students who looked down on his peers while building his own legendary squad. Basically, Class A was filled with high-ego NPCs and future villains. It was going to be a total headache. While infinite aptitude was a massive flex, the pressure of being perfectly evaluated was starting to feel like a trap. Elleris reassured him that he'd crush it regardless, causing the protagonist to crack a small, weary smile at her faith. He was already imagining the wave of toxic villains he'd have to deal with in Class A if things went south. Potential alone wouldn't ensure his survival. Elleris promised that they would provide him with every possible bit of backup. Since the temple allowed students to head off campus, Valier took the chance to ask Elleris a serious question. He questioned why she was so desperate to send him there. She hesitated, unable to give him a straight answer. If he truly reached the god-tier power level Sarkhagar envisioned, he might actually decide to start a world-ending war. She gently explained her hope if he lived among humans, he might eventually learn to love and protect them. Valier asked if she'd regret that choice later, but she simply promised to cross that bridge when she got there. For now, she snapped her fingers and magically materialized a luxury suitcase filled with high-end designer clothes for him. Valier needed a wardrobe upgrade beyond a simple uniform. Along with the clothes, she offered him a mysterious red stone necklace. She fastened it around his neck, begging him to keep it safe. When Valier asked, Elleris brought up his Tuesday alias. Valier thought back to his very first visit to the shop, when he had introduced himself using that specific name. She explained the lore 7 ancient vampire clans once ruled as the 7 Knights, though 2 had long since vanished. While their magic was lost to time, the 5 surviving clans specialized in elements tied to their respective names. These powers were inherited through bloodlines. The gift she gave Valier was actually the most sacred treasure of her clan. This Tuesday symbol represented the clan leader's authority and contained the essence of her own primordial flame magic. When the protagonist asked if she was the actual clan leader, Elleris confirmed it. He was stunned by the revelation. He couldn't understand why she'd give him something so vital. Elleris explained it was a counterpart to Sarkhagar's doppelganger ring. This necklace was a literal power-up, granting him the ability to unleash devastating fire magic whenever he needed it. Elleris nudges him to test his limits. As Valier taps into his mana, the tiny crimson stone's raw power catches him completely off guard. Clutching the necklace, he prepares to ignite his own flames. But as he focuses his will, something feels incredibly off. Instead of a blaze, it's a pathetic flicker, barely a spark. Elleris warns him not to lean too heavily on this magical crutch. This is the flame of Tuesday. The mechanic is dark, the more hatred he harbors. For an enemy, the deadlier the fire becomes. Its strength scales with pure malice. Now the true weight of her gift finally starts to sink into his mind. He gets it now. While she's not a fan of violence, she isn't exactly eager to see him left defenseless either. Self-preservation is a powerful motivator. Valier nods, thanking her and vowing to keep this lethal cheat code in check. He plans to lock the necklace away until graduation. Elleris beams relieved that the prince actually listened for once. Next up is Lawyer, who hands him a mysterious bundle. He's confused until she breaks down exactly what she brought him. It's a massive stack of cash, his entire tuition fund. Since he's on a full scholarship now, it's basically a fat allowance. Now he's got serious walking around money. While the others gave magic, Lawyer keeps it real with cold, hard cash. Valier promises not to blow it all at once. Lawyer just tells him to get some shut-eye before the big day arrives. Honestly, the sudden motherly nagging is stressing him out. Lawyer's constant stay-safe talk is becoming a real lot. Being coddled like a kid is weird, but it's not his biggest issue. He just remembered a massive flaw in his story. His novel, The Demon King is Dead, was supposed to be a cozy slice of life, pure fan service for those craving chill vibes. It was for readers sick of tragedy. Problem was, he didn't have the skills to actually write a happily ever after. He hit a wall fast and the plot started dragging. So he did what every desperate author does, he blew it all up. Was this why his ratings tanked? He's dreading the endgame disaster he wrote into the final chapters of the book. Midway through a massive rift, tears open, unleashing a relentless tide of monsters. It was a total world-ending event. Total annihilation was the plan. Now he's living in his own disaster and the clock is ticking towards certain doom. Panic sets in. Should he just ghost this world? Maybe he could find a hole to hide in and wait for the end. He could flee and watch it burn, but why should he pay for his own trash writing decisions like this? He looks at the people protecting him and feels a pang of guilt. He can't just run. It's time to man up. If this world ends, it's on him. He's the architect of this chaos and he has to own his mess. He needs to grind at the temple. He's got to farm achievement points and level up before the world breaks. He must use his revision skill to rewrite the future, or become strong enough to slaughter the entire monster horde. Apocalypse or not, he's going to fix this. It's time to rewrite his destiny and save this world from himself. Fast forward to the temple. A loudspeaker blares, ordering all freshmen to have their student IDs ready for processing. Admission letters out. The elite royal class students are summoned to the dorm hall by 1300 hours sharp. Valier is floored. His half-baked novel descriptions have manifested into a jaw-dropping reality. Seeing it in person is something else. This place looks expensive, like taxpayer-funded palace expensive. The interior is even more flex-heavy than the outside. Finding his room in this labyrinth seems impossible until a mysterious girl suddenly blocks his path to talk. She clocks him as a newbie instantly. Meet Siri von Owen. And yeah, she's exactly as regal as she looks. She's the royal class president, but even the prez is lost in this mansion and needs his help to navigate. She checks his ID. Reinhardt. No last name, strictly business. He's officially a heavy hitter in Class A. Room A11 is his new home. She points him toward the elite wing, giving him a quick layout of the land. Don't forget the hype. There's a mandatory welcome bash at 1 p.m., and missing it isn't an option for him. It's basically a briefing on the rules of the elite. Valier thanks her, playing the part of the polite student. Siri bounces to help more plebs, while Valier heads off to find his new digs in the Class A hall. He tracks down room A11 and swipes his ID. The door clicks open like something out of a sci-fi flick. Is this magic or just high-tech? Honestly, in this world, the line between the two is starting to blur. He wrote this story, but he skipped the boring room descriptions. Now he's seeing his own world's DLC firsthand. Holy, this place is massive. It's a literal penthouse suite. Even in his wildest dreams, he didn't imagine this luxury. The capital, the temple, and now this. The level of sheer opulence is actually getting a little bit scary. Just as the shock starts to wear off, he spots a beautifully wrapped gift. Is this for him? No way. Right. So, this is the royal treatment. He cracks open the box, finding a map, the dorm manual, snacks, a fresh notebook, and a pen. Since he's got time to kill, he's feeling generous, memorizing every single rule perfectly. While chilling, he starts digging through his memories of Class A and Class B until a broadcast booms all newbies must report to the central hall immediately. Valier shook at how fast time flew. He only recalls a few character names, but it'll have to do. He sorts out the key players and heads out to mix it up with the other students. Despite being the author, only a few faces look familiar, and his nerves start acting up. Then, he spots the royal class upperclassmen glaring down from above. Their vibes absolutely terrifying. A massive crowd of seniors gathered just to scope them out. Normally, these elites wouldn't care about fresh meat. Why are they here? Suddenly, a heavy boot crushes Valier's foot hard. He hits the deck, wincing in pain. He's ready to snap at the clumsy idiot, but stops dead. The stranger leans down frantically, apologizing and checking if he's hurt. Valier's just frozen in shock. As he stares, it's Ludwig. The guy beams a smile, and our hero introduces himself as Reinhardt. They lock hands in a firm grip. Valier tries to stay cool while meeting his own creation. Ludwig mentions the welcome party is starting. Only now does Valier truly feel he's inside his own story. Siri's voice blares over the mic, signaling the start and ordering everyone to take their seats. Class B should be 10 deep, but he counts 11. His special admission must have thrown the numbers off. But the thought of being Class A's bottom feeder fills him with dread. He can already hear the students demanding to see this infinite aptitude in action. He's hyped up, but has a glass body. No one will believe a talentless weakling made it into Class A. It's the ultimate setup for a disaster, and he knows exactly how this trope plays out. Time for self-intros. Valier's wishing he could just hide in Class B11 instead. Step forward. Class A1. Bertus de Gardius. Valier's jaw hits the floor. This wasn't the plan. This prince was supposed to use a fake name. Then comes Harriet de Saint-Ouen, Class A4. Next is Heir at A10. Finally, Valier steps up, introducing himself as Reinhardt. Whispers erupt. Everyone's gossiping about the infinite aptitude kid getting into the royal class without real skills. Valier slumps back down, dying of cringe from all the side-eye. The gossip is getting out of hand. Then the real bombshell drops. Introducing herself as B1 is Charlotte de Gardius. She's not supposed to be here. At Temple, your royal status doesn't mean squat. Only Bertus and Charlotte made the cut. The rest of the royals weren't skilled enough to enter. Even royalty must prove their worth here. If Prince Bertus pulls off top grades, he'll be unstoppable. That's the endgame for the secret villain of the Demon King is dead Bertus de Gardius. Entering the royal class is just his first move toward absolute power. His ambition is terrifying. But with both the prince and princess entering the same year, the script is totally broken. This wasn't in the book. Valier panics, wondering if the world's timeline has completely shifted gears. After all, both he and the princess were supposed to be dead by now. Bertus should be undercover, yet here he is, flexing his royal name from day one. Even as the creator Valier gets major chills watching Bertus act. This guy is a total psycho. In the novel, Bertus awakened 3 op talents, thanks to Duke Solarian's massive investment. These were the essential supreme class requirements the Empire spent years researching. Combat mastery, magic sensitivity, and mana control, the holy trinity of power. Lose one and you're out. You can't reach the top without them. Bertus checked every box and became a legendary swordmaster. But the story he knew is already spiraling out of control. Joining the supreme class was an impossible feat. But then we have Bertus. By triggering the right flags, he evolved into a swordmaster exactly as the story scripted. The ultimate variable was the first princess Charlotte de Gardius. Valier suspected that. Both royals were supposed to be elite, yet Charlotte somehow plummeted down to class bone. Her potential didn't touch A-class levels, whereas Bertus stood tall as the undisputed king of Aeone. Both princes together, trapped in the same room. Yet the faculty feared the sheer chaos of having both princes together. Stepping into the royal class was a gamble. Introductions faded, shifting the focus to the strict protocols governing them. Ciri's voice echoed within these walls. Status meant nothing. Every student stood on equal ground today. Rank didn't matter. Only your assigned class dictated your worth, whether you were highborn or common blood. Royal lineage held no weight here. A harsh reality check, everyone had to accept this new leveled playing field. The temple would crumble if family politics took over. For those still itching for a status battle, beware. Ciri's threat was cold, stir up trouble, and the council president would strike with a formal warning. Accumulate too many strikes, and you'll face the faculty's wrath, a meeting that no student ever survives. Discipline would be swift and brutal. Get comfortable with the idea of expulsion because it's a one-way trip out. A forbidden missive arrived from the Gardius Palace. Breaking protocol, Ciri prepared to reveal its special high-stakes contents. The letter's reach was absolute. Its decree governed every soul, whether within the temple or beyond its gates. Lay a finger on Charlotte or Bertus and face the consequences. No rank could shield you from the fallout. Your claim to the throne vanished instantly. Emperor Neliod wasn't playing games. This was an absolute royal mandate. This wasn't just about the siblings. Valier realized the Emperor's net covered every last follower in the vicinity. Every life was now a precious asset. The Emperor's message: value others' lives as dearly as your own. Compete with honor or pay the ultimate price. A forced peace was settled among the high-ranking contenders. The royal feud was on ice. Bertus immediately masked his intent, flashing that perfectly practiced deceptive smile. He played the best friend card flawlessly. Avoiding a council warning was his top priority in this dangerous game. Valier cursed inwardly. The prince was a master manipulator. Bertus set his sights on his next target, Eric de Lafayette. Bertus casually praised Lafayette's legendary vineyards. Flattery was his sharpest weapon, and it was working perfectly. Eric beamed, touched by the recognition. But Valier saw through the act. This was just Bertus deploying his lethal charm. Suddenly, Bertus paused. Someone caught his eye, and he politely excused himself to make his next move. Even Valier was baffled as Bertus approached a mysterious girl. His tone was humble, almost too polite for a prince. "Don't be alarmed," he crooned, playing the perfect gentleman. He was just introducing himself to every classmate, he claimed. Then came the apology. She was the rightful class Aeone, yet administrative caution had pushed her aside. The administration was playing it safe. Suddenly, realization hit Valier like a truck. He knew those dark eyes. It was Ellen, the newly demoted Atu. She brushed off the prince's concern with a cold, detached indifference. Status meant nothing to her. Bertus had stolen her Aeone spot, yet she remained unfazed by the blatant disrespect. Hidden behind that calm face was a monster of talent. A true genius, her secret surname carried a legendary burden. Artorias, the name of the hero who slew the Demon King. Ellen was the blood sister of the legendary Ragan, Artorias, but the tension broke when a boisterous voice cut through the air. Ludwig had finally made his entrance. He was the literal embodiment of a protagonist. His bright grin, however, met a wall of awkward, icy silence. The vibe shifted instantly. This was it, the novel's first major event. Ludwig was about to pay for his careless words. Disrespecting a Class A student earned him a permanent scar. Still, Ludwig beamed at Valier, thrilled to see a friend. They shook hands, but Harriet stood frozen. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could they be so casual? How annoying, she hissed. Ludwig tried to play nice, but she slapped his hand away with pure disdain. Get lost, she barked. This was A-class territory. Panic flickered in Ludwig's eyes as he realized he'd crossed a line. Harriet doubled down. To her, Class B students were nothing but walking disasters, waiting to ruin her day. Trouble follows your kind, she spat. Suddenly, Bertus intervened. His cold question stopped Harriet dead in her tracks. Valier winced. Harriet just walked into a trap. Despite her magical genius, she was playing a dangerous social game. As Duke Saint Owan's daughter, she needed the prince's favor. Now she was burning bridges she couldn't afford. Picking a fight with Bertus was suicide. She retreated, allowing the prince to offer Ludwig a surprisingly warm greeting. Bertus apologized for the sensitive atmosphere. He offered the lounge as a safe haven, acting like a benevolent leader. He even offered to mentor Ludwig. Eric was moved to tears, praising the prince's kindness, while Valier watched exhausted. What a saint, right? Valier's eyes rolled. Then out of nowhere, a system notification pinged, an achievement unlocked. Surviving his first day in the temple netted him a cool 100 points. Valier stood stunned. He'd banked those points just by watching Ludwig get trashed. Class A was pure chaos, yet, the real shocker, this was only the beginning. With 800 points now secured, he finally unlocked the legendary talent menu. High-tier skills like fencing, archery, and magic sensitivity cost a steep 1,000 each. Master-level weaponry demanded 10,000, while peak magic hit 20,000 points. Valier felt played. His current balance looked like pathetic pocket change. Even the system mocked him, basically telling him to stop being so greedy. Swallowing his pride, he pivoted to investigate the hidden supernatural ability subtabs. Magic was the dream, but right now he was totally broke and powerless. Newbie supernatural powers were notoriously trash during their early awakening stages. They required insane grinding, so Valier focused on farming more achievement points first. He'd wait for the right moment to choose a power as things unfolded. The royal class induction was exclusive, yet surprisingly low-key and straightforward. Their head teacher led them through the halls toward the private class dorms. Staring at the massive complex, Valier found the whole ceremony underwhelmingly simple. Even with royalty present, the pecking order remained suspiciously unchanged for now. Suddenly, a booming voice commanded the Class A students to lock in. Meet Mr. Eppenhauser, the stern instructor ruling over the Class A ranks. Their schedule was set Mondays and Thursdays here, with special electives otherwise. Eppenhauser appointed Bertus as the temporary lead, handing him total class control. All requests had to go through Bertus first unless they voted for a coup. They were expected to self-govern, while the rules were dripped out slowly. However, one ironclad rule existed: call a teacher, the second blood spills. It was a desperate failsafe to keep these gifted kids from murdering each other. Staff couldn't see everything, so they had to watch their own backs. They needed to scout their classmates' talents, but one student suddenly interrupted. He questioned the teacher's intervention power, and Eppenhauser didn't hold back. Rebels would face special management. They were assets, but also dangerous liabilities. This was their final warning. Eppenhauser made his authority crystal clear. As their instructor, he had the green light to break them on sight. A student scoffed, laughing at the idea that a mere teacher could handle them. Eppenhauser stared him down, noting he'd been taming brats for 10 years. He hoped the message landed one wrong move, and they were finished. Valier watched, wondering if this guy was a teacher or a drill sergeant. Then, Eppenhauser's cold gaze shifted. Student A11 stepped forward. Valier's heart raced as he was singled out to follow the instructor. Inside a private office, the teacher dropped a bombshell. Valier had infinite aptitude. His potential was limitless, yet he currently possessed 0 actual specialized talents. Eppenhauser pulled the files on Grant, a student gifted with supernatural power. Then Cliffman's record appeared, showcasing a prodigy built for pure combat. Grant was destined for power training, while Cliffman was locked into battle classes. Every student had a predestined path, and Valier realized he was the outlier. Eppenhauser noted Valier could do everything, yet he was a master of nothing. Valier was shocked as the teacher offered guidance, explaining that talent doesn't always match desire. Having seen countless geniuses fail, Eppenhauser viewed Valier's blank slate as the ultimate advantage. Recalling his system window, Valier requested to study supernatural abilities immediately. The teacher hesitated, questioning if his infinite status truly covered such rare powers. Valier played it cool, knowing these abilities were his cheapest path to real strength. Eppenhauser admitted that while rules usually barred non-gifted students, the royal class played by its own set of lethal rules. One failure to show aptitude means instant expulsion. Valier absorbs this harsh reality in grim silence. Epon coldly dismisses him with a grueling semester schedule, refusing to offer a single word of extra guidance. The sheer mountain of tasks leaves Valier stunned, but the teacher's icy gaze says it all. This is the standard. Since raw effort can't force supernatural powers to wake, Epon suggests he find something else to keep life interesting. Valier offers his thanks, realizing this stern instructor might actually be a hidden ally in this cutthroat academy. Stepping back into the classroom, Valier finds every eye locked onto him. A heavy, suffocating tension fills the air. He wonders if he looks out of place, but the silence breaks when a student begins a vicious public taunting. The bully sneers at his lack of talent. Surprisingly, Valier calmly agrees, fueling the agitator's loud, arrogant outbursts. "Does this peasant belong in the royal class?" the bully shouts, demanding to know why a nobody is among elites. To stand in this room, one needs legendary potential. Having only a single aptitude felt like an insult to the rank. The mockery escalates as he demands to know how a Class B failure managed to sneak into the prestigious Class A. He accuses Valier of riding the coattails of Class B students. Valier lets out a long, exhausted sigh of annoyance. "Shut it," Valier snaps. The student's face turns beet red with fury, feeling his superior status challenged by a commoner. Valier retorts that the admission board made the call, not him. "Why cry to a student about official school decisions? Do you think I begged for this?" Valier pressures him. "He simply showed up where the Empire told him to be." The bully continues his pathetic barking until Valier roars back, asking if he thinks he's above the admissions director. The sheer aggression in Valier's voice makes the bully flinch. Valier doesn't let up, cornering him with a piercing glare. "You aren't staff, so stop the mindless yapping." Valier's murderous aura leaves the arrogant student trembling in pure terror. Despite having massive mana reserves, the bully lacked the skill to use them, leaving him helpless against Valier's cold threat. Valier mockingly pats the boy's head, sighing at how those who bark loudest are always the most pathetic in battle. Having silenced the loudmouth, the room falls quiet. The others stare at Valier, now genuinely afraid of this fool's intensity. Regret sinks in as Valier worries his outburst will trigger a disciplinary warning. He had truly messed up his low-profile plan. Maybe he should just embrace this villainous persona. Suddenly, he catches Bertus watching him with a disturbing, mysterious smile. That gaze sends chills down his spine. What kind of twisted schemes are brewing inside that fake prince's brilliant mind? During break time, Valier sits in total isolation. Meanwhile, the charismatic Bertus seems distracted, his eyes constantly wandering elsewhere. Valier curses his impulsive temper. He should have stayed a ghost, yet he somehow managed to ruin his own reputation. Everything is spiraling exactly as he feared. A sudden violent coughing fit in the middle of class only makes things worse. The disturbance irritates the other students, turning Valier into a social pariah as the atmosphere in the room turns toxic. Elsewhere, Bertus charms Harriet, praising her legendary talent for magic as they strike up a high society conversation. When Harriet asks about his mana control, the prince flashes a perfect smile, confirming his own elite magical prowess. They share a moment of genius kinship. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupts Charlotte, urging the princess to try something new. It's Ludwig shamelessly pushing snacks on the princess even after she rejects the greasy food with a disgusted look. Ludwig refuses to take no for an answer, insisting she needs the energy. Charlotte's complaints fall on deaf, happy ears. Watching the chaos, Valier realizes he overthought things. An introvert doesn't need to worry about social butterflies like them. These protagonists will naturally find their own rhythm. Why should they ever bother themselves with a background character like Valier? The piece ends as physical training begins. The instructor screams for them to move, turning the field into a living hell. Playtime is over, the teacher bellows. If you want to cry, pack your bags and crawl back to your mommies. Running 20 laps after a meal has Valier on the verge of puking, but the instructor's heart is made of cold stone. He demands absolute physical perfection. Whether they are mages or warriors, everyone must meet the brutal imperial standard or fail. Weakness is not an option in the royal class. They must forge their bodies into weapons or face immediate expulsion. Harriet feels her soul leaving her body. "I'm a mage, not a soldier," she gasps. The teacher zooms past, mocking her struggle. He roars in her ear. "In a real war, you'd be a corpse." Harriet lets out a terrified shriek that echoes across the field. She begs for mercy while the field descends into chaotic shouting. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to our protagonist. Ludwig pulls up alongside Valier with a bright, annoying smile, asking if he's already gassed out after a mere 20 laps. "Keep up or get left behind," Ludwig laughs. Valier sighs, bracing himself to endure this high-energy torture alongside the golden boy. A sudden blur streaks across the field. It's Ellen. Her speed is absolutely superhuman. Her movements are flawless, a hidden detail never mentioned in the original novel. A total anomaly. Only Ellen can match Ludwig's insane stamina, but the instructor isn't finished with them yet. He barks orders for endless sit-ups, screaming that they're pathetic and forbidding any rest. Valier questions if this is even training. Amidst the physical hell, he spots Charlotte. She's just resting on a bench. Despite her illness, Valier feels a stab of envy. The teacher shows zero mercy. He ruthlessly mocks the students, breaking down in tears. He commands them to weaponize their pain. If Valier falters now, he's dead meat. One slip-up means 10 extra laps. Meanwhile, Ludwig is a beast, crushing every rep. He and Ellen are in their own world, exercising like two absolute combat maniacs. Finally, the torture ends, allowing everyone a moment to wash off the grime. Muscles screaming, the students begin to wonder why these joint classes even exist. This grueling routine is set for every Thursday. Even Valier is reaching his breaking point. He's drenched in sweat every week. Suddenly, a classmate sneers, mocking his weak performance. It's that same arrogant jerk again, the one obsessed with Valier's lack of talent. Valier snaps back, questioning his obsession. The boy snarls that Valier looks like a weakling. He scoffs, asking if Valier actually thinks he's special. Back in the room, Valier's blood boils. The bully loses it and shoves Valier, enraged that a nobody would dare talk back. Tension explodes in the air. Valier tries to de-escalate, but the student wants blood. He demands Valier shut up, ranting that a talentless trash heap doesn't belong in Class A. Calling him a waste of space was the end. Valier snaps, grabbing his throat instantly. Chaos erupts as a brawl starts. Ludwig and Bertus rush to restrain the furious Valier. Valier growls, a lethal warning, daring the jerk to speak again. Others pull the bully away. Panic spreads as someone calls for a teacher. Soon both find themselves under Epin's gaze. Epin notes their day one fight with icy disappointment. The bully stammers, blaming Valier immediately. He claims Valier was hurling insults too. Valier doesn't deny the confrontation happened. It turns out Louis was the snitch who fetched Epin. The teacher silences him instantly. He demands the truth from Valier. Did he start it? Surprisingly, Valier admits it. But then Valier drops a bomb. Heir was insulting the temple's divine authority. When did I say that? Heir shrieks. Epin's interest is piqued, demanding a full explanation. Valier claims Heir called his admission a mistake, questioning the temple's holy judgment. Valier plays humble, admitting his unrefined reaction was born from deep loyalty. He claims he couldn't stand the blasphemy while Heir used force to silence him. Heir tries to argue, still whining about his face. Epin barks at them to shut up. Epin focuses on the undermining authority charge. Internally, Valier is absolutely smirking. The trap is set. As the world's creator, Valier knows exactly which buttons to push. Cue the waterworks. Valier puts on a performance, sobbing that Heir accused him of fraud. He gasps that personal insults are fine, but tarnishing the temple's reputation is unforgivable. Heir begins to tremble. Valier frames the outburst as a direct insult to the Empire. He claims his righteous fury just took over, bowing deeply to the instructor. Valier knows Epin's secret. He's a hardcore patriot. Epin's gaze turns deadly toward Heir. He demands to know if this is true. Heir fumbles, but the teacher doesn't budge. The atmosphere turns icy. Epin is livid. Did a mere student really dare commit blasphemy? Did he truly imply the temple was corrupt? Cornered Heir buckles. Eppinhauser's patriotism is ignited. The man lives for the Empire. Defaming the temple is a one-way ticket to hell. Despite his friction with the Empire and the temple, he remained an impartial mentor to all his pupils. Realizing Heir wore his heart on his sleeve, the instructor analyzed the vibe and ordered him to stay put. Valier, however, was dismissed back to class, only to find every eye in the room glued to him. Word of his zero-talent status had already infected both Class A and B like a virus. He'd crushed a provocation quest for 200 points, but honestly, Valier had no clue what they were for. Luckily, he didn't have to catch a case by pummeling the prince, but other wild quests still loomed. Securing first place in the physical exam meant 4,000 points, maybe doable if he broke a few ankles. Then there was the intermediate exam. Hitting the top 10 would net a cool 3,000 points. That was impossible in his past life, yet another mysterious reward was dangling right in front of him. The system actually wanted him to get a love confession, Valier groaned. The system was low-key trolling him. The other tasks were just as unhinged: write a love letter, get rejected, or skip a whole day of school. Add getting punished by teachers and vandalizing the temple's main street after curfew to that chaotic list. These system quests were straight-up trash, clearly designed to get him kicked out of the academy for good. Suddenly, Epin stormed back and silencing the room with Heir trailing behind him, looking unusually subdued. Judging by Heir's hollow expression, Valier figured he wouldn't have to deal with any more surprise attacks. Once everyone settled, the teacher barked at Bertus to round up the pre-registration paperwork. Epin gave them the choice: stay if they had questions or head back to the dorms to crash. Leaving required official permission, and as the students filed out, the air was thick with salty complaints. While most were drained from training, Valier lingered in the classroom until a sudden outburst of swearing erupted. He instantly recognized that voice. It was Eric, and he sounded absolutely livid about something. There was only one reason Eric would act like such a jerk. He was currently berating a fallen girl. This girl, with her striking crimson hair and matching eyes, was Scarlet, the Academy's symbol of strangeness. Eric spat insults, telling her to stay out of his sight as Scarlet just sat there paralyzed. Valier winced, remembering he was the one who wrote her backstory, destined to be bullied for her hair. Ludwig rushed to help, but Alaris's notes were clear. Her once heroic traits had been twisted into something cursed. Red hair was now the mark of an archdemon, making her a pariah in the eyes of the temple. Forsaken by her parents and left to the streets, Scarlet endured the abuse with nowhere else to turn. Being hunted and mocked for something as simple as hair color was a special kind of hell. Eventually, she'd find a friend in Ludwig and escape this misery, but that was still a long way off. Valier debated stepping in while simultaneously eyeing the system to finally unlock his first real talent. He scrolled through the options, searching for a specific ability he'd previously deemed too broken to use. His jaw dropped when he saw it, self-suggestion. It was still there, mocking him from the list. He'd originally cut it because it was essentially a god-tier cheat code that broke the entire game's balance. Through self-hypnosis, he could master literally anything, a theoretical power that had never actually been touched. It seemed the system recycled his old idea, keeping the cost low, since it wasn't a standard skill. But then Valier spotted a weird symbol next to the talent that made his heart sink. It was locked at level 0, totally dormant. Now he knew why it was cheap. It was a hollow shell. "This system is so shady," he muttered, realizing most students were born with their powers already blazing. But in rare cases, supernatural abilities stay hidden deep within the body, waiting for a spark. Essentially, Valier had just purchased a sleeper ability that required a massive catalyst to wake up. To trigger it, he'd have to throw himself into a life-or-death situation and force the power to emerge. Why hasn't it awakened yet, he wondered. With 0 points left, he couldn't even buy a different skill. His only move now was to grind for achievement points and hope he didn't have to die first. He desperately needed a usable talent to survive the Academy's brutal and unforgiving hierarchy. But seriously, getting rejected after a cringe love letter only nets 200 points. This system is brutal. His dignity was on the line. The system actually demanded a confession to some elementary schooler. After that humiliating trauma, Valier hesitated. He realized that scoring a love confession might actually be a massive win. The temple's massive complex wasn't just for classes. Its main thoroughfare held secrets far beyond typical education. With thousands of students swarming the area, a sprawling shopping district was an absolute necessity. Bistros, trendy cafes, and neon-lit arcades packed the district, offering everything a teenager could dream of. This was the ultimate hangout spot for temple elites, including Heir and his loyal crew. His boys tried bribing him with snacks to lift his spirits. Commoners Kono and Heir sat beside noble-born Eric. Eric backed Kono up. Heir couldn't obsess over Valier forever, so Kono practically forced food down his throat. They teased him out of his funk until Heir finally sighed, giving in to his hunger. This trio was destined for friendship, but they were vibing way faster than the original story ever intended. The catalyst, a talentless hot-headed brat named Reinhardt, who'd spent the semester being a total menace. His squad grilled him about that brutal punishment and the drama that went down in the faculty office. Heir shrugged, clueless. Valier was screaming something, but the message was lost in the chaos. Bottom line, he'd insulted the entire temple. Eric couldn't fathom why this guy would dare mock the royal class. They formed a united front against that talentless hack Reinhardt. Heir just told them to stay patient. Vengeance was coming. He'd end him soon. Nearby, students swarmed the food court, while girls scouted the latest fashion. Kono called the girls fine, causing Eric to nearly choke on his drink in pure noble shock. Commoners from outside wouldn't even be allowed to gaze upon such a prestigious scene. Kono winked. They were classmates now, but Heir reminded him that snakes like Prince Bertus still lurked nearby. Kono started the ultimate waifu debate. For one guy, Princess Charlotte was the undisputed peak of beauty. But shooting his shot was impossible. She was out of everyone's league. Another student suggested Ellen instead. Someone argued Ellen was too terrifying, but her fan countered that they were strictly ranking visuals anyway. Heir admitted Grant was his type, just as a mysterious figure crashed their convo, making Eric panic. If they were caught gossiping about royal class girls, they were dead meat. Suddenly, a stunning silver-haired girl appeared. She asked for a moment of their time, and Kono instantly folded. She requested a private chat outside. He followed like a puppy, leaving his friends stunned. Then the mystery girl handed Kono a secret letter. The note read, "I don't know your name, but you stole my heart. I need to know you." She asked if he was single, and Kono nearly screamed, yes. When asked about her, he confessed instantly. He was head over heels. She flashed a dazzling smile, promised to see him again, and vanished into the crowd. Kono roared his eternal love while waving goodbye, leaving Eric and Heir standing there in absolute disbelief. The boys panicked. Was their training failing? They were supposed to be way more attractive than Kono. It made zero sense. Why would a hottie pick Kono over two total heartthrobs like them? Secretly, the girl was actually Valier in disguise, wondering how his life had spiraled into this madness. He traded his soul and pride for system points, successfully baiting a love confession out of his classmate. 1,000 points secured. Since the rules didn't specify staying as Reinhardt, he exploited the ultimate loophole. He'd played the system, but the AI struck back, rewriting the challenge rules just to spite him. What a scam. The new update forced him to complete every future mission specifically as Reinhardt. No more loopholes. Then the nightmare task appeared. Go on a romantic date with Kono Lint. He had to dress as a gorgeous girl, while the system literally mocked him with taunting text. This was pure humiliation. He was selling his last shred of dignity, but a moral dilemma gripped him. Was it wrong to play with a young man's heart? Kono was a moron, sure, but he wasn't evil. No time for guilt. Another 1,000 points meant finally unlocking a game-changing new talent. Failing these missions carried heavy penalties like being banned from classes for an entire day. A safe, albeit cringy mission was far better than risking a catastrophic failure penalty. Besides, his soul was already long gone. Selling his soul twice felt like nothing. Writing a love letter just to get rejected, that's child's play. He felt like a total clown, still debating whether to deliver the letter or just scrap the plan. Trading his soul for points was one thing, but now he was sacrificing his dignity for that 1,000-point goal. To unlock his next talent, he'd handpicked a victim who wouldn't spread rumors after crushing his heart. He banked on her being completely indifferent afterward. That target was the one and only Ellen Artorius. Valier found her mid-swing with a practice blade. He approached cautiously, praying she wouldn't just execute him on sight. He braced for a physical strike alongside the rejection. No pain, no gain, it was all for those sweet points. Valier thrust the letter forward, mumbling about his feelings. She snatched the paper without a single word. One quick read later, a cold rejection. Mission accomplished. He cashed in 200 points instantly. The outcome was predictable, yet a bitter taste remained. Part of him wanted to just ghost the world. Morning brought fencing drills and a drill sergeant of a teacher, screaming for more grit and intensity. Close quarters combat meant life or death. The teacher roared, demanding they lock their wrists and apply more pressure. Valier was hitting his limit. Across from him, Ellen looked just as icy and unbothered as she did yesterday. The rejection hadn't even fazed her. Even during the theory lecture, Valier struggled to keep his own composure. He kept lying to himself that it was just about the points, but his brain was short-circuiting post-confession. Even with zero real feelings, Ellen was living rent-free in his head. Everything was officially spiraling out of control. With practical training in full swing, the instructor locked onto a distracted Valier like a predator. "Extend those arms," she bellowed, forcing the protagonist to hold a grueling, rigid position he could barely maintain. While he was barely clinging to consciousness, Ellen was the picture of royal-class perfection. She delivered strike after strike, with flawless precision, while the teacher showered her with praise. Valier was getting absolutely roasted. Suddenly, a realization flickered in the instructor's eyes. She realized Reinhardt was also in this session, a discovery that caught her completely off guard. Valier couldn't believe it. How could she take attendance and still not realize he was from the prestigious Class A? A wicked grin spread across the instructor's face as she proposed a duel between the elite students. Ellen accepted without a blink. Valier, not so much. A crowd gathered, sensing a total slaughter about to happen. Whispers filled the room about an elite showdown, a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle they were lucky to witness. He knew he'd be folded in seconds, yet the audience was hyping this up like a championship match. "Don't hold back," the instructor commanded, promising to intervene if things got deadly. The match was on. The pressure was suffocating, and Ellen clearly had no intention of taking it easy on him. She lunged like a blur, landing a devastating blow. Was she actually pissed off about the letter? If that confession was the reason for this beatdown, he desperately needed a timeout to talk it out. That single strike sent him into the shadow realm. He eventually regained consciousness, reeling from the total blackout. Bolting upright, he was stunned to find Ellen standing over him like a silent sentinel. She'd hauled him to the infirmary after he'd been out for the entire lesson. Now the lunch bell rang. Valier tried to hobble toward food, but his legs gave out. Ellen moved to assist, despite his weak protests. "If you'd parried, I would have just taken your neck," she remarked. She hadn't realized his skills were this trash. Was that sympathy? Shaking it off, he stepped away, insisting he could handle a few steps on his own. He tossed out a lunch invite. Surprisingly, she agreed. He told himself this mess wasn't his fault. Whatever happened next, he was officially washing his hands of any guilt or responsibility. Time for a little payback for that concussion. He'd lured the top-tier student right into his trap. They headed toward the Temple District, where a massive wave of new eateries was finally opening their doors. Deep in the eastern quarter, you could find soul food like Gyeonggukjang straight from the heart of the Orient. His mouth was already watering. He needed this win after the nightmare he'd just endured. Even if he had to cross-dress for points, he still had standards. He offered Ellen a bite, but she grimaced. The smell hit her like a truck. Valier just smirked. "You really think I'd poison you, Ellen?" He was secretly plotting petty revenge for her icy strike. When Valier held out a loaded spoon, the girl literally slammed her forehead onto the table. He just cackled teasingly, asking if she enjoyed the taste. A 17-year-old ice queen, cold, stunning, and totally aloof. Honestly, it was the ultimate high school cliché. Despite nearly shattering the table in frustration, Ellen chugged water to wash it down, questioning that pungent aroma. Valier joked she should watch her superhuman strength. In the spirit of payback, he decided to double down. This nostalgic comfort food begged for a side of soju, yet Ellen kept soldiering through with a disgusted grimace. Driven by pure hunger, she looked so ridiculous that Valier nearly choked on his own laughter. He even offered seconds. She snapped a refusal, but surprisingly, she cleared the entire plate. Fast forward to the next day's magic theory. The professor droned on about complex formulas demanding perfect replication. It seemed simple enough at first glance. They were warned not to get discouraged as next semester would be a total nightmare. Honestly, though, Valier didn't grasp a single word and just walked out, leaving the teacher stunned by his sheer audacity. Next came magic sensitivity training. The instructor urged him to relax, preaching that the body and soul are one with the universe, apparently. Too bad Valier had been dead to the world for ages by then. Class finally wrapped up with the teacher, wishing them a magical day. Seems like half the room had passed out. Now Valier finally got why this class was a fan favorite. Up next, supernatural ability control. Liana and Heinrich were both there. As the professor began the roll call, Kona's name rang out, but Valier felt so drained he was practically hallucinating. Reinhardt eventually answered the call, but a massive surprise was waiting. Charlotte was there too. Even the teacher was blown away by Liana's talent. She boasted unmatched precision compared to the other students. Meanwhile, Valier's mind was racing about Charlotte. She'd clearly awakened a hidden power that only a select few faculty members actually understood. Proving his point, she vanished for private tutoring the moment the bell rang. Valier couldn't help but wonder what she was hiding. It was likely a skill invisible to the naked eye. While instructors pushed the others, a theory formed. Could the princess have faked a supernatural ability just to secure her spot in the temple? It was possible. During the testing phase, Valier pondered if Bertus knew her secret. It was a 50-50 shot. He either knew the truth or was totally in the dark. Bertus wasn't the type to just sit idle. If his sister was truly powerless. Training ground on until one instructor turned her attention toward Valier. She asked for his plan, and he bluntly told her to push him to his absolute mental breaking point. The woman was floored, but Valier argued that his dormant power might only trigger under extreme life or death pressure. She called it ridiculous. If trauma birthed powers, the world would be crawling with supernatural users. With a heavy sigh, she finally relented and allowed him to proceed with his insane training method. She warned him he'd fail. Valier stood firm, and the grueling session continued until the final bell rang. Suddenly, Heinrich stormed over. He sneered, asking if Valier thought the temple's curriculum was some kind of joke. It was an insult for a talentless hack to even step foot in these elite supernatural classes. Valier simply shrugged, stating that desperate effort was his only shot at actually awakening a power. Heinrich mocked him, asking if he really thought his infinite aptitude made him some kind of protagonist. Valier shot back, explaining that he was just trying to figure out his own path in this world. Heinrich threatened to cook him alive if he didn't quit. Valier just burst out laughing at the pathetic threat. He looked like he couldn't even boil a potato, let alone a person. Valier challenged his misplaced confidence. He reminded the bully that anyone was better than him. Infuriated, Heinrich lunged straight at the protagonist. How dare a commoner insult royalty? Valier just chuckled, knowing he had the upper hand here. The temple neutralized royal status, a rule Heinrich clearly forgot. Valier threatened to drag him before the student council. He demanded an immediate apology, leaving the surrounding students paralyzed by his sheer, unadulterated boldness. He started a cold countdown, but Heinrich's rage hit the boiling point as he prepped a magical strike. Suddenly, Valier slapped his forehead hard. Heinrich was stunned by the audacity. Valier just called it self-defense. He was clearly prepping fire magic, but Valier shut him down before he could strike. Valier's palm cracked across his face again. Did he really think he could just walk away scotangent-free? He'd rained down a dozen more slaps. After crushing him with supernatural threats, keeping this secret was easy. Heinrich lunged, desperately activating his powers. He was absolutely seething under Valier's relentless ego-bruising mockery. The punk tripped and hit the dirt hard. Without missing a beat, Valier ground his heel into his skull. Who told you that you could keep running? Valier spat. Honestly, he just wanted a peaceful school life, but these losers just love poking the quiet ones. Truthfully, Heinrich should be thanking his lucky stars right now. Valier lacked powers for a fair trade. Currently, Heinrich's range was a pathetic 5 meters of pure failure. It lagged to activate, sparking a flame weaker than a match. Heinrich froze. How did Valier know his every weakness? Valier kept baiting him, practically begging for a magic strike. The moment he tried another slap was coming. Time for a lesson in respect. As Valier lunged for his eyes, absolute terror finally washed over Heinrich. Remember the teacher's warning, Valier whispered. You really should be more careful about who you mess with. Dinner arrived, and Valier sat in his usual isolation. Every other student avoided his gaze like the plague. To them, he was a ticking time bomb. One wrong move and you were dead. The vibe was toxic. It was wild, though, entering his own story as the absolute villain. He couldn't help but wonder, if Ludwig or some hero would eventually deliver his karma. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over his table. Bertus stepped out casually, asking for a moment of his time. Soon they retreated to a more private, quiet corner where Bertus served tea. Vallier didn't sense any immediate malice behind this unexpected royal invitation. He wasn't acting like the usual bullies. But honestly, Bertus was a total enigma. His mind was impenetrable. Guard up. Was the prince planning to crush him now, fearing his potential as a future swordmaster? Or maybe something else? Bertus's smile was a perfect mask, deceptively warm and seemingly free of any hidden venom. Bertus beamed. The whole class was demanding action, and as their rep, he was forced to step in. "What's my crime?" Vallier asked. The prince gave a simple answer. "They're absolutely terrified of you, Vallier." Bertus actually saw Vallier's point. Heir's big mouth definitely earned him that beating. No doubt about it. Word on the street was that Vallier didn't swing for his pride, but to defend the temple's honor. As a student, Bertus preached equality. Yet, as a true patriot, his hands were tied by temple loyalty. He had to back the temple. Vallier narrowed his eyes, wondering exactly where this weird conversation was heading. This prince was bizarre. Then Bertus grinned, claiming he actually liked him. This only dialed up Vallier's suspicion. Everything felt increasingly surreal. Honestly, that smile was way more terrifying than any direct death threat could be. Did his speech really move the prince? But then Bertus dropped the act, mentioning Vallier might have overstepped slightly. Sure, he went a bit hard. But technically, Vallier hadn't broken any laws or offended the actual royals. Messing with a royal was social suicide. No one in their right mind would target the royal family, especially a Schwartz. People were starting to whisper that Vallier was just trying to stay under the radar. Maybe he was hiding a disgraced name or a dark past. Regardless, all this chaos served his goals. Who dares defy the Schwartz name Bertus pushed? Vallier just sighed, exhausted by the prince's relentless probing questions. Bertus leaned in. "Everyone thinks you're secretly a royal, you know." The rumor mill was working overtime. Even Heinrich was buying into the hype. Vallier realized these kids had way too much free time for theories. Their imaginations were wild. Bertus started digging, desperate to uncover exactly who was backing Vallier from the shadows. Vallier crossed his arms, shutting it down. He wasn't some villainous mastermind. He just didn't like being pushed. Bertus blinked, genuinely stunned. No hidden agenda, no secret plot. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Vallier nodded. He just got pissed. Thankfully, the secret royal theory seemed to be fading from Bertus's mind. It was all nonsense, but Bertus was still fishing for secrets. He knew Vallier was definitely hiding something big. If his demon identity leaked, it was game over. Vallier's only choice: play the part of a clueless idiot. Vallier's answer sent Bertus into a fit of laughter. Honestly, being that blunt was actually a genius move. "I could have been lying," Vallier noted. Bertus just grinned, admitting that a lie would have been equally entertaining. "But look at you," Bertus smirked. "Only royalty holds a teacup with that much effortless high-class energy." Vallier froze, realizing Bertus had dissected his every move. This guy was a total shark. The prince chuckled, suggesting Vallier should have valued his own life a bit more. Leaving the temple meant vanishing forever. You do not just hit royalty and walk away. Vallier admitted he knew the risks, but lying to the crown prince felt even deadlier. Even outside these walls, Heinrich was untouchable. His status was an absolute impenetrable shield. Murdering a royal-class student in the capital was social suicide. The culprit was too obvious. Bertus smirked, noting he could use the Schwartz name to bury Vallier's existence permanently. That revelation hit Vallier hard. He had underestimated how deep the high society shadows reached. He only feared the temple's rules, forgetting how much foreign politics influenced the entire empire. Bertus nodded. He had never met a commoner with such a bold, pompous backbone before. School life was officially getting spicy. Vallier could barely believe his current dangerous situation. It was pure irony. The story's ultimate villain was the first person to actually like him. When asked if he loved the empire, Vallier was blunt. He only cared about the money. No grand ideals here. He was just a poor kid surviving in a rich man's palace. Bertus laughed. A street rat who did not hide his greed was refreshing and honest. To the prince, that blatant honesty made Vallier's loyalty feel much more real and simpler. He compared society to an ant colony. To him, hierarchy was the only thing that mattered. Queens, soldiers, and workers. Everyone had a slot, though. Vallier argued it was more complex. There were many more positions in the hive, but the prince did not care for details. Bertus was totally indifferent, leaving Vallier confused by the prince's strange sense of pride. To him, everyone was just an insect. Commoners, nobles, or foreigners, they were all the same. Titles meant nothing. Royal blood or beggars, he looked down on every single one equally. Vallier realized the scale of the prince's arrogance. It was honestly impressive, yet terrifyingly cold. Bertus laughed again, asking if Vallier even understood what true absolute power looked like. Power gives you the freedom to be a jerk. But Vallier was just a powerless brat. He was too articulate for a beggar and way too sharp for his own good. Bertus was determined to peel back the layers and find out what Valier was hiding. Valier doubled down, claiming he had zero skills. Supporting him was a total waste of time. The prince would gain nothing from their friendship. Talent was common, but brains were rare. A talented idiot was useless to Bertus. He needed smart, manipulative players like Valier. Considering his intellect, Bertus warned that Valier's reckless temper would eventually become a problem. He could tell Valier was no ordinary poor kid. His life was clearly a lie. The prince demanded he control his rage. Valier could only sigh, knowing the stakes. Getting along with these snakes was the only way to survive the upcoming school year. Bertus ended the night with a chilling farewell, waiting for more proof of Valier's loyalty. He was told to stay calm, but fate was already pulling him into another disaster. A future life-or-death struggle would make Valier regret ignoring the prince's warning from the start. Saturday arrived, 1 week down. It had been 2 days since his intense talk with Bertus. The prince was using the rumors to his advantage, acting like a kind, benevolent leader. Everyone thought Bertus was a saint for being nice to a jerk like Valier. The prince was playing 4D chess with his reputation, and it was working perfectly. The entire school avoided Valier like the plague, except for the friendly Ludwig from Class B. Ludwig was the only ray of sunshine, always greeting him despite Valier's terrible reputation. With a free weekend and no progress on his powers, Valier went to find Eller. He caught up with Eller, reporting that his first week was complicated, to say the least. Word reached him the prince and princess had breached the temple. Valier's interest peaked instantly. Her grasp of royal politics was startling. Lawyer questioned if he truly grasped the peril lurking within. The protagonist played it cool, though. Despite Bertus's favor, Lawyer sensed a deadly trap closing in. Valier revealed his ultimate trump card, a ring that guaranteed an escape if things went south. He had a mission for Sarkagar and Loyar. Confused, Loyar demanded clarity on what he needed. He suspected the princess hid a supernatural gift. Even so, Valier knew rushing would only invite disaster. Shadows of the unknown still haunted him. Loyar agreed to coordinate the next move with Sarkagar, but she dropped a bombshell first. He was strictly forbidden from visiting their allies solo for now. Confusion washed over him. Was it too risky to meet contacts while hiding behind this mask? Lawyer's answer was chilling. He had been shadowed all the way to their secret hideout. The revelation hit like a freight train. Lawyer smirked at the fleeing students, recognizing his meddling classmates. They were stalking him. No action was needed yet, but Valier had to sharpen his guard immediately. Regret stung. How could he have been so blind? His enemies already had reasons to investigate him. They hungered for his secrets. Visiting the Rotary gang now would be a total death sentence. Could Bertus be the puppet master? Before he could think, Valier was cornered by fresh trouble. Back on campus, Kyler's squad was waiting to pounce. These pests just never learned their lesson. For the millionth time, Kyler mocked his supposed ties to the bridge-dwelling beggars and trash. Eric spat insults, calling him lower than dirt. Valier just shrugged, owning his brutal street origins. Their taunts bounced right off him. Seeing their target unfazed only made the bullies more desperate. His unshakable confidence baffled them. Valier just chuckled at the sheer volume of their mindless yapping. He mocked their cowardice, realizing they wouldn't dare breathe near someone who truly knew the gutter's darkness. Kyler stuttered, caught off guard by the sudden shift in vibe. Valier simply kept walking forward. He reminded them they were facing a man, forged by the bitter reality of the streets. Kyler barked back, calling him a loser, but his voice shook as Valier closed the distance fast. "What if I shove you?" Valier dared. Kyler's bravado crumbled instantly, his fear written all over him. "Aren't you worried about the consequences of turning your back on me?" the protagonist whispered menacingly. Never provoke a man with nothing to lose. Valier's cold gaze then locked onto a trembling Eric. He was done talking. He'd show them exactly what happens when you cross the wrong person. Eric tried to act tough, but Valier seized his collar, threatening to gouge out his eye instantly. Eric hit the dirt hard. Valier scoffed, questioning if they truly felt safe behind their family names. He dared them to follow him again. But the price for their curiosity would be paid in blood. "You'll be wearing an eye patch for life," he warned coldly, before turning away from the stunned group. He threw one last jab, telling them to act like kids and play while they still had their health. "Enjoy your vision while it lasts." With that, Valier vanished into his room, leaving them trembling. Alone, he wondered if those two idiots were actually the ones stalking him earlier that day. The psycho beggar rumors were about to go viral. Even Bertus urged him to play it safe. But being feared was better than being pestered. Now, he desperately needed to crack the self-suggestion seal. He was clueless on where to start. A sharp knock at the door broke his focus, irritating him. Ready for a second round, he swung the door open, asking who was itching to lose an eye. It was Ellen. She ignored his murderous vibe entirely, delivering a message about a mandatory gym meeting. "Who's calling the shots?" Valier asked. Ellen shrugged, guessing it was some power-tripping upperclassman. They reached the gym to find a crowd already gathered, the air thick with uneasy tension. An older girl singled Valier out. "You're late," she barked. "On the floor. Now. No more standing." Ellen obeyed without a word, but Valier stood his ground. The girl's laughter was sharp and mocking. She joked that the newbie must be deaf. Harriet hissed, panicking at Valier's refusal to submit instantly. The girl screams at Valier to obey the senior's orders, but our MC just pierces her with a cold, terrifying glare. He fires back, questioning why her seniority gives her the right to boss everyone around like a tyrant. He quips that a single slap from him would launch her straight to the demon continent. Talk about a one-way ticket. Shaking with pure rage, she demands to know if he realizes who she is, but Valier throws the question right back. He has zero clue who she is, and warns her to vanish before he delivers a legendary face flick. She flinches at his threats, and Valier coldly tells her to go to sleep and stop being a total nuisance. Sobbing, she vows to make him pay before sprinting away. Classic I'll be back energy. Valier turns to the others, still eating dirt, and asks why they're still acting like NPCs on the floor. Seeking answers for this sudden chaos, Kiri explains the situation, and the pieces finally click for Valier. Turns out it's a toxic prank played on Class A to humble the freshmen and assert dominance early on. Apparently, a senior representative from Class A always shows up at the temple to discipline the new blood. He wonders if this is just a forced warning to stay ahead of Class B, fueled by Class A's obsession with winning. This massive pressure from upperclassmen happens every year, and it looks like they're caught in the cycle right now. Meanwhile, Class B's students are likely vibing together, completely unbothered by this cringeworthy class rivalry. As the others bail, Harriet stops, Valier anxious to know if he's really planning to take the entire fall. Valier isn't having it, asking why he should be held responsible for simply standing his ground. He did nothing wrong, but Harriet insists the seniors will see his defiance as a declaration of war. Despite the drama, our protagonist still doesn't understand why everyone is making this such a huge deal. They could just report the threats to the teachers, yet the other students are totally paralyzed by fear. It's ironic considering they're supposed to be the elite students who view themselves as the best in school. Valier mocks how a bum like him has more spine than them, causing Harriet to blow a fuse. She shrieks that this is all his fault, claiming she only obeyed orders and shouldn't suffer for his actions. She threatens to end him if he ruins her life, but Valier responds with a look that would chill a demon. He asks if she's actually serious, questioning what makes her think she's so inherently right. Is it wealth, gender, or status? In the temple, only raw talent is supposed to matter, yet she's stuck in the past. If she wants to play the powerful figure card, he promises to leave a lasting mark on her pretty face. Harriet starts panicking, and Valier just laughs. All it took was one threat to break her composure. This intimidating girl is actually terrified to her core, which is hilarious considering she was the one talking big. Being called an idiot leaves Harriet fuming and embarrassed. Her cool girl persona is officially shattered. She starts shouting in protest, but the doors burst open as a group of people storm the entrance. It's the girl from earlier back with reinforcements and a guy snapping his fingers hunting for whoever touched her. She points straight at Valier, who internally mocks her for bringing a big brother to fight her battles. The man demands the protagonist's name, and our MC introduces himself simply as Reinhardt. The senior assumes he's some arrogant noble who doesn't know the rules, but Valier corrects him. He's no noble. He mocks the man's tough guy act while the surrounding students start snickering at the disrespect. The senior asks if he's royalty instead, but Valier shuts that down too. He's nothing like that. With zero shame, he proudly declares he's just a street beggar, not some fancy noble, and honestly, he's flexing it. The student sneers, asking if a beggar really thinks he can show off here, but Valier just laughs again. He argues that even a beggar has pride, which finally snaps the man's patience. A heavy punch flies toward Valier. Valier catches the blow, but the sheer force rattles him. He coughs, feeling the guy's genuine power. The senior growls that since he's so stubborn, he'll deliver a lesson that Valier will never forget. He rains down a barrage of punches, shouting that the royal class must respect its brutal traditions. He claims that back in the day, Valier would be dead, so really this beating is a mercy. Valier spits crimson and strikes back, but the senior yanks his hair to shut down the counterattack. Our MC gets absolutely pummeled in front of the crowd, but even while falling, Valier is looking for an opening. Valier targets a vulnerable spot, making the senior shriek in agony. The guy begs for mercy, claiming he'd been playing nice. Valier just smirks, whispering for him to shut it, unless he wants a permanent lifestyle change. For a high schooler, the guy's size was actually decent. He noted the physical details until other seniors rushed in frantically, screaming for Valier to release his grip. Valier roars at them to freeze. One more step and he'd crush their friend's future right there on the spot. He vows to end the senior's manhood. Valier squeezes harder, forcing a bone-chilling scream that echoes through the halls. The victim begs his friends to run. Valier's chilling laughter fills the air, leaving Harriet convinced the guy is a total psycho. Pure insanity. The senior finally breaks, sobbing for mercy, but Valier's cold smile only widens in response. He refuses to let go, enjoying the terror. Finally, Valier tosses him onto the cold floor, like literal trash. He challenges them to try again, but warns next time they can kiss their future bloodline goodbye forever. He'd leave them all permanently broken. Valier gives the guy one last kick and tells the trash to beat it. He barks at the seniors to vanish instantly. As the girl drags her friend away cursing, Valier basks in his victory. Suddenly, another girl intervenes, questioning Valier's lack of honor. He retorts that honor is a luxury when you're being jumped. He had to use a dirty move to survive. No way was he just going to play punching bag. Now that the drama cleared, she demands a civil talk. She insists he should at least show some basic respect. Valier is baffled she's acting normal after that stunt. Finally, he lets out a heavy sigh, ready to listen. She introduces herself as Adriana, a second-year elite from Class 2A. She already knows his name, Reinhard. Adriana explains they weren't acting out of malice, they were being squeezed by the upperclassmen above them. It's a toxic cycle passed down for generations. Even Radina, the girl who confronted him, is actually a softie. She's too kind-hearted, meaning she likely hated every second of tormenting the freshmen just as much as they did. Valier asks why they don't just rebel. Adriana admits if they refuse, the third years will step in personally. With every year, controlling the freshmen gets harder, and the third years are far more ruthless than the second years. She wonders if he'd dare pull that nutcracker move on them. If things escalate, Valier is the one who'll burn. Shrugging it off, Valier tells her to send them his way. Adriana's jaw drops at his sheer audacity. He knows the third years are pulling the strings. Tell them to come settle the score with me directly. Not today, not tomorrow. Tell them to meet him Monday night for the ultimate showdown. He's actually eager to meet these seniors. Would they dare demand push-ups from the Imperial Prince Bertus too? They think they're untouchable. Later, Bertus finds out Valier used his royal name as a literal get-out-of-jail-free card. The prince can't fathom how Valier is so unapologetic about selling his royal prestige like common street merch. Bertus knows these royal class traditions are deep-rooted. He's surprised they took this long to target him specifically. They were clearly playing it safe around a prince. He asks Valier what his real plan is for Monday night. Instead of the seniors backing down, they might just crush Valier instead. Valier admits that's a very real possibility. He doubts they'll even show, but it would be hilarious if they did. Bertus is confused by his weird humor. Valier thinks watching them try to slap an imperial prince would be peak entertainment, pure chaos. The mastermind behind this would likely lose their mind, but Bertus finally sees through Valier's dangerous game. Despite the logic, Valier's technically guilty of pimping out the prince's name for protection. He treated him like a title, not a friend. Valier wonders if Bertus is actually low-key fuming about it. He's ready to pop his escape ring and vanish if things get ugly. But the prince has a different vibe. Normally, using a prince's name equals the execution of 3 entire generations. Luckily, Bertus is feeling merciful today. Since Valier used him, Bertus wants a favor in return: keep a close eye on his sister Charlotte. He needs a full report on any suspicious behavior. After a tense pause, Valier finally agrees to the deal. He realizes that despite the chaos, he's somehow managing to navigate this school's insane social web. By playing dirty, he actually saved the other victims from being bullied. A twisted kind of heroism. Wandering the halls at night, he doubts. Calling a duke's daughter an idiot counts as making friends. It's obvious Harriet was the snitch who ran straight to Bertus. Her fingerprints were all over this meeting. Speak of the devil, he bumps into her in the corridor, and she immediately huffs and looks away. Valier stood there stunned by her outburst, completely baffled as to why she was laughing. Finding her obvious reactions, adorable Valier let out a chuckle and playfully called her a total idiot. Harriet snapped back in pure annoyance, but our protagonist just shrugged it off as a simple observation. She felt totally attacked even though he had just tossed the comment out without a second thought. Harriet started stuttering in response, proving that her supposed genius was actually just a cover for being silly. Convinced she was a moron, Valier watched as she slammed her cup down, sensing a blatant provocation. Despite her screaming about his status and demanding a penalty, Valier couldn't grasp why she was so triggered. She shrieked that she wasn't dumb, making Valier sigh at the noise, though he secretly enjoyed the chaos. One simple insult triggered the best reactions. He knew she'd do the exact same thing in his shoes. Harriet froze in shock, her face turning crimson when he called her cute, while Valier just casually strolled away. He noted that even geniuses should be adorable, admitting he liked her specifically for that childish vibe. Claiming he needed his beauty sleep to grow, he left Harriet paralyzed in the middle of the hallway. Back in his room, he left her confused until the sun rose on a fateful Monday morning. During the assembly, a group of students suddenly cornered Valier, slamming a pair of gloves onto his desk. One sneered that Valier had vastly underestimated the prestige of the Gardus heir, the formidable Art de Gardus. This upperclassman officially challenged him to a duel, desperate to reclaim his tarnished honor through a public battle. He let our protagonist pick the time and arena, promising a neutral witness to oversee their upcoming clash. Valier accepted, realizing his attempt to discipline a junior had spiraled into a massive headache for him. Fueled by humiliating rage, Art demanded a fair fight, while the surrounding students laughed at the blatant provocation. Radina jumped in, calling the guy a total pervert for cheating, but Valier knew they weren't being merciful. That bully had ignored every weight class rule just to turn Valier into a literal human meat pie. He warned that, if Valier declined, he'd be branded a coward who only survived through pathetic dirty tricks. After a tense, silent standoff, our protagonist finally locked eyes with his rival and accepted the dangerous challenge. Radina gasped while Art smirked, determined not to fall for the same petty trickery a second time. Art vowed to crush him regardless of the power gap, leaving permanent scars to teach him some respect. Challenging an upperclassman's power had consequences, and soon Radina intercepted Valier in the corridor to talk some sense. She was desperate for a word, even though Valier was purely focused on reaching his instructor before class. Radina was freaking out, convinced Valier had lost his mind by acting so chill in this life-or-death situation. His opponent was Art A3, a top-tier second year, yet Valier acted like he had a death wish. Valier insisted Art wouldn't kill him, but Radina argued that a guy with zero talent shouldn't be gambling. She begged him to just swallow his pride and apologize, claiming Art would drop the whole thing for one. Turning to walk away, Valier coldly remarked that life simply wasn't that easy for people like him. "You reap what you sow," he muttered, ignoring her as he descended the stairs toward an obviously rigged fight. He wasn't insane. He accepted the duel specifically because he needed the crushing psychological pressure to trigger a breakthrough. This was his only shot to unlock self-suggestion, his sole talent despite the nerves eating him alive. He couldn't let his potential remain a useless profile decoration, and suddenly, the system flashed a brand new event. A high-stakes mission appeared duel Art de Gardes to settle his honor despite the near-zero odds of winning. The goal was simple fight. Victory offered 600 points, while even a loss yielded 200 points. Valier realized the system was basically betting on his defeat, yet it still offered a payout for trying. Escaping this clash was impossible, but at least he'd get something for the beatdown he was about to take. Despite his careful planning, the situation felt pretty bleak as the duel was set for 2 weeks away. The location was confirmed the training arena within the first-year dorms, with everyone already buzzing about the news. Instructor Eppen was assigned as the official witness, noting that as long as both sides consented, the match was set. All they needed to do now was sign off on the time and place to make this bloodbath official. Valier felt the pressure mounting around Eppen, yet he kept his cool while reporting the details to his teacher. Rumors spread like wildfire through the classes. Ludwig demands the tea on how the hero triggered this duel. He's low-key panicking for Valier. Class A is full of shook students absolutely terrified of the impending clash. The bystanders are totally helpless. Our hero keeps it vague, gatekeeping the messy details of what went down. The gossip reached him mid-class. Ludwig questions if solo leveling is a simple apology could end this drama. If he keeps pushing, he's going to get seriously wrecked. Valier grumbles that it's not that simple. He shuts his mouth to preserve his precious remaining energy. He's too gassed to notice Charlotte's piercing gaze. Physical education ends, leaving the protagonist absolutely drained. His vision is spinning. Ludwig's constant yapping only makes things worse, draining what little breath he has left. Suddenly, Charlotte blocks his path. She shoves a mysterious note into his hand and vanishes, leaving him baffled. Bertus wants him to keep eyes on the princess. Apparently, she has some private business with him too. He cracks open the letter. It's a direct order she is coming to his room tonight. He is commanded to stay put after class. Despite the confusion, Valier decides to play along. He has no clue what she's planning. This would be their first real interaction since they met. Their first actual talk since the Demon Castle. Her aura feels heavy. Then Charlotte finally appears. Sticking to the plan, Valier asks why she's being so cryptic with these secret letters. "Shut it," she snaps. "I know exactly who you are." Valier forces a nervous grin, playing dumb. Charlotte scoffs. She usually avoids trash like him. Ever since he arrived, she's been tracking his every move. She's dug up his roots and shady connections. Valier realizes she is onto the Rotary Gang. She hasn't figured out he's a demon yet, but she knows the Rotary Gang is tight with the Thieves Guild. Her intuition is terrifyingly sharp. It seems nothing in this academy stays hidden from the princess's gaze. She warns him not to defend those bottom feeders. One wrong move and she will send the royal guards. She's ready to wipe them out. Valier sighs, asking what she is really after with all this. Her eyes turn cold as she reveals a photograph. It is a picture of his true original identity. "Find him," she demands. "If he's breathing, find his location. If not, tell her where the body is. She needs to know how he died." Charlotte glares at him with a gaze that is pure nightmare fuel. This is now his top priority. He is expected to report every detail of his investigation regularly. If he leaks this to Bertus, she will erase him and his entire organization from existence. Back in his room, Valier collapses with a sigh. The irony is insane. She wants him to find himself. It is a surreal situation. Charlotte thinks his disguise is just a beggar who landed a spot at Temple. She's using him as her best lead. Even though she acts logical, something is deeply broken. She isn't being rational. Her eyes are overflowing with raw, intense emotions she is desperately trying to hide. She has investigated his past, but her judgment is completely clouded by her obsession. Darius must have planted a seed of doubt. She doesn't look in control. She looks absolutely desperate. Her search for someone precious has turned into a fixation. She is obsessed with finding Valier. If she just stopped to think, the clues would point directly at his current identity. A hero disappears from the demon castle and a random beggar appears at the academy, totally sus. The dots are easy to connect. Valier feels relieved that she hasn't realized the truth yet. But her desperation triggers a wave of guilt. This web of lies is bound to explode eventually. It's not just his head on the line. Elaris and the others are involved. Revealing everything now is impossible. He needs to brief his allies on this mess. While he's lost in thought, Harriet suddenly ambushes him. She laughs, mocking his beggar status. Since he called her out before she is returning the favor, it's petty revenge for him calling her an idiot. Valier doesn't even fight it. He just owns the title. He sees no problem with it. Harriet sighs, switching gears to mention his upcoming high-stakes duel. She warns him that Art is a beast who will destroy him. Valier just shrugs it off. Getting beaten isn't the end of the world. When she asks if he's scared, he admits he's terrified. That catches her off guard. If he's so afraid, why the hell did he agree to fight? Even Art can mess up, he mutters. Harriet stares at him like he's completely lost his mind. She promises to watch him get crushed. As she leaves, Valier pushes Charlotte out of his mind. He has 2 weeks until the showdown. If he doesn't level up fast, he's a dead man. To survive the looming gate disaster, he needed to get stronger before his hidden powers could even awaken. From that day on, the training hall became his sanctuary, though he wasn't the only one haunting its walls. Cliffman and Ellen were the regulars there, 2 elite students who shouldn't have even acknowledged his existence. Valier assumed these introverts would just ignore him. In a webtoon, training is usually just a quick montage. You just read he trained all day and see progress. But in reality, every second was a brutal, exhausting grind. He couldn't just swing his sword like a madman. Real mastery required studying the blade with absolute precision. He focused all his mental energy on recalling the fundamentals from the previous week's fencing lessons. He tried to mirror those memories, but his body betrayed him. Every strike ended with him crashing to the floor. His peers completely ignored his pathetic display. Unbothered, Valier grit his teeth and kept swinging until the sun vanished. When the lights finally dimmed, he collapsed. His palms were a bloody mess of raw skin and painful calluses. He stared at his mangled hands, wondering how Ellen and Cliffman could perform such feats without breaking a sweat. Jealousy was a waste of time. He needed to adapt because his crazy acting wouldn't protect him forever. Oddly, the third years didn't show up. Even if they feared the prince's status, they usually sent lackeys to harass him. Just as he was cursing his luck, Adriana stepped into the gym, her calm presence breaking the silence. He let out a weary sigh. Adriana approached, explaining that Radina had practically begged her to help him. Radina had been in tears, terrified that if Valier continued like this, he'd be beaten to a pulp by rivals. She couldn't stand the thought of him getting killed. Hearing this, Valier realized Radina actually had a heart of gold. He felt a sudden pang of guilt. Maybe he had been way too harsh on the poor girl. Adriana could see the stubborn fire in his eyes. She warned him that 2 weeks of practice wouldn't stop Art. He was cruising for a devastating defeat, so she suggested the unthinkable: he should just swallow his pride and apologize. To end this senseless feud, she claimed Art wasn't actually evil. Valier didn't care about his soul, he just wanted results. He doesn't need to be good, he just needs a beating. Valier deadpanned, leaving Adriana completely stunned and confused. She suddenly snatched up a wooden sword and showcased a blindingly fast technique that left Valier's head spinning. She thrust the weapon back into his hands. It was official. Adriana was becoming his personal high-tier coach. He took the blade with a shaky hand. The move looked simple enough, but executing it was a different story. He lunged forward and immediately face-planted. Adriana stared, wondering if he was actually mocking her with his clumsiness. "I wish I was joking," Valier groaned. She sighed, reaching down to grab his bruised wrists and pull him up. She knew his body was at its breaking point. Moving like that would only snap his bones like dry twigs. "Stop hurting my pride," he muttered. But the second she touched him, a strange warm sensation flooded his veins. His wrists began to glow with a soft light. Adriana smiled, revealing she was an aspiring paladin. Her divine magic mended his torn muscles and erased his fatigue instantly. He felt like a brand new person. "Again," she commanded. Reinvigorated by the holy light, Valier gripped his sword and prepared for another round. He poured his soul into the training, but Adriana couldn't ignore the truth: his basic skills were absolutely trash. She promised to meet him at dawn in the dormitory. It was time for a brutal physical overhaul. The next morning, Valier felt like a zombie. Waking up before the sun was a special kind of torture. Adriana was already there, beaming with energy, ready to kick things off with a light morning run. "Aren't you wasting your time on me?" he panted. She just laughed, not even bothering to deny it. He needed a solid foundation before he could even dream of a real fight. Art was far too arrogant to listen. Art's ego was massive, and he lived to bully freshmen. But Adriana warned that Valier needed to focus on survival. Calling him weak was actually a compliment at this point. He was currently the bottom of the food chain. The truth hurts, Valier hissed through his teeth. Adriana just smiled, her optimism practically radiating off her. She told him to quit complaining and run. Without warning, she bolted ahead, leaving him struggling in the dust. His lungs were screaming for air as she shouted for him to pick up the damn pace. She had her own training to do, but she wasn't about to let him slack off. This was a nightmare. This is just a normal day, she teased. Having a personal healer for a workout, that's basically a cheat code. Adriana watched in awe. If these paladin hopefuls ran marathons, they'd crush everyone. How could they chat while sprinting like that? Then there's Ludwig. This freshman blazes through the temple daily at top speed. Honestly, the guy has always been a total maniac. Ludwig's energy is basically high-octane fuel. It's the only way they survive 3 grueling hours of stamina and strength drills for fencing. Every time Valier hit his limit and prepared to collapse, Adriana's divine light flared instantly, surging power back into his exhausted veins. But healing wasn't enough. Adriana knew he'd break without proper fuel. You need more nutrients, she warned. Eat better or you won't survive. Valier retreated. His body was physically restored, but the sheer mental fatigue of the grind left him feeling like a hollow shell. Breakfast was still a lifetime away. His stomach growled, reminding him of the pantry. Maybe he could whip something up in the kitchen. Forget simple snacks. Valier set his sights on the royal class restaurant, the absolute peak of luxury dining for the Academy's elite. It was a culinary fortress. Elite chefs managed every calorie, using only the rarest ingredients to fuel the Empire's future legends. Even outside of mealtimes, the kitchen remained fully staffed. If a student demanded a feast, the cooks were ready to deliver. But a familiar shadow loomed. Ellen Valier froze. Was there a secret about this place he'd completely missed after all? It finally clicked. After her daily morning grind, this had to be her secret sanctuary. She was a regular, no doubt about it. If memory served, her appetite was legendary. Valier crept closer, curious to see what kind of monster meal she'd just demolished. Nothing but cold steak and breadcrumbs. It's not even that good, Ellen muttered, completely unimpressed by the high-end spread. Valier backed off immediately. He wasn't about to start a war over a girl's breakfast. Let her enjoy her mid-meal in peace. The kitchen was a chef's dream, spotless and overflowing. But his stamina was redlining. He was too tired to cook anything complex. He tossed a chaotic mix of ingredients into a pot. Soon, he was sliding back into a seat across from Ellen's table. He laid out a spread of protein. The kitchen's loaded with eggs and meat, he noted, offering a silent invitation to share. Are you seriously stuck on leftovers because you can't cook? He asked. Ellen's response was blunt. She'd literally never even tried. Valier let out a heavy sigh. How could someone so talented be so helpless when it came to a simple stove? She just checked out completely. Valier started grumbling like a grumpy old man. Kids these days, absolutely useless in the real world. Forget it. Just eat, he grunted. I made this so you better believe it's actually going to taste like something for once. Ellen didn't hesitate. She dove in, devouring the food with terrifying speed. Valier stared, completely stunned by her sudden savagery. Most people actually, chew their food. Ellen just nodded and kept shoveling it in. Should he stop her or just watch? It was like watching a black hole. She had the hunger of 1,000 starving souls polishing off more than half his work. Even after that, she looked like she could go for seconds. Yeah, she admitted, I'm still kind of hungry. They had the same class later. Valier shrugged and suggested they catch another meal together once the school day ended. He walked away, but a devious plan was forming. Next time, he was serving up double portions of pungent fermented bean stew. He'd make her beg for mercy when her breath started smelling like a biohazard. Expecting a miracle on day 1 was too much. Still, the grind was paying off. Strength up 0.5, agility up 0.3, vigor boosted by 0.6. Even his mana ticked up by 0.1. He didn't know why, but it didn't matter. The duel in 2 weeks was everything. That fight was just another obstacle. His only true weapon was this body, a vessel he could push to legendary heights. Being a bottom-tier loser wasn't an option anymore. He needed raw power, and he only had 14 days to get it. Between the threat of Bertus and Charlotte and the chaos of the Gate Crisis, Valier's schedule for rest was officially 0. Unlocking self-suggestion was priority number 1. Later, he found himself dragged back into another meal with the bottomless pit, Ellen. She was still chowing down on that horrendous food, but things were looking up. At least no one was forcing her. It was actually starting to freak Valier out. Why did she keep showing up like clockwork to eat with him every single day? Was it because of him? Or did this girl just have a hidden character trait for being a sucker for free food? Seriously though, her appetite was criminal. You literally inhaled half of my breakfast this morning, Valier reminded her. Don't you think taking food from a guy who's basically a beggar makes you look even worse? He teased. Next time it's my treat, Ellen replied. Valier blinked. Had he really secured another meal date that easily? Maybe he was actually a decent guy after all. With a smirk, he waved goodbye to Ellen as their meal ended. The portal crisis was a looming nightmare, a disaster born from the sheer weight of his own past failures and incompetence. This wasn't about some flashy win over a veteran. This was about survival. If he didn't evolve, the crisis would swallow him. Death was coming. Every breath felt like lead, a miserable reminder of the high stakes he was facing. Reality hit hard. He was weak and complacent. Every time this crushing feeling surfaced, he vowed to grind even harder. It was time to grip his blade again. He couldn't afford to drown in regret or give in to these pathetic emotions. Right now, he was just some hot-tempered brat, but surely everyone saw him as a total lunatic. Then he saw Ellen. He was floored. She was sitting there surrounded by a mountain of food. Valier realized his own stomach was screaming for help. He checked the kitchen for food. But to his shock, things were looking pretty grim. No restock. The pantry was bare. He approached Ellen, wondering what on earth she could possibly be munching on. Was she seriously eating raw sausages? Ellen just shrugged, claiming they were perfectly edible without any heat. Valier disagreed. They needed a proper sear. Ellen let out a heavy sigh, clearly finding him beyond annoying. He couldn't believe she was totally clueless about using an oven. She just countered that she'd never even tried. Valier knew if they just grilled them all, they'd be salt bombs. He had to figure something out, and fast. He was too drained to even lift a pan. He muttered that cooking was physically impossible for him right now. So he coached Ellen instead. To his surprise, her hands moved with the precision of a seasoned pro. Her knife skills were god-tier, like a master temple chef. When asked, she insisted this was her very first time. At this rate, he noted she'd be a legendary chef. Valier kept guiding her, making sure every cut was perfect. Finally, the meal was done. It looked a bit unconventional, but the aroma was absolutely mouth-watering. He told her to memorize the recipe. Maybe one day she'd actually cook a proper meal for him too. Ellen huffed and started eating. Our protagonist watched in disbelief. She was inhaling it while it was still piping hot. Valier watched her tongue practically catch fire from the heat. He shouted for her to spit it out before she choked. He scrambled for water to save her from the burn. At least it beat eating raw meat. He hoped for some respect, but Ellen claimed the credit for herself. Valier snapped back that he was the brains behind her hands. They began bickering like a pair of rivals. But then Ellen mentioned they cooked together. That simple word left him feeling strangely moved. He quickly looked away and retreated to his room, reminded once again of how small he really was. That workout had left him completely spent. But inside his room, a mysterious maid was waiting in the shadows. Was it a spy from Bertus or Charlotte? Panic flared in his chest as the woman drew closer. She strolled right past him, whispering a greeting to the prince. Valier froze, finally recognizing the voice. It was Sarkagar in a flawless disguise. How on earth did he manage to infiltrate the room so easily? Sarkagar played it cool, promising more personal visits. He was there to drop a major report on Princess Charlotte. Getting intel on her supernatural powers was high stakes. He'd taken some risks to bring back these crucial findings. It turned out the princess's power was a hotbed of controversy, even within the walls of the imperial family. Her own supporters were beginning to doubt her, whispering that her secret ability was nothing but a lie. Valier realized the truth. Even Charlotte didn't understand the origin of the power coursing through her. This led to two potential leads, Teacher Mustang and the specialist overseeing the princess's supernatural training sessions. Valier questioned what kind of risks Sarkagar was actually taking to uncover this. Sarkagar considered disguising himself as someone she'd trust with her secrets. A bold move, but a dangerous one. If her circle of trust was too small, getting her to talk would be nearly impossible. Valier pondered this. The setup was sketchy. If she had power, she clearly wanted it buried deep. Her abilities were linked to something problematic. Valier decided to drop it. The risk was just too high. The truth would surface eventually. Sarkagar nodded, agreeing that playing it safe was the smartest move for now. Valier then revealed he had his own bombshell, and it was directly related to the princess herself. When he revealed Charlotte was hunting for him, Sarkagar's jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. The temple was becoming a minefield. Sarkagar warned him to steer clear of her at all costs. Valier countered that ghosting her would cost his gang members their heads. It wasn't that simple. Sarkagar couldn't help but laugh at the dark irony. That debt to the princess was turning into a total nightmare. Valier sighed. He never expected to be backed into such a ridiculous and dangerous corner like this. Lost in his own search, Valier stood at a crossroads. The young prince finally asked, "Can we fake my death and report it?" Sarkagar nodded. It was the perfect way to appease the princess. Her reaction was a total wild card, but it was a gamble they had to take. She might try to eliminate him, but if he played his cards right, disappearing was the better move. To avoid looking useless, Valier decided they needed to put on a convincing show of productivity. A little effort would keep them safe. As long as they showed progress, the higher-ups wouldn't interfere. Truthfully, he feared making an enemy of Charlotte. Meanwhile, Bertus was still watching him like a hawk. As long as he stayed useful, Bertus stayed interested, and Charlotte stayed off his back. Serving these hypocritical royals felt dishonorable. But if the princess believed in their loyalty, she'd become their shield instead of their executioner. It was a messy situation, but he stayed positive. He wasn't trapped between the two royals. He was in the ultimate power position to manipulate them. Sarkager's grin widened, praising his master's genius. Valier just wished that smile wasn't so damn creepy. Later, Adriana didn't expect a miracle, but Valier's performance was reaching a new level of pathetic. She cast another heal. A quick 2-minute breather, then it was back to the brutal grind. A holy paladin in training pushing the future demon king to his limits. Talk about a twisted irony. Valier wondered why Adriana didn't just buff herself with divine power to make training easier. He voiced the question, but Adriana shook her head. To her, that felt dangerously close to heresy. Using divine power for a quick boost wasn't natural. It was like a drug that destroyed the body. Holy energy restores stamina, but it won't replace burned calories. That's why she insisted on heavy meals. It was a ticking time bomb. Soon, he'd have to survive the training without her divine safety net. Back to running, Adriana commanded. That's when Valier spotted a familiar face. It was Ludwig. The boy was out for an early session too, flanked by Lainey and Sessa, the musical prodigy, and the master archer Delphine. In the original story, they were total hotheads. They'd usually be brawling with Class A, but Valier had stolen all that negative spotlight. The OG protagonist Ludwig was fading into the background like some nameless NPC. The butterfly effect was terrifying. Charlotte survived, and Ludwig's destiny was shifting. Valier felt a chill. He kept pace with Adriana. Later that day, he was stunned by some unexpected news. Ellen was actually going to cook. When asked about the menu, she simply muttered, meat. She'd rarely eaten it back home. Valier grinned, asking if she even knew how to grill it. She just threw salt on it. Valier tried to give her some culinary advice on spices. Joking that her raw diet might turn her into Steve from Minecraft, he kept poking the bear. She gripped her knife with lethal irritation. Valier wisely took a massive step back. Finally, the meal was served. Valier couldn't help but keep the teasing comments coming. He asked if she'd actually listened to his seasoning tips. It was finally time to dig in. If he finished quickly, he might even have time for a second breakfast later. It was actually edible, which he expected. But damn, could she really eat that massive pile of food? She made it look easy. Honestly, it's a good thing she's at the temple, or she'd starve. Ellen admitted she didn't choose this life. The temple authorities had basically forced her here. Valier was shocked she was opening up. He laughed, asking if he'd finally annoyed her enough. She denied being irritated, but teasing someone as serious as Ellen was way too much fun. Valier was having the time of his life basking in his own petty mischief. This little sadist had no clue what was coming. Ellen was about to collect a heavy debt. She forced him into endless wooden sword drills. This wasn't training. It was pure, unadulterated revenge. She began breaking down her elite sword techniques one by one, forcing him to keep up. Having a top-tier warrior as a tutor was a dream, yet Valier felt nothing but pure annoyance. These sparring sessions far outclassed any training against same-tier fodder. He realized true swordsmanship transcends the blade. It's about utilizing every ounce of your arsenal. This meant striking with limbs, learning the brutal efficacy of low blows, and maintaining a death grip. He absorbed countless techniques and suppression moves while serving as a human punching bag. Above all, one truth stood: Ellen was built different. She crushed him repeatedly. At this lethal pace, Valier feared he'd die before the showdown. Friday, 48 hours left. Ellen's special training involved striking his blade directly, claiming textbook fencing was utterly worthless. If the blade falls, it's over. Grip that sword like your life depends on it. His grip was pathetic, requiring brutal, non-stop conditioning until the moment of the duel. Ellen's strikes rained down mercilessly, barking orders to hold firm even as his arms screamed. After what felt like an eternity, his training sword finally shattered debris, scattering everywhere. Shaken but uninjured, he watched Ellen shrug. Training swords were fragile by design. Harder blades would be lethal clubs. The protagonist felt the weight of his progress. Despite his fatigue, Ellen's command remained clear: never under any circumstances drop that sword. Easier said than done. As he grabbed a replacement, Ellen dropped a bombshell: you'll lose. Valier knew the odds were stacked, yet he craved victory. He just didn't see a path. Then Ellen cut in. There was one solitary secret method to claim the win. Next morning, Adriana praised his run. Rest now. Let your body evolve for tomorrow. With the duel looming, Ellen's cryptic advice echoed: think about what this fight really is. She went silent after that. Desperate, the protagonist turned to Adriana for answers. My classmate mentioned a winning strategy, he probed. Do you have any idea what it is? Adriana frowned, genuinely clueless. Valier's mind raced as he tried to decipher the riddle. If even Adriana didn't know, what could it be? He pushed the thought aside. Time was up. 1 week of hellish training had finally led him to this arena. He'd ascended. His stats were surging, all thanks to Ellen's ruthless high-stakes coaching. But combat capability F+ was a cold reality check. Heart heavy, he reached the grounds. A massive, unexpected crowd had gathered. The hype for this clash was clearly real. God, was the entire first year here. The atmosphere was electric and suffocatingly tense. Ludwig's deafening cheers shook the arena loud enough to burst the eardrums of nearby students. Classes A and B were out in full force. No one wanted to miss this. Even Charlotte appeared from the shadows. The stakes just felt 10 times heavier. Terrifying. Harriet laughed, mocking him. Ready to die today, because you're definitely cooked. Valier silenced her and approached Art, noting the presence of the Class A seniors. Only Art, Adriana, and Radina looked familiar. Epin stood ready to officiate the spectacle. Silence fell. Epin prepared to lay out the terms before the blades began to clash. The incident, Reinhardt had supposedly defiled Art de Gardy's honor. The official report began. 2 weeks ago, Valier had physically seized Art's sensitive regions and squeezed with intent. The crowd erupted in laughter. Art's face burned with pure, unadulterated humiliation. Even Valier fought back a smirk. Epin cited unbearable mental trauma and demands for justice. Humiliated and distressed, Art demanded a formal apology. Valier's refusal led them both here. The terms were set. Epin asked for their final demands to seal the blood pact. Art's demand, kneel before your seniors and beg for forgiveness. Swear your eternal loyalty. He wanted Valier broken and subservient. But the protagonist's eyes held a different fire. End this freshman hazing nonsense once and for all, Valier countered. And apologize to us. The audience gasped at his sheer audacity. Epin nodded. The duel was finally sanctioned. As the teacher invoked the god of war, Art rudely cut the holy prayer short. He boldly claimed his right as a participant to appoint a champion to fight in his stead. Epin questioned his choice, while Valier struggled to grasp the weight of this mysterious tradition. Art smirked, summoning the legendary third-year ace and Class A powerhouse Mayerton to the arena. Mayerton stepped forth, swapping places and gripping his training blade. He eyed Valier with chilling intensity. He flashed a mocking grin, asking if Valier was the brat, acting tough for the prince. The atmosphere grew heavy as a crowd gathered, including the entire second-year Class B squad. Even Class A's seniors arrived, their egos bruised by Valier's blatant disrespect and reckless daring. They hungered for his total downfall. Suddenly, Ellen's cryptic warning about the nature of duels echoed. The realization hit him. The rules allowed for a surrogate to step in and fight your battles. Ellen wasn't just talking. She was offering to be his shield and annihilate Mayerton herself. Letting her take the lead was his only guaranteed path to victory against such overwhelming odds. With her monstrous talent, Mayerton wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance in a real clash. But then, Valier sensed Adriana's murderous aura. It was clear she loathed Mayerton with a passion. Sensing the tension, Epin declared that unless there were further objections, the combat would commence. Victory would be decided by a clear knockout or an immediate plea for mercy from the fallen. Mayerton intervened with a sadistic proposal, suggesting the match only end when one side completely surrendered. The instructor questioned his intent, but Mayerton simply shrugged, claiming his reasons were beyond obvious. He wanted to educate the cocky freshman. Epin turned to Valier, seeking his consent for this change. Valier accepted but countered with a catch. He demanded a specific advantage to level the playing field. Despite the rule, Valier had no intention of tagging in Ellen. He was fighting this alone. Mayerton scoffed at his resolve while Adriana and Radina watched, with hearts pounding in their chests. Ellen stayed silent, her eyes locked onto Valier. Then he dropped a bombshell request on Mayerton. Valier demanded he fight one-handed. Overconfident, Mayerton agreed to the handicap without a second thought. Neutering his opponent's reach was a massive gamble. Valier knew survival demanded ruthless split-second improvisation. In that moment he felt it, every drop of sweat from his brutal training was finally paying off. The physical gap was astronomical, but Epin signaled the start. The lethal dance had officially begun. Mayerton cackled, mocking Valier's fear. But Valier sensed zero hesitation from the monster before him. He contemplated an ambush, but his strikes were effortlessly swatted away like annoying buzzing flies. Even with one arm tied, Mayerton's strength was terrifying. Valier nearly lost his grip on his weapon. Mayerton sneered, calling him a pathetic weakling before unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy strikes. He was hunting Valier's blade. Suddenly, the true purpose behind Ellen's hellish training sessions became clear. She had foreseen this brutal struggle. A thunderous impact sent Valier spiraling across the cold arena floor. As he hit the dirt, Mayerton's laughter echoed, ridiculing him for failing to even hold his sword. The one-sided beatdown continued. Mayerton barked at him to stand up and reclaim his pride. He was Class A for a reason. Despite his arrogance, his gaze held the cold precision of a swordsman. The crowd watched in horror as Mayerton pulverized Valier, whispering that he should have just stayed home. Cries for his surrender filled the air, many cursing his stubbornness while wondering why Epin didn't intervene. Valier gritted his teeth, absorbing the punishment and spitting crimson with every agonizing breath he took. Mayerton smirked, realizing Valier wouldn't run. He decided to drag out this torment for his own amusement. His entire body screamed in agony. Victory was impossible, yet a primal fire still burned within him. He just needed one clean hit. Screaming in defiance, he lunged at Mayerton with his battered wooden blade. Mayerton laughed at his insanity. Defeat was written in the stars, but Valier wasn't playing for points. He was deliberately walking into hell to force his dormant supernatural abilities to finally awaken. Pushed beyond his limit, he activated his revision skill, burning 20 achievement points to rewrite fate. Valier burns his remaining points. Following Ellen's lethal advice, he drives a crushing blow home. Those cheap training blades were brittle. This catastrophic failure was practically written in the stars. He exploited the opening with surgical precision. A ruthless strike to the lower body connected instantly. Mayerton staggered back in a blind fury. Valier knew if that sword was reclaimed, it was game over. Valier lunged, striking from the blind spot to shatter his balance. The beatdown was finally beginning. He expected a knockout, but the senior was tough. Mayerton retaliated with a brutal, bone-jarring kick. Mayerton snarled about cheap tricks, demanding a surrender. Valier just let out a cold, mocking laugh. Yielding wasn't an option. He had visualized this victory, and losing simply wasn't in the script. "You think one lucky shot wins this?" Mayerton hissed. Valier's soul burned with a desperate refusal to fail. Kneeling was out of the question. Yet objectively, he had 0 cards left to play. The path to victory was invisible. Still, he craved to see this arrogant senior crawling at his feet. The method didn't matter. But truthfully, this was a feat he couldn't achieve through sheer talent alone. The gap in raw power was staggering. Defeat seemed certain, yet a spark of hope remained unextinguished. He was certain. Suddenly, vivid visions of his ultimate ambitions flashed before his very eyes. The puzzle pieces clicked. His hidden talent wasn't fueled by physical limits or desperation at all. It was called self-suggestion. To conquer this duel, he had to embrace a total delusional conviction. Spectators whispered that he'd lost his mind. Ignoring them, Valier anchored his entire being into one belief. Even with a 1% chance, he had to manifest the feeling of an absolute predestined win. He needed the blind faith of a child, the reckless ignorance of a fool who knows no fear. Charging forward, Valier ignited his self-suggestion. His blade descended with a terrifying, heaven-shattering force. Mayerton stood paralyzed by the sudden pressure. Valier didn't let up, seizing the senior by his hair. The tables had turned completely. The bully who demanded submission was now the one gasping in confusion. The onslaught intensified. Valier poured everything into each strike, aiming for a total blackout victory. "I told you," Valier hissed, "my win was fated." His reality was now tethered to absolute hope. His focus sharpened, causing his aura to surge. He hammered the conviction of victory into his psyche. With newfound strength, Valier hauled him up. "Now announce your shame so the whole world can hear." This guy had 2 extra years of temple training and vastly superior sword skills. Or so he thought. Valier smirked. "Go on. Tell them how a prestigious third year got clapped by a lowly freshman." Mayerton stayed quiet, forcing Valier to escalate. Finally, the senior's spirit broke, and he bowed in defeat. After a pathetic confession, the professor stepped in. Valier was officially declared the undisputed winner. The system pinged. Mission accomplished. Valier pocketed a sweet 600 points for his savage triumph. He hungered for one more hit, but his body reached its limit. Valier collapsed as consciousness faded. He eventually came to in a strange room. Both had passed out, but the glory belonged to him. The outcome was set in stone. Adriana was there waiting as he finally opened his eyes. Seeing him awake brought her visible relief. Valier thanked her, though his memory of the end was hazy. "You won," she confirmed, then dropped like a stone. He was currently resting in the infirmary. Valier was impressed. This elite academy really didn't skimp on top-tier facilities for its students. A sudden worry struck was his rival nearby. Adriana nodded, confirming his fears with a small sigh. "He's in a separate ward," she reassured. "Did you really think they'd let you two finish the job?" Adriana looked annoyed. Those murderous glares during the duel made it clear the beef wasn't over yet. Valier let out a strained chuckle, but Adriana noted he'd jumped into that meat grinder with 0 hesitation. She assumed he'd pull a miracle. Valier, however, realized that taking a real beating was absolutely brutal. "All's well that ends well," Valier chirped. But Adriana's stern face said she totally disagreed. Just because he'd finally unlocked a supernatural gift didn't mean he should keep playing with fire. Valier shrugged it off, turning away. To him, this new power was just a convenient little upgrade. Any other skills would require burning through his achievement points, but Adriana had one final serious request. She begged him to stop acting reckless. Going toe-to-toe with a seasoned veteran wasn't a gamble he should take again. Valier suspected he'd find himself in another brawl eventually, but Adriana delivered a chilling, deadly ultimatum. If he did, she'd personally end his life right there. He quickly pivoted, promising to stay out of trouble. Though he truly appreciated her backup, Adriana just sighed. She dreamed of a polite freshman, not a walking disaster. Valier chuckled, knowing his stubborn nature wouldn't change, and suggested she just give up on fixing him. Even after she slapped some sense into him, Adriana never left his side, until he finally regained consciousness. After the medical staff patched him up and cleared his release, Valier finally stepped out of the infirmary. He ran straight into Professor Epin, who admitted that Valier's self-suggestion tactic was strangely fascinating. They initially pegged him as a supernatural dud, but this duel proved his hidden power had finally surfaced. Charging a veteran was peak insanity, yet the results spoke for themselves. His gamble had actually paid off. Valier stood his ground, claiming he only caused the chaos to force a much-needed change in the school. The professor mused that while effort matters, sometimes raw talent just boils down to sheer lucky timing. From now on, Valier was banned from using his abilities for violence, but the protagonist just smirked, giving a hollow promise to behave. Secretly, he knew his power was nearly impossible to detect while active. He played the fool, but he was far from being an actual idiot. This was his perfect, hidden ace. He wanted to shake the Academy's foundation, and it worked. Reinhardt and his sudden awakening were trending everywhere. The rumors spread like wildfire, moving far beyond the walls of his own specific classroom. From rival classes to elite veterans, everyone was buzzing about the royal class's most scandalous duel. A first year making this much noise, it would be weirder if people weren't losing their minds over it. The hostility in their eyes shifted to shock. They didn't just see an awakening, they saw a monster. Suddenly he crossed paths with Harriet. She tried to ghost him, walking past as if he were invisible. This was her prime time to gloat about his bruises, so Valier wasn't about to let her slip away. He stopped her, curious why she was suddenly speechless, which made the flustered Harriet snap at him. She finally blurted out that he deserved a worse beating. Valier just grinned, reading her like a book. He teased her, noting how panicked she looked while he was getting thrashed. Harriet's face turned bright crimson. He mocked how she turned pale as a ghost, nearly fainting. She screamed in denial, claiming he was lying. Claiming she'd never worry about a disgusting guy like him, she tried to look tough. Valier grabbed her face, but she slapped his hand away. He couldn't help but laugh. She was adorable when her pride was wounded, but the teasing stopped when he realized she was actually crying. Feeling like a jerk, he tried to compensate. He offered her a macaron as a peace offering. Harriet scoffed, calling it dirty, and refusing to touch it. It felt like he was a big brother picking on a little kid, until they finally burst into tears. He offered a sincere apology, but she just told him to zip it, tired of his constant, annoying mockery. Her family never treated her this way. She complained that he didn't have a clue how to treat girls. She was absolutely fuming, and hated his attitude. Valier reminded her that she started it by calling him a beggar. Harriet fired back that it was just the truth. Still, our protagonist sighed, trying to soften the mood. He told her he wasn't trying to be mean. He genuinely thought she was cute, a compliment he'd given before. But even a compliment didn't stop her. She reminded him that he'd pinched her cheek and laughed at her. Valier defended himself, saying he only did it because she looked so precious. She eventually sighed in defeat, agreeing to drop it as long as his filthy hands stayed far away. He insisted she take the treat, and she finally caved just to shut him up. After a quiet beat, Harriet's voice softened as she asked if the injuries from the duel were still killing him. Valier admitted the pain was definitely still there. She blamed his reckless choice to fight Mayerton. Without that miracle awakening, he would have been crushed. But Valier explained there are times when losing isn't an option, no matter how high the stakes are. That arrogant senior was the spark that ignited a primal need for victory deep within his soul. The girl shuddered, recalling his brush with death. Valier nodded. He'd stared into the abyss, yet here he stood. Later, Bertus arrived, buzzing about the shocking news. Valier had actually crushed a third-year senior. Valier simply shrugged. His supernatural gift had awakened just in the nick of time. Art approached, noting Valier's suspiciously rapid recovery. Then came the shocker. Art apologized. Beaten fairly, he swallowed his pride and swore off his absurd demands. No more freshie bashing or power trips. Valier realized Adriana was right. The guy wasn't a total monster. Perhaps Art was cornered into choosing Mayerton. Under the bravado, he was just another pawn. Adriana, though she was a saint, carrying the burden of disciplining juniors must have been soul-crushing for her. Those snakes probably chose her precisely because she was too gentle to even swat a fly. To be forced into cruelty, then mocked by Art's lackey, the thought made Valier's blood boil. Feeling a pang of guilt for his own venom, Valier offered Art a surprisingly sincere apology. The crowd gasped at Valier's humility. Art, stunned, nodded in gratitude for the newfound respect. Bridges mended for now. Art vowed to apologize to Adriana next, but first academics called. Epin dropped the big news. The Victory Festival was kicking off next week. It was the ultimate celebration, the historic anniversary of humanity's triumph in the Demon World War. The entire temple would usually shut down for the month. However, reality check classes were still a thing. Due to the tight syllabus, they only scored a 5-day break. Still, the students cheered like they'd won the lottery. 5 days of freedom was a massive W. No more brutal morning drills, just pure, unadulterated rest. For Valier, it was the perfect chance to finally reunite with Alaris. It had been way too long. Suddenly, a weird curveball, Class A11 was exempt from night classes. Valier stood there completely lost. The teacher brushed him off with a vague, "Just keep going," leaving Valier spiraling about some imaginary mistake. Left with no answers, the duo slumped onto a wooden bench outside waiting for the clock to tick. Valier stared at the empty pool, wondering why the water had vanished just because it was chilly. Couldn't they just use monostones for heat? He muttered, smelling a massive plot hole in the school's logic. He questioned the lack of hot water. An indoor heated pool would make winter swimming a total vibe. Epin sighed. While possible, the maintenance costs were astronomical. Plus, nobody wanted to swim in stagnant winter water. It was a luxury the temple wouldn't fund. Epin shot him a suspicious look, questioning his sudden obsession. "Just curious," Valier lied. He still couldn't wrap his head around why an outdoor pool was locked tight. "Planning on some winter laps," the teacher teased. Valier just grumbled, feeling his logic was sound. Epin looked at him like he was an alien. That's when the realization hit Valier like a truck. The teacher totally thought he was some creep trying to catch the girls in their bikinis. "She'll be here soon," Epin said, turning to leave. "Wait, it's not like that," Valier pleaded. He scrambled to clear the misunderstanding, but Relendria appeared, cutting the awkward tension short. She beamed, genuinely impressed by his sudden awakening. A natural ability appearing now, truly unheard of. "Surprised me too," Valier admitted. Relendria noted how vanishingly rare his specific case was. Instead of a lecture, it was time for a live trial. She prepped her timer as Valier took his stance. 8 seconds flat. A new personal best, shaving off precious milliseconds from his previous record. His self-suggestion was working. He'd visualized the finish line and the reality shifted to match. She'd worried it might distort the world, but it seemed limited to amping his physical limits. It was terrifyingly unique, a supernatural force that rewrote reality based purely on the user's will. But Valier felt his mind fraying. Self-suggestion was essentially gaslighting his own body into peak performance. If he believed he was a world-class sprinter, his muscles responded as if it were fact. It all boiled down to his mental threshold. It was basically the ultimate winner's mindset taken to the extreme. "You okay?" Relendria asked. Valier sighed, admitting that playing God with his own mind was exhausting. "Don't sell yourself short," she encouraged. But Valier felt the power was more of a burden than a blessing. The physical gains were subtle for now, but Relendria knew better. This was a power that demanded absolute focus. His mastery over his supernatural trait was surgical. Even at low output, his activation speed was instantaneous. It was clear to her, Valier already moved like an expert before his powers even fully awakened. He possessed a freakish talent for self-suggestion. Though meant as a compliment, the protagonist felt strangely insulted. With the evaluation over, he's cleared for standard classes. Valier immediately retreats to his room, to rot in bed. This power felt like a total cringe trope, making him seriously question his life choices. Out of nowhere, his phone vibrates at a ridiculous hour. He picks up, tension spiking. A voice summons him to the main hall immediately. It's Charlotte, and she sounds desperate for answers. Upon meeting, the princess grills him about the duel. How did it feel to suddenly manifest high-tier supernatural abilities? Valier shrugs, calling the self-suggestion trait pretty decent. She asks if he can essentially become anything he imagines. Our main character just nods, confirming the basics. Then Charlotte drops the real question, where is the boy she's hunting? She wonders if his belief could track a location. Valier plays it safe, claiming he'll attempt a vision scan just in case. She hands him a portrait, her desperation palpable. Valier realizes he needs to buy time with a clever lie. Grabbing the sketch of his own face, Valier realizes just how deep he's in. Does she carry this everywhere? Thinking fast, he claims to see a vision of a decaying fortress. Charlotte's breath hitches as she demands details. Valier describes a boy galloping away from a ruin on horseback. He paints a grim picture of knights in hot pursuit, with monsters lurking in the shadows. Hearing this, Charlotte crumbles into tears, begging for even a shred of more information. Valier realizes one small lie is snowballing into a disaster. This web of deceit was going to crush her. He knew he was playing with her heart, but the protagonist doubles down on the fiction anyway. He claims the vision is looping and blurry. Charlotte's voice trembles. Is he at least still breathing? All she needed was a sign of life. Valier confirms it despite having no idea where his other self was. He's safe, he lies. Charlotte sobs with pure relief, thanking him for this false hope. Silence hangs heavy until she composes herself, swearing him to absolute secrecy about this meeting. Valier figures she's hiding this from Bertie's. Charlotte smiles, reminiscing about the boy who became her savior. Without his intervention, she would have lost her mind or died in that cage. Locked in a dungeon of blood and shadows, he was the only light that appeared. He promised they'd survive, claiming humanity had won. He was her only anchor in the chaos. Even though he'd lost his memories and identity, his presence was incredibly grounding. But Charlotte knew. He was probably terrified too. Yet he stayed strong just to stop her from shaking in that hell. In that darkness, she swore to help him reclaim his lost past. She needed to find him to fulfill that vow. Valier watches her, his heart heavy. That kid went through hell. Maybe those memories were buried for a reason. Some truths are better left forgotten, but Charlotte disagrees. She wants to face him first before deciding. She pleads for Reinhard to find him. She'd do anything to find him. Valier smiles bitterly. This was a high-stakes gamble for a beggar. He was the one who caused this mess. Returning to the dorms, a shadow awaits. Bertus mentions his sister's desperate search, and the protagonist's heart nearly stops. Why was he awake? It was obvious he'd been eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Valier plays it cool, saying she just wanted a reading. He adds that Bertus likely knows the target. Bertus laughs it off as common knowledge. But Charlotte was keeping him out of the loop. He grills Valier for progress. The main character realizes Bertus is marking his territory. Valier lies again, claiming he only has a nameless portrait and 0 leads. Bertis asks if her sister revealed the boy's identity. It didn't matter though, because he was hunting the boy too. He orders Valier to report any breakthrough instantly. Alone, Charlotte was a ticking time bomb of self-destruction. But with him, she'd finally reached her limit. Right then, Bertus remembered a burning question. There was one thing he desperately needed to know. Was Valier really the Thieves Guild's next master? Valier countered, claiming the whole thing was just a massive misunderstanding. He'd never even met those thugs. Bertus realized Valier was likely tighter with street gangs than the official guild. But the deeper meaning behind the prince's cryptic words flew straight over our hero's head. Bertus argued that underworld crime was inevitable. Even if the Thieves Guild vanished, a new shadow would rise. Total eradication was a pipe dream, but if he held the reins, he could at least manage the chaos. Then, with a chilling gaze that pierced Valier, Bertus dropped a bombshell question. Do you want to become the Thieves Guild? Master, Valier stood there, completely clueless. Then, the next day came. Adriana bid her classmates farewell, feeling pure relief that the long-awaited break had finally arrived. They planned to regroup at the central square later. That's when Adriana noticed Valier approaching her. She was heading home tomorrow but reminded him she was always available if his thoughts on the church changed. Valier confirmed his own departure, bidding her goodbye. But on his walk back, his mind drifted. He couldn't shake Bertus's wild proposal. Did the prince actually expect him to rule the underworld? It was a chess move. Controlling a familiar face made it easier to pull strings from the shadows. To Bertus, it wasn't crazy, it was calculated. Valier wondered if this cold mindset was required to become emperor. Bertus just laughed it off as a tease. It was a massive scheme, far too grand for right now. The prince wished him a casual good night and vanished. By morning, Valier was still drowning in thought. Suddenly, Ellen's voice broke his trance. He'd been so fixated on Bertus's words that he couldn't focus. Unable to lock in, he decided to skip training. But Ellen was a completely different story. She was drenched in sweat and breathing hard. It was obvious she was pushing way past her limit. She insisted on training more, leaving Valier to wonder what inner demons were driving her this hard. He told her to take it easy and left, but his conscience forced him to turn back. He grabbed some snacks, grumbling to himself. He wasn't usually the caring type, but she was special. Something about Ellen just demanded his attention. This unwanted attachment was starting to feel a little dangerous. He might have overprepared the food, but with Ellen's legendary appetite, nothing would go to waste. But when he entered the gym, his heart dropped. Ellen was slumped on the floor, completely unconscious. Trapped in a nightmare, she relived pleading with her brother. Why did the burden of sacrifice fall on her? She begged him not to go, but despite her cries, he turned his back and vanished forever. Ellen finally woke up in the infirmary with Valier nearby. He scolded her for treating the floor like a bed. He warned her about the toll on her health. What if her lungs just gave out mid-session? The nurse told him to chill. Any later and things would have been bad, but Valier saved the day. He'd carried her to safety personally. Valier tensed up as the nurse described his frantic arrival. Apparently, he looked pale and terrified while begging for help. The nurse then explained the real issue. Her body had simply shut down from brutal overwork. She needed to stop treating her health so recklessly. Ellen nodded weakly and thanked her. As soon as they were alone, Valier demanded an explanation. She admitted she slipped during a maneuver and slammed her head right into a training dummy. That's lethal, he snapped. A concussion is no joke and she shouldn't be making rookie mistakes. A smirk played on his lips as he realized he'd played the hero. He made sure she knew it too. He told her to move out. The nurse's holy magic had patched her up, so no more excuses. He offered her the sandwiches he'd accidentally overmade. Deep down, they were always meant for her. He wanted to ensure she felt properly grateful. And so Ellen followed him out, snack in hand. That's when Ellen mentioned she needed a shower. Valier jokingly asked if she'd pass out in there too. She just hated the smell of sweat. Plus, breaking curfew wasn't even a concern for them. Valier remembered that in the original story, Ludwig snuck out constantly, so why should they follow rules? He headed for the cafeteria first, but Ellen warned him. One wrong move and the director would snag him. She suggested her room instead. Valier stepped inside, jaw-dropping at the unexpected vibe of her private space. In this place, a guy entering a girl's room wasn't even a big deal. No drama, just facts. Back when he was writing this world's lore, he designed mixed dorms just to keep the plot moving smoothly. He questioned his own writing. What could kids even do here? Late-night card games were the wildest it got. They were just teenagers, after all. Valier felt zero nerves, and Ellen seemed just as chill about it. Her room was a mirror of his, stark and empty. Aside from some training gear, it was totally bare bones. A lone bag sat in the corner. Ellen finished her shower, and Valier signaled it was finally chow time. Rain began to drum outside as they ate. Valier noted how sadness often strikes without a clear reason why. But that's the reality. Keep those dark thoughts locked away, and they'll eventually rot you from the inside. Ellen agreed. She'd trade her very soul to save the world if she could. Then she popped the question. Did he have that same resolve? Valier realized she viewed death as a final cold curtain call. Even the legendary hero who saved humanity wasn't alone. The world still worshipped the name Artorias with zeal. Deep down, Ellen grieved for her brother. She was caught between aching, longing, and a sharp, bitter resentment. Valier countered that you only find your true courage when destiny calls. She couldn't help but agree. She vowed never to go out like that. Turning around, she prepared to reveal a hidden secret. She drew an otherworldly blade forged from literal tears. Valier stood puzzled, unable to grasp its cryptic origin. Then it clicked. This was lament. He never imagined seeing the twin blades wielded by the legendary Artorias. There was Alshbringer, the blade of the war god. And then there was the Morning Edge, Mensis's lament, the moon god's relic. Right there, a legendary weapon whose location had been a mystery for ages. Only Ellen's inner circle knew the truth. Artorias had gifted her this divine memento before marching to war. Valier let out a nervous chuckle, half expecting an ambush. But it seemed she just wanted to share. Ellen beamed and thanked him. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. Achievement unlocked. Ellen's revelation. Her true identity had surfaced way ahead of schedule. Later, Valier ventured out into the bustling city market. He crossed paths with Alaris. Her eyes widened as he offered a casual greeting after their long separation. She panicked, fearing for his safety alone. Valier just shrugged it off, cool as ever. He'd taken the scenic route to shake any tales. His only plan was to chill through the holidays. Alaris wondered why he didn't stay at the temple. He admitted he only came because she was there. His words tugged at her heartstrings. Still, sneaking around the city was far more complicated than it looked. Valier teased her about her daily routine, but her expression remained clouded with a lingering, anxious worry. He recalled the day he wandered in to hawk those scrolls. That chance encounter started this whole mess. Alaris dropped a bombshell. This shop was the key. It was his final known location before vanishing. Valier asked if the hunters were lurking. They didn't suspect Alaris yet, but the heat was definitely on. This was the only lead they had, so every shadow held a pair of watchful, suspicious eyes. Word on the street said she'd swiped a fireball scroll from Borton. Valier stood there, absolutely floored. Apparently, Borton was their informant. Valier remembered him as the weirdly generous guy who gave away freebies. He groaned, clarifying it wasn't a heist, it was a gift. Borton probably thought he was offloading junk. He even offered cash for a flawless replica. Alaris's jaw practically hit the floor at the sheer audacity. Fake scrolls are death sentences. She snapped that he deserved every bit of the trouble coming his way. Valier wasn't sure if he deserved the karma. He'd just played himself. He just wanted some peace. He checked in on the gang's status. Alaris noted that Loyar had been keeping things strictly professional. Unless it was a crisis, silence ruled. But it was finally time for the crew to regroup. They'd head to the hideout tomorrow. That night, sleep stayed away as they whispered into the darkness. Alaris confessed she didn't see humans as superior or kinder than demonkind. They were just different monsters. Humans understood how to thrive, but they'd gladly butcher their own kind to keep that power. Their blatant cruelty often pushed her to the limit, prompting Valier to ask if something was wrong. Alaris hesitated, whispering that the truth would wait until dawn. They endured the long night together. At their next meeting, Sarkagar's roar echoed as he sprinted toward the prince for a crushing embrace. Alaris revealed the bombshell Valier's supernatural power had finally awakened. They never doubted his terrifying potential. Nearly suffocated, Valier begged him to let go before his eardrums shattered from the deafening noise. When Loyar asked about life at the temple, Valier joked that his schedule left zero time for boredom. Alaris prodded for more, and Valier finally recounted the brutal details of his duel with Mayarton. The trio froze in shock. Alaris looked devastated, still wishing for peace despite the inevitable violence. While she mourned the bloodshed, Sarkagar was mesmerized by Valier's icy and calculated ruthlessness. He saw pure warrior spirit, but Loyar snapped, reminding the prince she'd ordered him to stay low. Stepping back into the temple, Valier smirked, noticeably free from the restrictive necklace he once wore. Alaris felt a wave of relief, yet Valier sensed they were harboring a heavy unspoken secret. He remembered Alaris mentioning a darker agenda that required the entire council to be present. The air turned ice cold as Valier pressed them, confused by the suffocating gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Sarkagar dropped a bomb. Rumors claimed the Victory Festival would auction off captured demons. Valir reeled at the mention of the black market, assuming most demons died when the war ended. He couldn't fathom the reason for such trade. What twisted use did humans have for broken monsters? Elleris's voice trembled, suggesting the Imperial elites were treating living souls like sick collectibles. He initially dismissed buying orcs or goblins, but then the grim reality of their destination hit him. Succubi. They were the main attraction, the most sought-after prizes in this hellish underground market. Their human-like beauty fetched high prices, but Valir knew these predators were walking death sentences. Keeping soul drainers was suicidal. Elleris nodded, confirming the extreme danger these creatures posed to owners. Through brainwashing and cruel surgeries, these demons and incubi too were turned into mindless, obedient toys. Valir realized that while many died, semi-humanoid types were kept alive as high-end living merchandise. They became soulless objects for human entertainment. That was the brutal reality of the slave trade. Valir knew they had to act. Sarkagar's blood boiled at the sight of such blatant human depravity. But failure meant total exposure. Lawyer reminded him these three were his only loyal blades left. If he lost even one, their foundation would crumble. Elleris stood firm with the others' warnings. Valir realized that without his intervention, the remaining demon races would have faced absolute extinction. With no other hope, they would have thrown their lives away like moths to a flame. But his existence was the ultimate variable, making his personal safety the priority above any rescue. If the original novel's script held true, this festival marked Ludwig's legendary debut with his friends. Ludwig would rescue a kidnapped noble, but Valir knew he had to prioritize his own caged people. They were prisoners. Valir felt trapped in a world where the protagonist's narrative controlled everything. To be honest, he felt like a total fraud. Just an old man in a demon's skin. He wondered if there was any logical reason to gamble his life for strangers he barely knew. Rebuilding a fallen kingdom was a death trap, and he wasn't exactly the self-sacrificing hero type. He hesitated despite their silent pleas. Elleris apologized, sensing the heavy burden she'd placed on him. She suggested dropping the matter entirely, but Valir cut her off with a sharp, determined look. He noted that exhaustion breeds doubt, but the crushing sleep deprivation is the ultimate source of chronic fatigue. Elleris found herself suddenly drowning in a sea of confusion. Despite her bewilderment, the protagonist doubled down, insisting that a peaceful slumber was his only true desire. Finally, he makes the call. They're going in. A stunned Elleris begs him to repeat that, but Valier remains firm. They needed to liberate the prisoners, even if it meant doing something reckless. But Elleris quickly intervenes with a warning. There were three critical factors the protagonist had to grasp. First on the list, the black market's hidden location. Second was the prisoner count, followed by classified security details circulating exclusively among the high-ranking nobility. Street rumors wouldn't cut it here. Since this was Sarkagar's specialty, he stepped up to handle the investigation himself. The burden of infiltration fell on him. Valier knew that for a secret market they'd need a solid way in. Sarkagar admitted the sellers were a mystery, but leaning on the right noble would definitely yield the answers they needed. When Valier questioned who organized this shadow market, Sarkagar countered that the answer was actually quite obvious. Redirecting prisoners mid-transit to the capital proves this scheme was orchestrated long before the Imperial Army's triumphant return. This meant the masterminds were already in bed with the captors. Furthermore, if the lower commanders were kept dark, a figure of absolute authority must be pulling the strings. Elleris agreed, as Valier realized the unit commander was involved. Even the overall commander had to be in on it. For our protagonist, the situation was spiraling into pure chaos. Snatching prisoners from a few commanders was easy, but since word of this was already spreading like wildfire, among the elite, things would turn impossible if the Imperial family stepped in. If that nightmare scenario were true, both Bertus and Charlotte would be caught in the crossfire. Elleris sighed, admitting they couldn't ignore that terrifying possibility. He questioned if those two were truly aware. This wasn't some petty scheme organized by the Thieves Guild. The Imperial family and their lackeys were the architects here. If so, security would be tighter than a drum. They'd have to shatter the defenses, liberate the demons, and somehow vanish into thin air with the survivors. Valier wondered if magic could bridge the gap, but Elleris warned that powerful enemy mages would be waiting. Mages on par with her own strength would likely maintain anti-magic barriers, making their spells completely useless. As he analyzed the situation, his excitement chilled into cold reality. This mission was quite literally impossible. Elleris questioned the timing. Why strike? While the market was in full swing, Valier was caught off guard. She explained that the market's opening day would actually be the absolute worst time to attempt a daring rescue. Striking before the auction or after the sales was the play. Pre-auction security would be significantly more relaxed. Once the prisoners were sold off, the unified defense would crumble as ownership shifted to individual buyers. Buyers would have to guard their own prizes, creating perfect openings. The room fell into a heavy silence. They realized she was spot on. Sarkagar added that those bidders would be dropping absolute fortunes on these demons. Lawyer noted the immense difficulty, but refused to resort to slaughter. Valier felt the plan finally had legs. However, Sarkagar cautioned that securing the full list of high-profile auction participants would take some serious time. They could liberate anyone on that list, drastically lowering the risk factor for the entire operation. But once a few demons vanished, rumors would inevitably spread, putting the entire city on high alert. The nobility would double their guards immediately. As the trio debated, Valier descended into deep, silent thought. If Elleris's plan succeeded, the public would blame some rogue criminal syndicate for the daring demon heist. This would ignite a massive uproar across the empire. The mere thought of escaped demons hiding within the capital would be seen as a direct threat to national security. Consequently, the city would be swarming with guards. Word would eventually reach the temple. However, Valier remembered writing a suspiciously similar event in his original novel. Even without his intervention, the brilliant Elleris would have likely devised this exact strategy on her own. Sarkagar and Lawyer were both fully on board. If they moved forward, they would follow the plan strictly. The black market demon trade and the subsequent rescue were events destined to unfold with or without Valier. He didn't understand the why, but he knew the what. In the original story, this operation was a failure. They needed a superior countermeasure, but transporting every single prisoner simultaneously seemed like a total pipe dream, unless he fixed the core issue. That's when a wild idea struck Valier. Could Elleris use mass teleportation? He pressed her on the ability. She confirmed it was possible, but required a massive casting time. How long? A mere 30 minutes, she murmurs. Vanishing with everyone while under a magic barrier, that's practically a death wish. Elleris recalls that specialized anti-teleportation fields aren't exactly common, even in the world's most high-security zones. While an anti-magic net seems inevitable, Valier bets on the slim chance they've left a fatal gap. He grills her on the numbers at the auction house. Her answer, 20 souls, is her absolute breaking point. Under the cover of darkness, she might push 50. Valier notes the cargo consists of humanoid demons, succubi, and incubi. It's a tight margin, especially since most prisoners he saw during his breakout were either human-sized or massive. Lawyer presses him for a plan B. Valier admits there's another path to liberation, but it's incredibly risky. Their current firepower just isn't enough. Sarkagar interjects, pointing out that this illegal black market is a stain on reality. Trading demon lives like cattle is a moral abomination. Lawyer nods, her eyes burning with a quiet, lethal fury. Only the vilest scum would operate in these shadows. Valier understands the dark nature of their enemy all too well. Demon trafficking is a capital crime. What happens, Valier muses, when the public finds out nobles are the ones buying. Confused stares meet him, but the protagonist doubles down. This illicit trade would absolutely shatter the Empire's prestigious image. A scandal this massive would ignite a riot. Lawyer questions if the commoners would truly take to the streets. Would they really storm the market? Valier explains that once the secret location leaks, the chaos becomes unstoppable. It would be a total bloodbath. Sarkagar warns that the Imperial army might slide in disguised as mercenaries. They'd crush any dissent with iron fists. Valier acknowledges the Empire's might, but he has an ace up his sleeve. It's not just the peasants who'll be fuming. This trade spits in the face of the world's most powerful zealots. Elleris is lost, so Valier drops the bomb: the church. Selling demons like pets is a direct insult to their faith. The Templar Knights will see this as heresy. Expect a scorched earth response from every major religious faction across the continent. These holy warriors answer only to God, not the Empire. When the holy hammers drop, total anarchy will erupt. The black market dealers won't have a prayer of escaping. No amount of coin can bribe a fanatic. Eventually, the traffickers will be forced to surrender their merchandise to the knights. They won't risk a holy war for a few gold coins. The Templar Knights are a force of pure, unyielding conviction. To those who view demon slaying as a divine calling, the Empire's complicity is the ultimate betrayal. Faith is law here. Defying the church is a suicide move the Empire can't afford. Sarkagar realizes the brilliance of the trap. It stops the auction, but Elleris hesitates. If the Templars take them, every single demon faces the executioner's block. Valier nods. But the knights are slow and bureaucratic. That delay is the tiny window they need to strike. These prisoners are walking proof of the Empire's sins. The church will squeeze the emperor for every drop of leverage. A political nightmare. If they force a change in the auction's venue, the advantage swings entirely to Valier's side. Without time to set up anti-magic wards, they'll be sitting ducks. Valier leans in. Now is the time to strike. They'll execute a mass teleportation heist. But there's a catch. Anyone beyond Elleris's limit is as good as dead. It's a grim gamble, but it's the only way to save the majority from a certain brutal end. Lawyer counters, why use a risky spell when a teleportation portal exists? Valier's interest is instantly piqued. Lawyer believes the odds are in their favor. Using a permanent gateway changes the entire math of the escape. Everyone makes it out alive if they move as one. Valier asks if this hinges entirely on the destination. If that portal leads straight to the Templars, they're golden. Sarkagar notes the capital is packed with massive warp gates. One specific gate sits right on the doorstep of the Templar HQ. That is their ultimate target. They'll hijack the convoy mid-transit. If they beat the knights to the punch, they'll ignite absolute mayhem. Amidst the smoke and fire, the prisoners will vanish through the gate. To ensure no one follows, one last step remains. Elleris will shatter the portal the moment they cross. Valier knows these gates work both ways, break one, break both. Severing the connection leaves their pursuers stranded. Valier grins, the plan is perfect. Lawyer is assigned to trigger the riot. Elleris commits to the magic, while Sarkagar prepares to infiltrate the guards. The pieces are finally moving. It's a complex clockwork plan, but Valier trusts his crew. If even one gear slips, he'll have to improvise. He'll use his unique oversight to course correct in real time. Later, Elleris thanks him, leaving Valier genuinely puzzled. After all, they're the ones doing the heavy lifting. Elleris simply smiles. She's grateful he's leading them into this madness. She deeply valued his unwavering faith, yet he wondered if she was truly this composed. No matter their choice, blood would spill during this jailbreak. Whether Templars or guards, Alaris had already taken countless lives. Years of slaughter had left her soul weary. That was why Valier's genuine empathy touched her, though she insisted he didn't need to carry her burden. Sleep finally claimed them until the Victory Festival ignited, turning the streets into a sea of celebration. But beneath the joy, the rescue mission began at the Merchant Guild. Perched on a nearby rooftop, they watched the captives' prison. Their goal wasn't to purge corrupt nobles, but a pure rescue operation. Even a perfect success only meant saving those trapped in the black market. With stakes this high, they decided to strike immediately, rather than waiting for the auction to start. Intelligence from Sarkagar and Lawyer confirmed the grim reality: roughly 100 prisoners were being held, stashed within the Merchant Guild's hidden vaults, likely deep in the Bucket or Mapo districts. Step 1 was to expose the truth. They weighed two options to spark internal chaos, either sending a letter to cause an uproar or planting seeds of rumors. However, whispers alone wouldn't pinpoint the exact vault where the slaves were kept. Ultimately, a detailed letter became their chosen weapon. They leaked the intel to the Templar Knights who took the bait. Now they ghosted toward the black market, Valier marveling at the perfection of their invisibility cloak. It was mind-blowing that even from the roof, not a single soul noticed them lurking above. Alaris just smirked. But one anti-magic field could strip their cover instantly, and sharp-eyed enemies were everywhere. One slip meant a total wipe. Suddenly, Lawyer's senses flared. The scent of the Templars was surging. She hadn't expected them today, but the letter clearly worked. A massive force was descending on the guild HQ, while others secured the perimeter. Valier wondered if they planned to wrap this up quietly. It felt off. Crushing the black market publicly would have been the honorable route. Their intel suggested the auction was peaking today, with demon captives set to be sold like cattle. A nervous guard challenged a knight, demanding a formal apology if this raid proved to be a bust. The tension was thick as Lawyer reported the standoff between the guards and the Templars, and it didn't look like those guild dogs would yield easily. But the peace didn't last. The guards finally moved and the Templars breached the guild, charging straight for the holding cells. Valier knew the curtain was rising, the real nightmare. If the Templars decided to execute the evidence, everything would go up in flames. He needed to pivot and use the chaos to his advantage. Panic surged as he checked his system. The review function was locked dead. He was flying blind, unable to foresee or stop a potential massacre of the prisoners. With the Templars holding the sword, he scrambled for a backup plan. Was there really no other way to save them? If he failed here, it would be a bloodbath. Seeing him go pale, Alaris asked what was wrong, but he just choked out an excuse, terrified the knights would choose slaughter over salvage. Lawyer hissed a warning. The Templars were closing in on the final objective. They had to stay the course. Those prisoners were more than just victims. They were the ultimate leverage, needed to tighten the noose around the Empire's neck. For that reason alone, they had to survive. Valier prayed the knights wouldn't pull the trigger. The Templars finally dragged the captives into the light. The count matched their estimates perfectly. Surprisingly, they looked intact, no obvious signs of torture or broken spirits. Alaris was genuinely floored. Everything was unfolding exactly as Valier had predicted. The sheer relief nearly knocked him sideways. He questioned if his review and reality had finally merged. Perhaps it was destiny, explaining why the system failed. Valier whispered a silent, thanks to the heavens. Lawyer signaled that the target was confirmed and the clock was ticking. It was time to deploy the portal. They leaped across rooftops, racing to beat the Templars to the punch. Sarkagar might be in deep trouble. Suddenly, hushed voices echoed, questioning if they were about to be caught. Those greedy merchants would claim they were doing research. The real issue was their scheme to monopolize and sell human cargo in the shadows. The entire Allied forces were pulling similar stunts. At least most of them had the decency to hide behind better excuses. As long as they snagged a few scapegoats, the world would turn a blind eye to the operation. Valier tried to decode their cryptic conversation, but Alaris and Loyar remained tight-lipped and silent. It was clear the Templar Knights were knee-deep in this corruption. Finally, the pieces of the puzzle were fitting together. They were stuck in a cycle of hesitation. Ironically, the Templars should have been the first ones to act. Valier questioned if he'd overestimated their holy devotion, yet Adriana's smile remained unshaken and serene. She believed she could live through grace alone. Everything was proceeding smoothly, but the logic behind it was pure insanity. Suddenly, Lawyer pointed out the hidden teleport gate. They had to gear up immediately before time ran out. They needed distance from the Templar Knights, but before he could alert Sarkagar, a knight's roar shattered the silence. Invisibility magic detected, the knight screamed. They were ordered to flush out the intruders hiding in the shadows instantly. Elleris knew their cover was blown by detection spells. Valier, move. Get to the portal now, she commanded. Intruders on the roof, the knight bellowed. He demanded they reveal their identities before he cut them down. Stealth was no longer an option. Valier stopped hesitating. It was time to unleash the revision and change the script. He yelled for Elleris to trigger the mass teleport. Too late, he realized she was channeling a massive fire spell instead. She unleashed the flames, leaving the knights screaming in terror. They couldn't fathom who possessed such overwhelming power. Casting high-tier magic so effortlessly was unheard of. Valier could only watch the ensuing carnage in stunned silence. The original plan was a simple distraction, with 0 casualties, just enough to buy the prisoners an escape window. They were supposed to slip through the gate. Clearly, Alaris had a much more violent agenda in mind. Was she planning to incinerate the Templars and the prisoners together? Her rage against the church was truly terrifying. One rule was now etched in Valier's mind: never cross Alaris. An angry Alaris was a literal nightmare. As the flames raged, a veteran knight barked orders. Hold the line, steady yourselves for a real fight. A blood-curdling roar tore through the air. A massive lycanthrope was lunging straight for their throats. Demons. The realization sent a wave of panic through the prisoners. Keep moving, Elarice barked, snapping them out of it. She ushered them toward salvation at the portal. They're escaping, the knights screamed, desperate to stop the jailbreak. The knights rallied for a brutal counteroffensive. Valier watched in awe at their terrifyingly fast recovery. These were battle-hardened veterans. Seeing them regroup in mere seconds sent a chill down his spine. Even with Elleris and Loyar's insane strength, holding off an entire army was a suicide mission. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the atmosphere. The solid wall of knights began to crumble under the pressure. Confusion turned to pure dread as a dragon-like shadow emerged from the heart of the raging inferno. They finally crossed into the Diratana forest on Kernstadt's border. The impossible escape was a success. The prisoners were free. They were safe from the slave market. Valier began checking the survivors, verifying their identities one by one. The nightmare was over. Valier couldn't help but be stunned. Sarkagar actually transformed into a literal dragon. His intervention saved the mission. Elleris gave the final head count. Everyone made it. Valier finally exhaled in relief. Ping mission clear. He'd successfully rescued 107 demon prisoners, banking 5,350 points. Looking at their tattered state, they'd clearly been through hell. It was time for a proper introduction. Valier stood before the weary crowd. The old king was gone, but his legacy was standing right here. Just call me Valier, he said. The crowd bowed in reverence. Their prince had returned from the dead. One survivor stood frozen in disbelief. Sarkagar gasped. The princess was alive. Valier locked eyes with a familiar girl. She'd heard the rumors of his amnesia. Valier felt nothing. He had 0 memories of her or their past. He apologized for the blank slate, catching her off guard. Still, she thanked him through tears. She never expected his survival. Her joy was palpable. Valier watched her puzzled. Were they supposed to be lovers or something? He explained his amnesia from the demon realm. Honestly, he didn't even want those old memories back anyway. Forgive me if I was a jerk back then, he joked. She stammered nervously, insisting it wasn't like that at all. Then, what was it, he pressed? She avoided his gaze, making him wonder if she'd actually spent her time mocking him. Fidgeting, she admits she basically clowned him back then. The disrespect was undeniable. It goes deeper than that. Apparently, Heir and Valier shared a past as childhood companions. She is the succubus queen's heir daughter of one of the legendary 4 celestial kings. Simply put, Heir was the pampered child of the demon kingdom's 3rd most powerful figure. Living in that shadow, Valier turned into a total menace, constantly picking fights with everyone. She practically raised him on fistfights, using her elite status to shield her violent actions. Heir routinely thrashed him, but Valier retaliated by making her life a living nightmare later on. Their bond was messy, to say the least. Then war claimed all 4 celestial kings. Heir was dragged off in chains until the supposedly dead prince arrived for a miraculous rescue. Given their toxic history, Heir found it nearly impossible to swallow this new reality. Valier offers a clean slate, admitting he probably earned every punch he took back then. She stutters, avoiding his gaze. He realizes just how broken she truly is now. He questions her former strength, hearing whispers of the atrocities humans inflicted upon her. Heir goes cold, revealing a jagged scar where humans violently tore her horn away. Tears fall as she details how they butchered her, removing her tails and performing experiments. They stripped her spirit bare, severing her connection to the powers that allowed her to resist. Left powerless, Heir sobs, haunted by her past mistakes and her current inability to contribute. He wanted to make amends, but seeing her this vulnerable feels like a crushing blow. Heir begs for forgiveness for her uselessness, but Valliere shuts it down. Mercy wasn't a transaction. He wasn't looking for pawns. With no apologies needed, the path to the Black Lands was open. The world is theirs. They aren't bound to him anymore. True freedom is finally within reach. He commends her resilience. While most survivors long for Home 10 choose a different path, that choice would render the war meaningless. Valliere wonders what future awaits them back there. Heir chooses the Empire, admitting they're too weakened to serve as frontline warriors anymore. As demon royalty, returning home without power would only bring shame and unrest. Their magic is gone, but their physical forms remain. Valliere probes for her true intentions. Survival requires capital. She realizes that immense wealth can be a deadlier weapon than magic. They plan to build a financial empire, leaving even Elleris stunned by the princess's ambition. By dominating commerce, they can siphon the empire's wealth, a strategic victory for their fallen race. This gold will rebuild their world and fracture the empire from within through economic chaos. Total destabilization. Valliere exhales. The logic is sound, but high-stakes finance isn't his vibe. Between temple studies and war, he's broke. He questions how she'll secure the initial funding. She has a chilling plan. Heir calmly suggests that Valliere should put them on the auction block. Selling them into slavery would net a fortune, providing the seed money for his new enterprise. Valliere explodes in rage. He literally risked his neck to liberate them from that very fate. Returning to chains willingly, he thinks she's lost it, but Heir sobs that options are non-existent. She doubles down without their powers. This ultimate sacrifice is the only way to fund their restoration. Revenge demands their pride. If being sold means destroying humans later, she'll pay that price. Valliere commands her to stop the madness, but Heir continues to beg for his consent. The others join in, threatening to sell their bodies in the red light district if he refuses. Stunned, Valliere questions their sanity. Does she honestly believe that misery can buy happiness? He'd choose death over such depravity. They can survive without a throne. This sacrifice is unnecessary. Clean profit is possible, though. Valliere is still reeling from the darkness of her proposal. A humble tavern or a quiet inn, anything is better than the nightmare she's suggesting. Elleris mentions the Adena Islands, a bustling trade hub south of Kernstad, teeming with potential. Valliere scouted the girls' thoughts on the new location, hoping their business would finally thrive. A peaceful life seemed within reach, as Heir vowed to leave her dark past behind. She swore to be a vital asset to the protagonist. Valliere promised to be her shield. Ilera urged a swift return to the temple as tension began brewing in the capital's streets. Ipan dropped a bombshell, a total lockdown for all temple remnants during the Victory Festival. Chaos erupted as a demonic terrorist strike rocked the heart of the imperial city. Though no lives were lost, the elite Templar Knights suffered a humiliating and public defeat. A hellish inferno painted the midnight sky, paralyzing the citizens with pure, unadulterated terror. The month-long celebration died in days, and behind the scenes, Valliere pulled every single string. They were ambushed by demons in the middle of a festival, celebrating their total extinction. Scandal broke when reports revealed the Empire was secretly trafficking prisoners as common slaves. The same leaders preaching demon genocide were profiting from the misery of their own kind. Imperial prestige plummeted into the abyss. Valliere had single-handedly dismantled their glorious reputation. Achievement unlocked. The original narrative was rewritten, and the main story had been completely altered. The fated kidnapping of Isadora Delphine erased. That dark chapter of history simply vanished forever. Students trembled at the news, realizing the Great War was far from over. Ellen pressed Valliere for answers, unable to grasp why demons would target the Templar Knights. Valliere played it cool, urging her to focus on training rather than the world's chaos. Ellen sensed a trap, wondering why they attacked the capital instead of an easier target. Valliere watched her, wondering if she finally realized demons were just as cunning as humans. She suspected a hidden conspiracy. Valliere realized his friend was far sharper than he imagined. The truth will surface, he lied. He was a monster to the Empire, yet no demon. He had crushed the Empire's pride, while molding humanity's future savior into a legend. Lost in thought about his identity, Ellen snapped him back to their brutal training session. Valliere groaned, complaining that they had been grinding non-stop since their return to school. It was vacation time, and he begged her to drop the sword before she collapsed. If she didn't slow down, her body would break. He refused to let her hit rock bottom. He suggested enjoying their time off, but the stubborn warrior refused to leave the arena. Valliere didn't take no for an answer, grabbing her hand and sending a blush to her cheeks. He proposed a dinner date, though. Ellen immediately reminded him how much she loathed that soup. Valliere was stunned. Apparently, she only choked it down because she wanted to be near him. When asked for an alternative, she scrolled through a mental list of all the foods she hated. Meat, she demanded. Valier's wallet wept as he watched his savings vanish into her bottomless stomach. 5 steaks later, Valier realized he was dating a black hole. Thankfully, she offered to cover dessert. It was only fair. They headed toward a famous sweet shop, enjoying the rare moment of peace. Their path crossed with Radina, who was struggling through a solo archery practice session nearby. Startled, she accidentally leveled a loaded arrow right at Valier's face. Talk about a jump scare. Valier scolded her, questioning why she was out here alone, without her usual squad of friends. They're friends, not brothers, she snapped. Valier teased her for looking completely lost and confused. He joked that at her current rate, she'd finally hit the target in about 2 years. Just as she was about to explode, he offered to help as a peace offering. Skeptical Radina pointed out the impossible target she needed to hit for the grand prize. She wanted the giant teddy bear, but that required 10 perfect bullseyes in a row. Valier activated self-suggestion, gaslighting his brain into believing he was a legendary marksman. He failed miserably, leaving them both with a participation prize and a whole lot of embarrassment. Valier fumbled his shot, masking his failure with the lame excuse that he wasn't even trying. That's when Ellen stepped up to show him how a pro really does it. She sniped the prize with just 2 arrows. Valier stood there, completely floored by her terrifyingly perfect aim. Her movements were flawless, even though she'd barely touched a bow before. Without hesitation, Ellen gifted the stuffed bear to a stunned Radina. Overjoyed, the girl showered the freshman with thanks. Valier smirked jokingly, asking if he deserved some credit since he was the one who paid for the game. She snapped back, calling him a loudmouth idiot, while Valier just chuckled and patted the fluffy bear. He suggested they grab a bite together, leading the trio to a cozy cafe to chill and decompress. A bit later, the group was diving into a feast of treats. Radina glanced up, asking if he was a fan of black tea. Valier nodded, admitting he was only there for their company. He noted that they both seemed to have a massive sweet tooth, but something was still eating at the girl. Finally, Radina demanded to know why he was speaking to her so casually. The hero replied that he'd been waiting for the right vibe to offer a sincere apology. He just hadn't found the perfect moment until now. He bowed his head in regret once more. Radina sighed, noting that while she still didn't like him, at least she won their duel. She admitted she hated that arrogant senior even more, especially since he forced her to play the role of the enforcer. Wanting to change the subject, she shut down the conversation. That's when our main character curiously asked for her real age. She blankly revealed she was only 15. Valier froze. This girl was 2 years younger than the average freshman. He wondered what kind of monster skips 3 whole grades. Stunned, he asked what her actual major was. She scoffed, claiming he wouldn't understand. Then her eyes lit up as she prepared to give him a live demonstration. Magic was her domain. In an instant, a blazing fireball erupted in her palm, leaving Valier absolutely speechless. There was no chant and no circle. He gasped, asking if it was pyrokinesis, but Radina just shook her head. She called it pure magic. Getting hyped, she began cycling through a dazzling display of different elemental effects. Still reeling, the main character struggled to believe that such a broken ability actually existed. Radina smirked, confirming his suspicions. The temple officially labeled her rare gift as non-conjuration. She explained that because she skips the chanting phase entirely, her potential for growth is limitless. In the future, she'll drop high-tier spells instantly. Valier was shaken. He'd never imagined someone could bypass the laws of magic like that. Feeling herself, Radina asked if he was impressed yet. She's the top-ranked student in Class 201 for a reason. This wasn't just a skill. It was a supernatural talent that defied logic. However, she admitted the temple's praise was hollow. Without a massive mana pool to fuel it, her gift was basically a Ferrari with no gas. Valier realized that without the raw power to back it up, even the most legendary talent remains useless. Magic is the ultimate cheat code, but it demands everything high: IQ, perfect control, and a deep well of mana. If even one of those pillars is missing, reaching the top becomes an impossible climb. Radina was a genius who skipped grades, but she was trapped by her own low mana reserves. Valier tried to comfort her, saying she's still young, and her capacity will surely grow with time. But the girl knew the harsh reality. Looking defeated, she whispered, wondering what she was even supposed to do. The main character offered a piece of toxic advice to make her feel better. He claimed that deep down, people are selfish. He explained that we often find a twisted sense of relief when we see someone struggling more than we are. Radina stared at him, asking if he was just a bad person. Valier shrugged, saying, "That's just how the world works." He pointed out that some people have overflowing mana, but absolutely zero talent to actually use it. This blew her mind. She couldn't believe anyone could be that cursed when it came to magic. Valier confirmed it, comparing it to being born with massive muscles but having no brain-body connection to flex them. When he revealed he was talking about their classmate Kyler, Radina's jaw hit the floor. The more he explained, the more horrified she became. She began to pity the poor guy's situation. Valier smiled, noting that she's actually in a much better spot. The girl begrudgingly admitted he had a point. Turning red, she felt guilty for actually feeling relieved that she wasn't in Kyler's shoes. Frustrated by her own feelings, she called him a wicked bastard and a total menace to society. Later, as the group wandered through the city streets, Radina looked around in awe. She'd never seen a temple looking so renovated. Valier stayed quiet, knowing he was the secret cause of that entire incident. Later, she voices her dread over the Demon King's potential resurrection. Terrified of vengeance, she's met with the hero's indifferent shrug and a vague non-committal answer. Radina presses him on that dark possibility, but our lead counters demanding to know her true angle. Artorias is gone, she argues, questioning who will step up once the Dark Lord inevitably returns. No one matches his raw power or talent, Radina laments, descending further into hopeless despair. As she mourns the fallen hero, our protagonist notices Ellen drifting into a deep, silent trance. With a chilling tone, he suggests a mass suicide pact, terrifying the girl with his twisted logic. The Demon King is dead, yet a Demon Prince remains, who wants nothing to do with that throne. Artorias is truly lost, leaving behind a younger sister who rejects the burden of being a hero. A realization flickers in her mind, despite them being her closest allies within the academy walls. As Charlotte and Ellen's nemesis, he suddenly feels suffocated. Radina waves a final, cheerful goodbye, promising to treasure the plushie. Our lead suggests heading back the day's events feeling far too brief. He halts as Ellen calls out her expression somber, as she asks what if the Demon King returns. To his shock, she wonders if she is even capable of fighting. Valier remains silent, weighing his words. For ordinary folks like Radina, a hero's only purpose is to slay the rising Demon King. Ellen's talent surpasses even her brother's. If total war ignites again, her identity will be exposed. Everyone will realize she's the hero's sister and demand she lead the charge against the shadows. But this girl has zero interest in throwing away her life just to save the world. Still, she knows destiny will drag her in, which is exactly why she is so conflicted now. Comparing her to Radina, he flatly tells her not to fight, leaving her completely baffled and curious. Lightening the mood, he jokes that if she dies, he will have to eat every meal alone. But her gaze is stone-cold serious. Sitting down, he clarifies his intent with a heavy heart. He does not expect a lifetime together, but he cannot imagine a future without her by his side. Then catching her off guard, he confesses that he simply does not want her to die. Ellen questions if he is just selfishly protecting his own feelings. Valier pauses, searching for the truth. The world demands sacrifices, but does anyone offer the opposite? She cracks a rare, playful smile. He scoffs that no Demon King stands a chance against her, though she claims he is being over-optimistic. And so their vacation concludes passing by without any major drama, just as they had hoped. But cracks appear in the original plot, as unforeseen variables trigger a massive deviation in the story. Valier confronts a panicked girl named Adelia. Once she confirms her identity, she demands to know his motives. While his mind races to process the chaos, an instructor breaks down the recent alarming events. He claims academy security is top tier, promising safety as long as students do not act recklessly. Despite his words, parental anxiety is peaking. He finally announces that anyone feeling unsafe can withdraw. This offer to leave or take a hiatus catches our protagonist completely off guard. A student asks about the consequences, and the teacher warns she will be forced to repeat the semester. Missing first semester credits means a total reset, a detail that leaves our lead absolutely stunned. The future is warping before his eyes. These kids seem ordinary now, but they are all future legends. Panicked, Valier realizes this butterfly effect might have been triggered by his recent prison break stunt. Originally, Ludwig helped Scarlet with her hair color issues, but now Charlotte has seized that role. Charlotte rips into Bertus over the incident, demanding total discipline to uphold the Empire's prestige. Their friction has evolved into something far more intense than what the hero originally wrote. With the protagonist gone, his grand design is spiraling into absolute chaos and uncertainty. The teacher gives one last chance to quit, but the girl cites her parents' immense fear. Another student steps forward seeking guidance. The instructor gestures for them to follow him after class. Sensing a mess that needs fixing, our hero steals his resolve and marches into the room. Valier corners a girl inside the classroom, startling her. When she demands an explanation, he coldly asks if this is room A7. Adelia stammers a nervous yes. Her blood runs cold, as Valier bluntly asks where that idiot went. Claiming they're friends, he demands her whereabouts. And just like that, the interrogation begins. He corners her, pressing for Harriet's location. Paralyzed with fear, Adelia struggles to find her voice. Spilling the truth means calling Harriet an idiot. Finally, she breaks, whispering that she's at the communication room. She needed to make a call. Valier pauses, calculating Harriet's likely return time. She's likely calling home again. Valier's voice suddenly barks out, making Adelia jump out of her skin. She looks around confused, but they're totally alone. Valier's gaze intensifies as he prepares his next question. Is Harriet really planning to drop out? Adelia nods, and Valier's mind begins to race. If Harriet vanishes, Adelia is lost. She's desperate for her friend to stay, but feels completely powerless. Valier ponders the situation before dropping a bombshell. Adelia needs to convince Harriet to stay. The idea terrifies her. How could a commoner like her challenge the will of a powerful high noble? Questioning the great Duke of St. Ouen is suicide, yet she wonders if she should try. She turns to Valier. Do you want her to stay too? When he admits it, Adelia's heart races with unexpected excitement. Is he catching feelings Adelia can't believe Valier might actually be interested in the high and mighty Harriet? Has he been flirting this whole time? His intentions are written clearly in his eyes, unlike anyone she's ever met. Just as she processes this, Harriet walks in, wearing a mask of fake surprise. Oh, you're back, Valier casually asks for a private moment, leaving Harriet blinking in utter confusion. The room is a disaster zone of scattered clothes, sending a wave of hot embarrassment through Harriet. Her scream to get out echoes through the halls. Valier just shrugs. It's not like she owns the place. Harriet cuts him off, her face flushed as she frantically begs him to leave immediately. Hey, watch the threads. These are expensive Valier protests as she tries to physically shove him out. He's genuinely baffled. Why is she acting like a total lunatic right now? Her face turns a violent shade of crimson. Shut up, she roars, losing all composure. The shout rings out. Valier suggests talking inside, but she snaps that she'd literally rather die. She'd rather perish. When he asks if she's leaving, she scoffs. Why do you care? It'll be a relief. A whole year without your face. Perfect, she mocks. But Valier just gives her a chillingly calm look. Her bravado falters. Then Valier drops the hammer. Don't leave. Harriet freezes her mind, going blank. A realization hits her, and suddenly she's a blushing mess, tripping over every single word. Shouldn't he be glad she's gone? Why the hell should I listen to you? She stammers inwardly. Valier sighs, admitting he can't read her mind, but he wonders if she's considered the consequences. If she quits now, she returns next year as a lowly junior, below him in rank. You cool with that? He smirks. Harriet's eyes widen in horror. No way, absolutely not. A year is a lifetime. Valier grins. Next year I'll be the senior teaching you some manners. She protests, knowing he hates the hierarchy. I hated being the junior. He laughs, but being the boss. Different story. Maybe 100 push-ups to start. Furious and teary-eyed Harriet demands to know why he's torturing her. The mask breaks. Tears stream down her face as she finally admits she never wanted to leave. Her parents are forcing her hand. In these tense times, walking away now feels like a political disaster. It's a nightmare for the royal family. Terrified of the fallout, she begs for a way out. Valier's tone sharpens. Then grow a spine and convince your parents to let you stay. Does she really think the crown will take offense? He tells her to prove the temple is secure. If the prince and princess are safe here, why wouldn't she be? That's all the leverage she needs. Your previous logic was mid, he scoffs. Harriet stares. Are you really just a kid? That's what happens when you actually use your brain, he retorts. Harriet stands there, completely stunned. Footsteps approach. Valier checks the time. Snack time already, he says, turning back to the girl. Since she's grabbing a bite before heading out, he encourages Ellen to relax. Meanwhile, the other girl curiously asks where he's heading. A heavy silence falls over the two girls. Harriet suddenly realizes this is her first real face-to-face showdown with her rival. Tongue-tied and awkward, Harriet watches the clock crawl until a voice finally announces that dinner is served. Moments later, they're all digging in. Harriet asks if he's a chef in the making, but our hero shrugs it off as mere sustenance. Valier has to rein Ellen in as she starts vacuuming up all the food again. In the middle of the chaos, another girl wonders how these two became so tight and asks for their origin story. Ellen shoots a look at the guy, who is completely oblivious to the tension. He's left wondering why she's staring at him with such intense eyes. Just as she's about to spill the tea about a certain letter, our MC lunges forward to silence her instantly. Our hero spins a tale about fencing classes and a heated duel that supposedly forged their close bond. Ellen stays tight-lipped, letting him pivot the conversation toward tomorrow's plans to break the awkward tension. Harriet confesses her confusion about the whole situation, but ultimately decides to just go with the flow. When the guy demands to know what she was doing, Ellen blunts that he was the one who wrote about being in love. That love letter was real, and the rejection stung, but he never expected to pay such a steep price for those 200 points. The dining table falls into a suffocating silence as everyone at the table processes the sudden revelation. Suddenly, the girl asks if it was all a scam. A flustered Valier meets her gaze and finally comes clean about her suspicions. Ellen stares blankly into her mug, admitting she suspected as much, while our hero offers a desperate apology. She brushes it off, and by the next morning it seems Bertus has already cleared one major hurdle for him. Bertus had stepped in to convince Harriet and Liana to abandon their plans of leaving the group. It wasn't persuasion, it was straight-up intimidation. Our MC appreciates the help, but remains suspicious of Bertus's hidden agenda. Just as Valier is lost in thought, Charlotte materializes out of nowhere to track him down. She demands a private word, prompting our hero to ask if the strict contact ban is still in effect. With a sly smirk, she notes that there are always exceptions to the rules. The room goes dead silent in her presence. He realizes this is the true terrifying weight of imperial authority. Valier worries if roaming around is too risky, but she dismisses his fears, insisting they're in a safe zone. The boy notes the hour is getting late and demands to know their actual destination. It hits the princess that she's kept him in the dark. She finally reveals they're heading to Aligar's bustling commercial district. Our MC realizes she's hunting for Valier, his own secret identity, since that's where the trail last went cold. A migraine flares up as he realizes Bertus's shadows might be tailing them, threatening to expose his charade. He's terrified that instead of his identity, he'll be outed as a double agent. He's truly living on a knife's edge. The princess senses his mounting anxiety and claims she understands exactly why he's so stressed. She notes that Bertus seems to favor him, but our MC isn't buying it for a second. He admits things are stable for now, so Charlotte pivots to explaining how the temple's grading system actually works. It's not just about individual performance. Group exams are the real meat of their evaluation process. She warns that every action ripples through the team, directly impacting everyone's final score and future standing. Sabotaging or neglecting his peers will only come back to haunt him. Is he really willing to take that hit? Valier wonders why she's giving him this lecture. The girl simply clarifies her position. Our MC notes that if their dynamic wasn't useful, she'd have ditched him a long time ago. He questions if these grades even matter to a powerhouse like Bertus. Charlotte counters that the stakes have shifted. In this new era, every point is a weapon. The past is gone. Now they're locked in a high-stakes survival game for the crown. The princess reminds him that if one of them slips up, the other claims the throne instantly. Our MC recalls the emperor's chilling decree from their first day of school. That imperial message wasn't just for the siblings, it was a warning for every single student to stay in line. Charlotte is convinced the emperor knows about Bertus's assassination attempt on her life. He's playing a long game, trying to freeze the bloodbath before the palace floors are stained red. She stressed that prioritizing everyone's survival was paramount, otherwise the situation would spiral out of control. Personal drama couldn't interfere. Charlotte then questioned if a third candidate could seize the throne, if tragedy struck both heirs. Valier confirmed, noting she was checking if their current standing still held weight. Within the temple's eyes, Valier noted its influence wasn't absolute yet. It clearly swayed the political scales. Charlotte remarked that group projects often tanked her grade, so one missing member spelled pure disaster. Our protagonist finally grasped why Bertus forced the others out. The princess sighed, concluding her briefing. This was the exact spot where that mysterious boy had vanished into thin air. She urged them to scout the perimeter. They pressed onward, interrogating locals for any shred of evidence. But the trail went cold. Disheartened, Charlotte took a sip, admitting this hunt was proving brutal. Many refused to even meet her gaze, a fact our main character couldn't help but notice. They feared for their lives, knowing one slip-up meant execution. She pivoted back to today's intel. Most was old news. Playing dumb, Valier prodded her about that counterfeit scroll she'd mentioned before. Charlotte explained it was complicated, but revealed that the young boy had eventually abandoned her side. It was a survival tactic. But what could a memory-wiped kid achieve in this harsh world? He'd be running blind into a void. She suspected he still clutched those scrolls despite his failed deals. He likely hit a wall. Human and demonic artifacts are worlds apart, confusing any average merchant. They'd label him a fraud. Rumors claimed he swiped a fireball scroll, but nobody was buying it. That's where the breadcrumbs stopped. His last known sighting, a shop called Ilaris. She suspected they were feeding her lies. Rising, the princess declared they'd confront the shopkeeper directly. They marched straight to where the fireball scroll surfaced. The clerk looked at them completely clueless. Charlotte didn't flinch. She demanded the truth about the boy, her gaze piercing through the man's facade. The clerk babbled about a payday from an expensive scroll. Suddenly, the greedy owner chimed in. He began spinning a wild cinematic yarn. Valier rolled his eyes, mentally labeling the story pure fiction. The man claimed the boy handed it over willingly, yet swore he had no clue where he went. He hoped this info sufficed. Smirking, the princess replied that his words were actually quite revealing. The owner blinked, baffled. Charlotte didn't miss a beat, claiming she'd just uncovered a massive clue. She slammed a scroll onto the table, offering it for a measly 25% of its value. The man's jaw dropped. She challenged him to verify its authenticity, and he was left speechless. It was a high-tier lightning scroll. Charlotte coolly told him the choice to buy was his alone. He couldn't resist. He handed over 25 silver a steal compared to the usual 1 gold price. He grinned, celebrating his sudden stroke of luck. But then, the princess's expression turned cold. She grilled him on how anyone could have stolen from him during that transaction. He'd never left the counter while checking the scrolls, yet claimed he'd chased the boy away. Reaching the cabinet behind him required time he didn't have. The logistics simply didn't add up. It was impossible to miss a thief in that space. The guy was clearly hiding a dark secret. Cornered, the man began screaming, insisting his version of events was the absolute truth. He dared to curse the princess. That's when our hero slammed his fist down, shaking the room. Valier's voice was a low growl, warning the man to watch his tongue before things turned ugly. He shut down the lies, demanding a real explanation. Silence only proved the man's guilt. This wasn't a joke. It was a federal case. Withholding info would be his one-way ticket to prison. Valier offered a final ultimatum: the truth now, or a painful chat in a dark alley later. Charlotte watched in disgust. How could people be so shamelessly deceitful? She loathed being treated like a naive fool who'd swallow such a pathetic, transparent lie. Her fury was palpable. Valier watched her, realizing just how deep her disappointment truly ran. As they left, the main character mused that the Empire desperately needed better public education. Fed up with the blatant stupidity around them, she finally decides to drop the truth bomb. She's done with these clowns lying to the Empire and turns to our hero for backup. Clinging to his arm, Valier nods but begs her to chill out before things escalate further. She softens and offers an apology. Valier gives a quick thanks for the meal she treated him to. He wonders why a literal princess is eating street food. Prison changed her, she can't be picky anymore. In the demon pits, starvation was so brutal she almost ate a leather shoe just to survive. This meal hits differently than a simple cookie. But Valier worries she's being way too dark right now. That shuts her down instantly. He then asks if she knows what's scarier than actual demons. It's people. When hunger strikes, they do unspeakable things. Those memories still haunt her every waking moment. Madness and death were the only escape. Finally, Charlotte wonders if she's holding it together. Something feels off. Valier jokes if he's heard too much and is about to get silenced permanently. She plays along with a cold stare, then breaks into a laugh claiming it's just a joke. Being on the streets opens her eyes to new secrets. Valier asks exactly what she's discovered. She explains the pattern. The shops with the eyewitnesses aren't random, they follow a very specific path. Connecting dots is her specialty. She's already figured out exactly where our boy was heading next. He hit every scroll shop in sight. Every witness came from this exact perimeter of the city. That last shop was the final piece of the puzzle. There's no need to waste more time. The trail ends right here. It's clear now he didn't actually steal that scroll like everyone thinks. If he didn't steal it, he had no reason to run. They must predict his next move. He was trying to flip that demonic scroll. Valier tries to keep up, but Charlotte is already ahead. There's only one shop left that deals in the dark arts, and they're standing right before it. Valier is low-key floored. Her intellect is on another level. This princess is truly built different. Time to go inside. Valier wonders if this means the shop owner is caught up in something. Can't jump the gun yet. Since there's no intel from other areas, the truth is inside. Either that or someone's lying. Valier is sweating. Her logic is too airtight to even argue with. He panics, wondering if Alaris is home. She was supposed to be helping Ares' squad. Even if Charlotte doesn't clock his identity, Alaris being suspected would be a total disaster. If she keeps digging, she'll find out Alaris is a vampire. Valier desperately tries to trigger his power. Absolute fail. He needs 10,000 points and he's broke. Meanwhile, the princess is locked in. There's no turning back now. They're standing at the entrance, and she's not letting this go. Things go south fast as she reaches for the door. It's locked tight. The shop is dead. Valier tries to bail, suggesting they come back later. But he sees the gears turning in her head. A random passerby mentions the place is empty. Charlotte asks if it's always closed like this. The guy says the owner dipped on a long trip last Monday, right when the festival started. Probably just a vacation to dodge the crowds. But Charlotte isn't buying the relaxed vacation story. She demands to know when the owner returns or if anyone has the tea on her. But the woman vanished without a word. Even fellow merchants were left unread for weeks. She was nice, but a total loner. People say she had a heart of gold, but no friends. She never even grabbed a meal with anyone. Honestly, she was a terrible merchant with no vibe. The man shrugs and tells them to just try their luck some other time. Seems like a dead end. Valier is ready to head back, but Charlotte has an aggressive plan. She starts channeling mana, leaving Valier speechless. He's terrified of whatever she's about to unleash. The sheer pressure of her magic draws every eye in the street. The princess is going chaotic. Boom! She literally blasts the door into splinters. Let's go find that fireball scroll, she says. Valier is shook. Her obsession is reaching scary levels. As they enter, she orders them to split. To up their odds, a mysterious figure suddenly emerges from the shadows and approaches. What on earth is happening, she demands, eyeing the pair. Charlotte doesn't miss a beat. She identifies her as the true owner. The woman is baffled as to why they're here. Why smash her door and invade? The girl's answer is chilling. I am Charlotte, the Imperial Princess. Silencing her before she can even introduce herself, the princess demands immediate answers. Determination burns in her eyes. We need to talk, she states, explaining the hunt is on. She reveals a boy is being chased. The shopkeeper barely flinches. She's already seen the news. Are you positive he wasn't here? Charlotte probes. The owner's yes is firm, but the interrogation deepens. Checking her ID, Charlotte notes she's from Pergia. Tell me, is the Count a decent man? Looking tense, the owner counters that Bishop Rendry rules Pergia. There is no Count there. Charlotte's eyes narrow. Valier realizes it was a trap. She asked a question only a fake would miss. Only a local would know that truth, and the princess has the whole empire's map memorized. But Alaris was ready. Neither side is showing weakness. Are you a mage? Charlotte asked suddenly. A sharp no is the reply, despite the shop being loaded with high-tier magical artifacts. Strangely, no fireball scrolls are in sight. It's odd for a magic shop to lack basic combat gear. Combat spells are high demand, but the owner claims she won't sell anything that fuels street crimes. She avoids selling destruction. Charlotte takes the bait for now, but her suspicion remains sky-high. Bring me the ledger, she orders. They move to the office as Charlotte processes everything. She's dissecting every word. Realizing she's hosting royalty, the owner moves to prepare some tea. The duo watches the princess as she descends into a deep, calculating silence. Stepping down the stairs, she whispers to Valier, "Nothing about this woman adds up. It's sus." Valier is lost. She claims she hates crime, but ignoring the profit from attack scrolls is insane. This shop isn't about the money, it's a cover. And the ledger reveals the true desperate situation. She hasn't paid rent in 2 years. Mathematically, this shop should have been closed for ages. The place is too empty to be a home. It's sterile, lacking any sign of a real life. She could vanish in a second. Even without hard evidence, the vibe here is totally off. Valier is sweating. If the princess keeps digging, she'll find a secret that could get them killed. If Alaris is outed as a demon spy, her life in the capital is officially over. Charlotte already knows the shop is a front. She knows the owner is hiding a dark objective. Now she's going all in to prove it. If she discovers the demon secret, everything explodes. Our hero has to pivot. Charlotte, don't take this the wrong way, he starts playing his last card. It's all or nothing now. He has to convince her to drop the investigation immediately. Charlotte is baffled. Why stop? But Alaris is clearly bleeding cash just to keep this shop open. She's taking huge losses. Only the locals' foolish kindness and her stellar reputation keep her afloat. That clout is her armor. Valier bets that the fugitive actually did stop by earlier today. It's a plausible theory. The boy likely felt something was cursed about those demonic scrolls and ran. He probably tried to sell a fireball scroll elsewhere, and the owner saw the danger instantly. She would have kicked him out on the spot. Valier knows she'd never let that item stay. Alaris likely checked the boy's book. It's pure guesswork, but she has the eyes of a mage. She'd recognize the demonic energy immediately, and if she did, she'd have many questions. She must have interrogated him. Charlotte tilts her head, asking what he's getting at. Valier suggests she's actually protecting the boy. It's a massive gamble built on layers of half-truths. He knows he's playing with fire, and eventually he'll have to tell her the whole truth. If she's a mage, she probably saw the boy was in trouble and decided to be his shield. She was trying to save him. Charlotte finally agrees. If he's right, they can track him down. They need deeper answers about his connection to the Guardian. Losing her cool, the lady snaps that Valier is merely guessing. Why ditch their only solid lead now? But tracking the runaway down might just paint a massive target on his back. If they can find him, Bertus's hounds aren't far behind. Alaris returns, sensing immediate tension. The princess cuts to the chase, convinced the shopkeeper is knee-deep in this mystery. She links her directly to the missing scroll-bearer, certain the boy is in grave peril. Charlotte suspects a cover-up, believing the owner is shielding him from the shadows. Someone's out for blood. Fearing exposure, the boy likely begged for this elaborate deception. The princess drops her verdict, lie and face my wrath or confess the truth. Admit it and I'll back off. Now the million-dollar question, is he truly safe? Silence hangs heavy until Alaris finally folds, admitting she is indeed the boy's secret guardian. She offers a tense apology for the lies. Suddenly, Charlotte's composure completely shatters. The princess collapses. Soon, she and Valier find themselves catching their breath outside. Slumped on a bench, her face is tear-streaked and raw, while Valier watches in silence. He realizes she won't hunt the kid anymore, a fact he'd already figured out himself. With eyes everywhere, the truth must stay buried. The boy is safe, she promises. But his location and motives, those are secrets better left in the dark for now. Despite her modest rank, Alaris vows to protect him, acknowledging the princess's deep-seated anxiety. Trust is mandatory. To stay safe, she limits their intel to a strictly need-to-know basis. Switching to letters avoids the lethal risk of face-to-face meetings. A proxy might be safer. Valier's mind immediately flickers back to the mysterious boy from their previous encounter. Charlotte finally settles, whispering that Bertus must never get wind of their secret discovery. Valier nods and Charlotte beams, clutching his arm with a grateful, heartfelt smile. She admits they were lost without his expertise. Valier shrugs it off as pure luck. Despite his modesty, Charlotte vows to carry this debt of gratitude forever. Teeth chattering, Valier urges them inside before the biting cold freezes them solid. He believes Charlotte will shield Alaris. Mission accomplished. Or so it seems. Yet a lingering dread remains. He prays it's just exhaustion playing tricks on him. Hoping for a hot shower, Valier instead collides with a fuming Harriet. She's been waiting. She's been camping out for him. Valier claims he was busy working, wondering why she's lurking. Reality hits her. She finally has the update on that high-stakes talk with her father. Did it go well? Harriet's shaky confidence tells him something went sideways. Is the mission still on? Harriet reveals her father called off the meeting. Panic sets in. Valier presses her. What did the old man actually say? Stammering, she drops a bombshell. Her father wants a direct face-to-face with Valier. Why would a big shot care about him? Harriet admits her father smelled a rat. She used Valier's script, but her father immediately clocked that the words weren't hers. He expected, "Daddy, I love you," not strategic maneuvers. The script felt totally alien. Did she snitch? No, but her father knows Harriet isn't the mastermind here. Valier moves on. How's he being introduced? Harriet gives him a look that says everything. Did she describe him as a violent thug? Harriet's stiff silence is a dead giveaway. He's been framed as the villain. Valier closes the distance, eyes narrowed. Time for a reckoning. She begs for She loses it, screaming that he actually pulled it off. The next day, a bombshell drops. Number 11 is summoned by the Great Duke of Saint Owan. Our protagonist feels the heavy pressure. Later, sitting across from the powerful noble, he plays it cool, offering formal greetings to His Excellency. The Duke eyes him, confirming his identity as Reinhardt. He's heard rumors about the boy who tutored his daughter on some sensitive matters. After nodding, Valier asks why he's there. He simply explains that the girl was stubborn, so he provided a little push. The Duke presses, did she actually ask for his help? Swallowing his nerves, our hero confirms the truth. Sips tea. The man admits whether she goes or not doesn't really matter anymore. No big deal, right? He thinks she should keep it up, but then drops a bombshell. It's actually impossible for her to continue. Apparently, Harriet claims she'd never take advice from a lowly plebeian. Valier can't believe the hypocrisy of this girl. Suddenly, the Duke sets down his cup. He clarifies he wasn't trying to insult the boy's status. He explains Harriet has always been a total elitist, refusing to acknowledge anyone below her noble rank. Honestly, given her bloodline, she shouldn't have even looked at a guy like him, let alone spoken. Yet she didn't just listen, she followed his lead. The Duke drinks, while Valier's mind starts racing. Then comes the kicker. Does she have a crush on you? Valier just shrugs, claiming he's clueless. He adds that he's definitely not into her. The Duke's jaw drops, his calm facade instantly shattering into agitation. He rants, "Are you blind? How could anyone not fall for his precious, adorable daughter, ultimate girl dad energy?" Right then, Harriet kicks the door open. She's fuming, screaming at her dad and demanding to know what they're saying. She shrieks at Valier to get out. He's happy to oblige, but the Duke clearly isn't done talking. While Harriet rants for him to shut up, she's dying of embarrassment. How could her dad say such cringe things? Valier watches the chaos, realizing even the world's most powerful mage is totally whipped by his own daughter. Mortified, she orders her father to vanish. She told him specifically to stay away, but the Duke won't budge. He shouts that as her father, he's the gatekeeper of her heart. This sends Harriet into a literal boiling rage. Stuttering and fuming, she finally loses it, screaming through tears that she hates him. The Duke looks absolutely soul-crushed. As she storms off, he's left on the floor wailing her name. Valier senses the danger and decides to ghost. Back at the academy, there's a knock. It's Harriet looking shy. Valier asks if her family bonding went well. She snaps, asking if he's mocking her. Her dad ruined everything, but Valier just plays dumb. He stares her down before dropping the big question. "Do you actually hate me?" She turns bright red instantly. "Don't say such cringe things," she screams. Closing the door, Valier smirks. If she didn't care, why get so triggered? Harriet freezes, realizing she just got baited. She bangs on the door, screaming that she's not being teased. He just leaves her on read. Now she's pounding the door, practically crying for him to open up. He smiles, knowing she's definitely caught feelings. Fast forward, it's time for the grind back at the academy. It's superpower control class. Even though his self-suggestion rank is low, Valier is ready to level up. His activation speed is top tier, but he knows one guy is still faster than him. Enter Kono Lint. He teleports at the speed of thought. The catch: he arrives butt naked, totally useless. Valier pities the poor guy, but his turn is up next. It's showtime for our hero. Then there's Liana, a literal superpower prodigy who gets stronger just by breathing. Absolute cheat code. Even with his own insane growth, Valier can't help but feel a tiny bit of salt toward her talent. He wanted a peaceful semester, but things are getting hectic. An instructor announces that the hard work is over. Measurements are done. Now everyone needs to lock in, because mid-year exams are right around the corner. This is the make-or-break moment. For most students, these exams are a literal nightmare that could end their careers. The mid-semester storm is brewing. Valier spots Ellen nearby, looking as calm as ever. He asks if she's even planning to study since she's just swinging her sword 24/7. She just nods. Classic Ellen. She has zero interest in books. She only lives for the way of the blade. Even the big shots like Bertus and Charlotte are drowning in their own royal drama. Everyone is stressed and focused on the books. Our main character included. Is she really one of those natural geniuses who never touches a book? but still crushes every exam. Once that realization clicked, it felt undeniable, pure, unadulterated facts. When it comes to sheer brainpower, Louis from Class B2 is currently leading the pack. However, his focus completely slips the moment he enters the fray. Factoring in every variable, Ellen remains the undisputed number one. He wrestled with a dilemma. Is it even smart to keep training right now? If he doesn't pivot, his grades will hit rock bottom. A wave of doubt hit him. Should he dive into the books? His current scores are trash, and his confidence is even worse. Trapped in desperation, he still found the idea of studying painfully mid. Then Ellen drifted over, asking if he was actually going to lock in. Valier froze, processing her words. To him, it sounded like a subtle jab, basically calling him a dummy who desperately needs a tutor. He played it cool, claiming he'd just let fate take the wheel. Since she wasn't grinding, he wasn't going to either. Ellen shot back, asking why her habits mattered. Our hero shrugged. He didn't have an answer, he just lacked the vibe for studying. Suddenly, a ping from his terminal signaled a new achievement. He tried to play it off as no big deal, but he couldn't resist such juicy bait dangling right in front of him. He'd already burned 2,000 points on his sensitive magic talent, and he was still 4,000 short for the next level up. Looking at the numbers, these achievements were suddenly mandatory. He knew he had the brains, but clawing into the top 10 among 1,000 elite students, that was a massive reach. He scoured the list for alternatives. One warning stood out: cheating on the exam would absolutely tank his points, but catching a total fail would actually yield a massive payout. Since everyone already treated him like trash, he'd show them how it's done. Fueled by determination, he set his sights on the top 10. It looked like he was finally ready to hit the books. Ellen called him out for his sudden change of heart. Valier just played it off as personal growth while she watched him in silent, munching curiosity. Finally, she dropped a bombshell. She actually believed he'd crush his exams. The comment caught our hero completely off guard. She doubled down, calling him genuinely brilliant. Surprised by the sudden praise, our main character felt a flush of shy gratitude. But then, reality hit. Accepting unearned praise felt like a total loss, a pity win he didn't even want. He was certain this girl was miles ahead of him. Risking it all, he asked if she wanted to be study buddies. Without even a flicker of emotion, she shut him down with a cold no. Disappointment washed over him as he backed off. He paced around, trying to recall how this exam played out in the original plot. It came back to him a dedicated side story chapter. That was where Ludwig stood firm like an absolute fortress. He was the classic trope-heavy protagonist through and through, brimming with hot-blooded justice but stubborn as a mule. However, his academic scores were always a total disaster. It got so bad he was on the verge of flunking out. Desperate, he teamed up with a friend to finally fix his grades. That friend was Louis, a certified genius, but also a cunning, self-centered snake. Our hero cornered him unexpectedly, looking for a favor. Louis immediately tensed up, eyeing him with deep suspicion. Valier joked about his defensive vibe, asking why he was so twitchy. Louis couldn't fathom why this walking headache was approaching him. Our hero just flashed a sly, calculating grin. Then, without missing a beat, he dropped the act and begged for academic help. A girl nearby looked stunned to find our hero chilling in the Class B dormitory. When he revealed his study session, her jaw nearly hit the floor. He was actually hitting the books with Louis. He admitted the guy was a brainiac, but Louis looked miserable being stuck with such a notorious troublemaker. Finding the idea intriguing, she asked to join their little group. In the original novel, Louis would have ruthlessly rejected her, but here the vibes had shifted completely. Just then, a new voice boomed, demanding to know what our hero was doing there. Valier's ears perked up at the familiar tone. He turned around only to find Ludwig laughing heartily at the sight of him. Ludwig beamed, thrilled to see him in such an unlikely spot. The girl invited him to join the grind, much to our hero's annoyance. The overexcited boy jumped at the chance, calling it a fantastic idea. Valier fumed internally, calling him a total moron. Even though the guy usually skipped the books, his natural work ethic meant he was putting in maximum effort now. Our main character's plan for a private tutoring session was ruined. Still, Charlotte joining wasn't the worst since she was actually sharp. She leaned in, questioning if the narrator in their text was actually just deflecting their own deep-seated guilt. The boy tilted his head, confused. To him, it seemed pretty clear the person in the story knew they'd messed up. Charlotte broke it down, explaining how people use others to escape themselves. Valier could feel his irritation beginning to simmer. As Ludwig kept rambling and arguing, the hero finally snapped, yelling that even a toddler would grasp something so simple. After a frantic, high-decibel lecture, he asked how anyone could learn with such a chaotic brain, but the boy just chuckled. Bowing his head, he admits his focus isn't enough. Charlotte begs the MC to go easy on the poor guy. Our lead laments how he birthed such a brain-dead protagonist. Meanwhile, the girl keeps bombarding him with endless questions. The kid's clearly a few bricks short of a wall. Valier's blood boils as Ludwig fails every single basic question. But the stupidity is contagious. Louis roars the answer, hurling insults at the boy like a verbal grenade. The duo is stunned by his outburst. He mocks Ludwig, claiming a toddler would know better. Is the kid even human? He sneers that the question is too pathetic for a real exam. Frustrated Louis storms to his feet. Trembling with sheer disbelief, Charlotte reaches her limit. She bluntly asks Ludwig if he suffered some childhood head trauma. The MC is shocked. The sweetest girl just dropped a savage roast. Poor Ludwig. He's just standing there, utterly speechless. She doubles down her expression, screaming that no functioning human could possibly be this dense. Turning to our hero, she suggests the Empire desperately needs to launch a public school system immediately. Charlotte firmly declares it's not his fault. It's the Empire's failure to provide a proper education that's the problem. With a gentle smile, she clears his name. Our hero wonders if she secretly despises Ludwig as she keeps rambling. She envisions a future where citizen IQs skyrocket. Soon, these tragic displays of ignorance will be a thing of the past. Ludwig feels blessed, but the MC is just confused. Shaking off the weirdness, he dives back into his textbooks. Valier quizzes his companion on potential exam topics. Hours later, our protagonist finally takes a much-needed snack break. As he bites into his treat, a voice challenges him. Wait, isn't eating banned in Class A? The boy counters, asking for a specific rule. Louis shrugs. There's technically no regulation stopping the feast. Strumming echoes nearby. A student steps forward, inviting the crowd to a lunchtime concert that will lift their spirits. The crowd goes wild, but our MC remains unfazed. Nearby, Charlotte watches him with a gaze that's dangerously adorable. The vibe here is a world away from stifling Class A. Wearing a mask of pure boredom, the MC sighs. It's okay, he mutters. He notes Class B actually knows how to live, unlike the obsessive robots in Class A. He'd forgotten that life is for living, not just surviving. From today, outside of morning drills, everything changes. He pours every waking second into his books. His peers are floored by his grind, fueling his fire to work harder. His old man brain is struggling against these young prodigies. He'll die before he lets them see him slip up. He's gunning for perfection. With 100 students hitting max scores, even a single typo could end his streak. Disaster strikes. He misses a single question on the midterms. To him, that one error is a total catastrophe. Tension peaks as the final rankings are finally plastered onto the Academy bulletin board. First place. His name sits atop the elite list. It's unbelievable, especially since his overall rank was a lowly 734. Yet he conquered his class for one simple reason. The math was actually quite straightforward once you saw it. He crushed the reinforcement tests. The Academy values raw growth over static skill, and he's the king of improvement. Only Ellen and our protagonist reached the summit, securing the highest marks in the entire grade. Ellen choked on 2 questions during the integrated exam, handing him the crown. He failed the partials but won the war. He dominated an entirely different field. This shocking upset sends shockwaves through the Academy halls for weeks. May arrives in a flurry of blooming petals. But beneath the beauty, the wheels of fate are turning rapidly. Harriet ducks any mention of the drama with her father. One argument and she transforms into a flustered, shy mess. While she hides, Bertus shocks the masses. He's a dual-threat genius, mastering both the blade and the brush with ease. To top it off, his insane magical sensitivity is finally exposed. Now every eye in the Academy is on him. Restrictions lifted, he slips into Elleris's shop to trade secrets. With the princess hunt concluded, his role shifts entirely. He's now the ultimate shadow messenger. It appears Elleris has her own plans for the shifting political landscape. They've chosen to keep the peace for now. Word is, Eris found a cozy sanctuary within the city of Rizak. Thanks to Elleris's aid, she's thriving. Back at the Academy, a restless Charlotte waits for our hero's return. She's desperate for news from that child. Finally, the letter arrives, an apology for the sudden ghost-like disappearance. No goodbye, just silence until now. She's safe and prays Charlotte is too. But then the tone shifts. Charlotte overflows with gratitude for his immediate help. She pours her heart out, thanking him over and over again. She beams at him, but her radiant smile feels like a poison needle, piercing deep into his guilty heart. Moments later, our hero lies sprawled in the dirt, every muscle screaming in agony, as he realizes he couldn't land a single blow. Questioning if his skills rusted over while he was buried in textbooks, he mutters under his breath that he went down way too fast this time. Ellen just coolly explains that she's simply pushed her own level even higher. That explains the beatdown. Valier realizes he was crushed because she decided to stop holding back her immense strength, pondering if her mastery has truly reached a new peak, while proud curiosity gets the better of him as he questions the girl. If she's becoming a bit too obsessed with his progress, she falls silent, slowly raising her blade as she cryptically claims, "This is me," before driving the steel deep into the earth, marking his place. Our hero stares confused if she's pointing toward the rafters, or the endless sky above. Ellen suddenly asks if he'd even survive if she unleashed her true overwhelming powers. She points out that their endless grind has blinded him to his own growth. He's far more lethal than he realizes. Our main character admits she's equally terrifying, but can't help asking if she realizes how incredibly cringe that sounds. The girl simply shrugs, stating it's nothing but the cold, hard truth. Both are ascending to new heights of power, but the terrifying gap lies in their rate of growth. To our hero, she remains an insurmountable wall he may never climb. Valir recalls feeling sluggish and unrefined during the recent evaluation. Yet as he reflects on how his abilities have shifted, since his awakening, he realizes his raw power has at least doubled. Not to mention those daily sessions with Ellen have made crushing regular opponents feel like child's play. He wonders aloud if he should start taking formal swordsmanship more seriously. He could sharpen his edge even more, but Ellen's only response is a blunt command to stand up. The grind never stops. Dragging himself up, he jokes about it being time for another round of pain. Unsurprisingly, that's exactly what he gets. His desperate cry echoes across the academy grounds. Meanwhile, a hyped-up girl shares the news that our hero actually secured first place. Valir finds their over-the-top reactions a bit pathetic. The girl bluntly admits that he definitely doesn't give off genius vibes. Looking nothing like a scholar. Shifting gears, she suggests tackling their first group mission now that exams are finally over. Our hero nods in agreement, noting that this initial assignment is essentially a brutal survival trial. Apparently, these mission themes are set in stone. Cut to another location a short while later. Harriet is asked if she can use her high-tier magic to fell trees, leaving the mage looking completely baffled. She confirms she can handle it, earning a warning to stay sharp and avoid injury. Later, the plan is laid out. As Ellen and Cliffman get to work on the campsite's construction, just as Eepy and the others were stepping up, and Hauser finalized this week's grueling group mission, further details began to surface about what they were truly facing. Our hero looks visibly drained as they trek across a stunning shoreline, his mind racing over their current coordinates. To everyone's shock, they've been dropped onto a deserted tropical island. Instantly, one of the guys begins howling about the sweltering heat. He's immediately shut down by a girl for his noisy tantrum. Our main character keeps moving through the sand, internally screaming about why he has to suffer through this. As the sun beats him down, he curses his luck. This wasteland is just one of the Empire's many deserted reaches, spanning 3 times the size of the Academy. Their deadline Friday. They must endure 5 agonizing days no matter which route they take. Their only objective is simple: don't die. Looking over their meager supplies, the mood turns sour. One terrified girl trembles, asking if this is actually safe. The instructor bluntly warns that surviving without a strategy is suicide. He adds that anyone who throws in the towel will face a devastatingly low grade. However, the stakes are far higher for the elite class given their prestigious standing. They have to prove they are leagues above the commoners. This is their crucible. He reminds them to activate their emergency artifacts if things turn south. Elimination means an instant warp to safety, but for those who can meet secret objectives, the mission could end ahead of schedule, netting them a massive bonus. With that, the rules are officially set. As he wishes them luck, Harriet is already having a meltdown, demanding to know why they're being put through this hell. She questions if this even matters, sobbing that she just wants to go home. Meanwhile, our hero is already digging through his kit. He's surprised to find a decent array of tools stashed away. Glancing over, he asks Ellen if she's planning to call it quits. She shuts him down instantly, no chance. He throws the same question at Ludwig, who hesitates, lost in thought. Gripping a survival knife, he declares he's heading out with Ellen, charging the boy with protecting the rest of the group. He catches up to the girl, suggesting they stick together. Their worried teammate tries to protest their departure, but the duo must secure vital resources immediately. Our hero bluntly asks if he'd rather just stay and die. That shuts him up real fast. He'll handle the perimeter. Our main character ponders joining in, knowing Class A is packed with arrogant blue bloods. Most survived day 1, but the pressure eventually broke them. Aside from the unstoppable Ellen, the rest folded. It was a mass surrender. Meanwhile, Class B is crushing it under Ludwig's command, determined to clear the quest. That was the original timeline before Charlotte arrived. Now the script is trashed and the future is a complete mystery. He's done following the plot. Plus, Bertus is playing it smart, focusing on efficiency over ego to avoid any mess. If he can keep these brats in line, they might stand a chance. Suddenly, he recalls how quickly a group can spiral into madness. "We've got water," he cheers. He's likely counting on himself and Ellen to carry the team's survival needs. Thud coconuts pile up on the sand. The other kid stares in disbelief. How did they haul all that back? Our hero suggests using them as backup hydration. He looks on as Valier chugs down a refreshing drink. He pulls him aside for a quick chat. "Have you actually done this survival stuff before?" he asks, skeptical. Valier shrugs, explaining that movement beats rot every time. Staying isolated is a death sentence, he warns. It only drains your stamina. The boy is stunned. "Next up, we need a fortress for the night," Valier declares. "A safe haven." The boy doubts it, but Valier gestures to the massive piles of foliage and raw materials. "We build with what we have." He smirks, telling them not to overthink the blueprints just yet, because they have a pro in their ranks. Trembling, the girl admits she has the knowledge, but her nerves are frayed. She's missing her gear. but our guy pushes her, insisting that raw nature provides everything she needs to craft. Got a plan, Adelia? He asks. She nods tentatively. She thinks she can pull this off. The wild terrifies her, though. He hits her with the cold truth. If you aren't quitting, this is your only option. Sure, surrender is an exit, but they owe it to themselves to fight for survival first. Command mode on. He starts dealing out roles, asking Harriet if she can handle felling some timber. She agrees, and he warns her to watch her head. Then he turns his sights on Ellen and Cliffman. Their job, be Adelia's muscle for the camp build. Bertus watches Valier, realizing the guy actually knows his stuff. It's like his mental state buffed his leadership stats. Villain or not, the guy is a natural-born commander. Our hero pulls Bertus aside. Mind if I have a private word with those two, he asks. He considers them the team's MVPs. Okay, what's the deal? She asks, crossing her arms suspiciously. Give me the TL, DR, she demands. Valier can sense their hesitation. They're genuinely worried about his next move. They've never even vibed before, let alone spoken. Then he locks eyes with Heinrich. You're the fire starter, he orders. But first, go fetch some water. Wait, actual fresh water, the boy stammers. Exactly. He tells him to consult Adelia on building a purifier to keep the supply flowing. Heinrich fumes at being bossed around. Valier just gives him the cold shoulder, treating the brat like a piece of furniture. He briefly debates ditching the nuisance. Look, our hero snaps whether the order comes from me or Bertus, it's final. No water means we all die. Simple as that. He tells them to bury the hatchet for now. They're all in this sinking ship together. Heinrich stomps away, grumbling that he's doing this for the team. He definitely didn't take the order well. Next, target Liana. When he tells her she's on hunting duty, she's caught off guard. He points toward the crashing waves. Correction, she isn't hunting forest beasts. She's hitting the ocean. Time to go fishing. A bit later, Liana is giving it her all. She sighs, venting to our main character. My lightning mastery is still trash, she admits. Our hero nods, knowing how brutal that makes the task. She gets the strategy, get close and zap him. The problem, I can't swim to save my life, she confesses. Valier strokes his chin. What if I just carry you out there, he suggests, trying to find a workaround. Then it hits him, he'd just be a human conductor. Liana scoffs, how are you actually ranked number 1? Whatever, I'll stick to the shallows, she says. The plan is simple, get close, then unleash the spark. But there's another snag. Wait, I just realized. I can't actually touch the slimy things, she groans. Harriet's scream pierces the air as bugs rain down from the canopy. The boys in the back are clueless. They're totally lost. Meanwhile, Ludwig decides they've gathered enough. Time to prep for the long haul, he commands. It's cabin building time. He starts assigning duties to his crew with surgical precision. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Class B is moving suspiciously. What are those guys actually plotting? He's still clueless about the test's hidden rules when Ellen shows up hauling another massive food delivery. Harriet lets out a blood-curdling shriek, making her partner wonder how her lungs haven't exploded yet. Valier explains that Liana literally fried this monster with her lightning. Honestly, it's the biggest he's ever seen. It looks surprisingly gourmet, but the rest of the crew is busy debating if it's actually toxic. While Harriet stays paralyzed by the lobster monster, Ludwig figures the teachers wouldn't let them die. Probably. Ludwig points out one lobster won't feed the squad, which instantly kills Liana's vibe. She storms off to hunt more, while Valier warns Ludwig that wasting water is a death sentence. Ludwig asks about more coconuts, sending Valier into an absolute spiral of annoyance. You think climbing these trees is a joke, Valier snaps, and the terrified boy immediately shuts up. Then it hits him. Why is he stressing when they literally have a guy who can teleport? He pivots instantly, declaring that the teleporter is now officially the designated coconut fetcher. Fed up with the guy's laziness, Valier orders him to stop slacking and start hauling. They need real fresh water now. Using sticky coconut juice to clean wounds is a recipe for disaster. Somewhere on this island, a spring exists, if the world he wrote is still following his script. Winning isn't the priority. As long as he grinds out points by Friday, he's golden. He wonders why he's even trying this hard. Part of him just wants to knock himself unconscious. Suddenly, the rustle of an animal breaks his thoughts. He bolts toward the sound senses on high alert. A creature dashes through the brush right into the sights of a mysterious woman perched above. She nails the kill perfectly, but realizes a giant beast isn't exactly easy to carry solo. Need a hand with that? Valier asks, approaching Delphine as she stares at her oversized prize. Recognizing him, she admits she's completely stuck trying to move this massive haul back to camp. Valier steps in to do the heavy lifting, genuinely impressed by her one-shot, one-kill archery skills. She explains that in her homeland of Talprad, holding a bow is as natural as breathing. Valier plays it cool, but his meta-knowledge tells him exactly who she is, the mountain-dwelling elite. She isn't just an archer. She's a patrol prodigy from a village of legendary marksmen. Right now, she's just a scout, but soon she'll awaken a rare and devastating spiritual magic. As a descendant of the extinct elves, Delphine carries a bloodline of pure ancient power. Back at camp, she beams with excitement, calling out to Charlotte that the hunt was a success. Charlotte's jaw drops seeing Valier. Delphine quickly explains that he's the only reason she made it back. Delphine is practically glowing, and Charlotte finally gives in, with a reluctant, "Oh, it's you, Valier." "We're rivals, remember," Charlotte reminds him. "Why help the enemy?" Valier just smirks, asking for his tax. He casually suggests a boar leg would be fair payment, making Charlotte burst into laughter. She leaves the decision to Delphine, who doesn't hesitate for a second to share the spoils. "Take the leg," she beams. Suddenly the water explodes as a newcomer joins the party. A boy emerges like a hero, triumphantly hoisting a massive fish on his spear. He starts flexing his catch to the whole group, completely hyped about his underwater haul. "That idiot's gonna feed us for a week," Delphine sighs, telling Valier to collect his share at sunset. The boy even offers Valier some fish, admitting he's caught way more than they can actually eat. Valier accepts the extra loot, while Charlotte just shakes her head at the lack of competitive spirit. Everyone waves him off with high energy, looking more like friends than bitter rivals. "See you later," Delphine shouts. When Valier hits his own camp, the interrogation begins immediately. He lays out the whole story, leaving Bertus genuinely puzzled about how he secured such a feast. Valier explains he was just the muscle for a boar hunt, which sends a chill down the prince's spine. Bertus is terrified of being mauled in his sleep, but Valier just thinks he's overreacting to some bacon. Bertus remains cautious, urging everyone to stay sharp before making their next move. He thanks our protagonist, noting that extra rations are a blessing. With their shelter finished, Valier admits that constructing the cabin was surprisingly effortless. However, Adelia points out the leaking roof. Our hero proposes building a wooden floor to escape the damp soil despite the grueling effort required. Following his lead, the group works in a trance, completely consumed by their survival tasks. Time vanishes when focus peaks. Soon, the aroma of roasting fish wafts through the campsite. Yet the mood stays heavy. Harriet grumbles about missing silverware, so Valier suggests using foliage instead. Distant laughter echoes from the trees, making the girl wonder what could possibly be that fun. Back at their camp, the gloom persists. Bertus acknowledges the brutal hardships everyone has endured. Sleeping in the wild is nightmare fuel, but he reminds them this is their debut mission. He challenges their resolve, refusing to fail their first test. Suddenly, a student calls his name. Bertus grabs a fish and begins tearing into it like a beast, praising the incredible taste. Seeing their hunger, he invites everyone to feast. They finally dig in, surprised by the quality. Still, they crave seasoning. Harriet mentions this is her first time ever tasting lobster. She feels guilty for enjoying the meal. Sensing her conflict, our hero approaches and offers a gift. He insists she eat. She questions his motives, but he tells her to stop talking and bite. Harriet hesitates the pair, sitting in heavy silence until she finally takes the first bite. Out of nowhere, Ellen bolts toward the ocean. Valier shouts as others watch in sheer confusion. With spear in hand, she plunges into the surf. Moments later, she emerges from the depths. To their amazement, she hasn't come back empty-handed. She's hauled in a mountain of fresh lobsters. The group stares, jaw-dropped. Ellen simply drops them by the fire, demanding they start roasting. Bertus expresses his gratitude while warning of forest predators. He begins organizing the night watch. He tells Valier he's deeply indebted to him. Our confused main character has no clue why. Bertus explains that without Valier and Ellen, the team would have quit. One side is drowning in despair, while the other treats this like a vacation. He seems strangely impressed by the chaos. He admits they're on another level. While they merely survive, the others are thriving. The gap between them is undeniable. Our hero realizes Bertus is reaching his breaking point. He looks shattered. Suddenly, he turns to Valier and confesses he's grateful for his presence. Daybreak arrives. Our hero never imagined he'd be pulling sentry duty again at this age. He reminisces about his grueling 2-year military stint. Suddenly, a figure moves in the shadows. It's Liana. She looks like a literal zombie. He asks if she's even slept yet. She mumbles no and wanders toward the trees. He warns her that the dangerous jungle lies ahead. It's pitch black out there. He reminds her of the warnings, but she ignores him completely. Valier grows firm, grabbing her arm and demanding to know why she's heading into the brush. He insists on an answer, but she rips her arm away with a sudden violent jerk. She looks absolutely livid. Our hero panics, wondering how he managed to offend her. Finally, she snaps. She just needs a restroom. She asks if he is quite finished. Reality hits Valier hard. 20 minutes pass as he stands by the dying embers. She still hasn't returned. Panic starts to set in. Is she in actual danger? He wants to help, but he doesn't want to scar her for life with embarrassment. He comes up with a plan. Shouting into the woods, he asks for a 1-spark signal. If she's in trouble, give 2 sparks. Suddenly, 2 bright flashes illuminate the trees. Thinking she's stuck, he awkwardly asks if she needs help cleaning up. He suggests using leaves, wondering what she could possibly want. But then, a barrage of sparks erupts simultaneously. Stunned, he asks if she's demanding seawater now. A tense silence lingers until a spark finally ignites. Before long, our protagonist is back at the base camp. The girl approaches, clutching a pot with a look of pure defeat. She brushes past him toward the shore. After kneeling by the waves, she returns with a full pot, her face a completely blank mask. "I'm giving up," she whispers. He wonders who could blame her, not after the hell she's endured. He wants to beg her to stay, but she was raised as a sheltered princess far from this grit. Valier argues that quitting now is a total waste, especially after she fought this hard to survive. Looking utterly crushed, she asks if he's serious. He nods, insisting it's too late to just throw it away. She's suffered enough. But Liana admits she's about to do something truly desperate, leaving him completely baffled. She drops low and crawls into the makeshift shelter, vanishing into the thick foliage without a word. A sudden rustle startles Valier. Suddenly, Harriet emerges, crying out for him with tears streaming down her face. With bloodshot eyes, she begs for guidance. He can see she's reaching her absolute breaking point. She really thinks he can fix this. It's low-key sweet, but watching her crumble like this is brutal. He stands and offers her the water pot. She looks dazed, but he firmly tells her to drink. They pivot back to fortifying the camp. With the chores done, Harriet finds a way to be useful. Using her aquatic magic, she secures more food. Honestly, human greed really has no limit in this game. While the crew builds Ellen and our hero vanish into the dense jungle hunting for a spring, animal tracks mean water is nearby. Survival 101 hydration is the difference between life and death. But it's not just for drinking, hygiene is crucial. These grime-soaked clothes are a total mental drain. A fresh stream would mean drinking and washing. Valier knows they need this win to keep going. The lack of cleanliness might break them. He hates their whining, but keeping morale up is essential. The pair collapses to rest, totally spent. He realizes Ellen is gassed. They can't keep wandering aimlessly. He shuts his eyes, focusing his senses. Suddenly, the faint melody of running water echoes in his mind. He points the way, and with a burst of hope, they push forward until they hit the jackpot. They found it. Without a second thought, the girl dives straight into the refreshing pool. Watching Ellen plunge, and Valier realizes just how much she's been struggling under the surface this whole time. He wonders if the others will make the trek. Washing is great, but the return hike is a sweat fest. Ultimately, the group will just vibe with whatever decision Burtis decides to make. Ellen tells him to back off. Confused, he asks why, until she bluntly says she's stripping down. The light bulb goes off. She's washing her gear. He figures he might as well do the same. Delphine originally found this spot, but Charlotte's presence has completely flipped the script on this timeline. His partner suddenly calls for a retreat. He asks why, if she's just hungry, they can wait a bit. She insists they leave immediately. Her eyes scan the clearing, sensing something dark lingering in the shadows. Scattered animal bones and cold ashes tell a story. She's convinced this is part of the exam's hidden trials. The realization hits Valier like a truck. They aren't the only ones inhabiting this cursed island. Back at camp, the group is hyped about the water. Finally, a chance to scrub off the grime. But it's time for a reality check. He reveals the campfire, dropping the bomb about other inhabitants. Panic ripples through the group as they process the terrifying implications of his discovery. Adelia panics, fearing cannibals. Valier argues that these locals are likely part of the school's mission. He's certain this is the special condition the instructors hinted at during the briefing. Does finding them end the test? He isn't sure, but Harriet is already hyped to hunt them down. Burtis agrees. Even if it doesn't end the mission, they can't just leave people out there struggling. The squad is ready to sweep the island and wrap this whole ordeal up immediately. Burtis pauses, warning that while the plan seems solid, there's a dangerous catch involved. He turns to our hero for a second opinion. Valier hesitates, lost in deep calculating thought. Unsure, he suggests a compromise: prioritize the water source for now and deal with the rest later. The squad is vibing in paradise, splashing around like there's no tomorrow. But Valier, he's playing it cool on the sidelines, just observing. This is how it should be, he muses. Watching the youngsters play, he finally sees a glimpse of true childhood. Bertus is skeptical about moving the base, fearing the risks. But Valier steps up, offering to scout and track everyone down. Wild beasts are prowling, and abandoning their established camp is a massive gamble. Just as the tension peaks, Bertus puts the talk on ice. Once the group's spirits lift, he finally pitches the idea: stay put or find a new home. Harriet is totally down for the move, but Liana, she's definitely not feeling the vibe. She drops a bombshell. She spotted a massive snake earlier, right on cue. Ellen strolls in with the beast, skewered on her spear. The girls are shook, prompting Bertus to call for an immediate retreat. They've hauled in enough water and supplies to last. With the meat stocked and the cabin almost fortified, Valier pushes the group. Shouldn't we finish the defenses before we take a break? The squad groans at the extra work, but they reluctantly agree to grind it out instead of chilling. Valier smirks, thinking, tomorrow you'll be thanking me. He knows the novel's plot: a brutal storm is coming. The group is clueless, but the moment they finish, the sky ruptures and a deluge hammers down. The rain is relentless. Bertus barks orders to take cover, while Valier warns everyone to be ready to jump ship. Panic sets in as Harriet's cabin starts to buckle. Within seconds, the entire structure disintegrates into ruins. A piercing scream cuts through the wind. Valier shouts for Harriet, who's blinded by the storm and terrified. She's losing her grip, about to be swept away. Valier yells for her to move, but the darkness is swallowing her whole. Desperate and trembling, Harriet prays for a miracle. Suddenly, a firm hand grips hers. Valier dives into the chaos, dragging her from the wreckage. Harriet is left gasping, completely rattled. Through her tears, she can't even see her savior. "You absolute idiot," Valier scolds. "Are you in one piece?" Recognition hits her like a truck. Valier signals that he's got Harriet earning a nice work from Bertus. "It's just water," he says, calming her down. "By sunrise, this whole nightmare will be over." He urges her to cast a warming spell to steady her nerves. As Harriet focuses her mana, Valier cheers her on as her magic swells. Glowing orbs of warmth begin to fill the entire cabin. Everyone is suddenly bathed in warmth. Valier is stunned. Did she really do this for everyone? Harriet just looks confused. "Was I not supposed to?" she asks. Valier smirks, remembering the selfish Harriet from the original story. This version of her is different. "You did amazing," he encourages her. "Keep that energy up." Outside, the island is being battered by the deluge. Bertus is shocked to see Valier still moving. Valier explains they're low on food, and he's using this slight lull in the storm to scavenge. Bertus agrees. Food is key, but he's got a bigger problem. Valier jokes. "Need a bathroom break." "Make it quick then," Valier says. But Bertus was doing head counts and realized something terrifying. Care has vanished. In the original plot, Class A should be gone by now, but the timeline is shifting. Only Ellen was supposed to remain. Now the horrors Class B faced are hunting Class A instead. The disappearances have begun. Eric swears Care woke him up before he headed out on watch. Heir vanished during his shift. If something attacked him, he should have at least had time to scream for help. Valier wonders if it's a mission trap or if the guy just got lost in the dark woods. Getting lost seems likely, but Bertus isn't convinced. He's narrowed it down to 3 chilling possibilities. 1, Care wandered off. 2, a mysterious third party snatched him. Or 3, it was their rivals. Class B took him. Valier is stunned. Why would their rivals pull a move like that? Bertus breaks it down. The goal is survival until Sunday, but the rules are wide open. Knocking out opponents early forces a surrender, ensuring an easy victory by Friday night. Valier is impressed Bertus's tactical brain is cooking up strategies even the original author hadn't imagined. Bertus asks for a favor. Valier needs to infiltrate Class B. Since he's a familiar face, they won't suspect a thing. The rest is up to Valier's improv skills. He plunges back into the storm-ravaged woods. The destruction is total. Did Class B retreat? Valier begins shouting Delphine's name into the void. Ludwig and Charlotte scan the area in panic. Suddenly, a mysterious figure looms through the mist. Valier rushes over to check on the boy. They quickly scramble toward a massive shelter tree. "Are you a spy?" Charlotte demands. Our hero slumps down, admitting he's messed up big time. He sighs, noting how grim things look. Charlotte agrees. The situation is spiraling out of control. He reports the carnage in Class A. It's bad, but nothing compared to the chaos here. Valier realizes their ranks are thinning. When he asks about Louis, Charlot's face turns pale. People are vanishing from both sides. This isn't a kidnapping. Something more sinister is happening. They share a heavy silence for the lost. Before leaving, Valier drops a tip about a waterfall. He mentions the fresh water nearby. Charlotte watches him go, her eyes filled with lingering worry. "Be careful," she whispers as they part. Back at camp, he spills everything to Bertus. They must find the natives. Even if it's a trap, they'll starve without finding food first. The heavy hitters split into hunting parties. It's a race to find either food or locals. Trekking through the brush, Leanna starts lagging. Valier wonders if she's already hitting her limit. She's a glass cannon superpower user. Between the rain and the cold, she's completely drained. She looks like a ghost. He suggests turning back, but the girl refuses to quit. He watches her struggle in silence. Finally, he forces her to stop and rest for a bit. They huddle against a tree. Suddenly, she asks for his weapon with a desperate look. Leanna surges electricity into the blade. She growls, wanting to burn this entire forest to ashes. Using lightning as a makeshift heater, our hero is low-key impressed by her clever ingenuity. She juices up the weapon for him. He takes it, wondering if she's actually sweet or scary. Hunting in this downpour seems impossible. Suddenly, Valier's instincts scream he's caught a scent. They come face to face with a beast. They freeze, keeping a tense 15-meter gap between them. Leanna's too slow for this. He's got one spear, but his aim is total trash. A light bulb moment. He asks Leanna to imbue the spear with a massive electrical charge. "I'll try," she mutters, focusing hard. Our hero locks in the air, crackling with energy. "This is it," he cheers, gripping the shaft. They both forgot one major rule of physics. Wet wood plus high-voltage lightning equals disaster. Our hero is currently acting as a giant conductor. Zap, his scream echoes as the deer bolts. Valier groans, realizing he played himself. "You're the lightning user, why didn't you warn me?" he grumbles. Leanna just rolls her eyes. "How are you rank 1 with a head this thick?" she mocks. Valier's ego takes a hit. She snarks that his empty head conducts electricity better. He's officially done with her attitude. She's nothing like Harriet. This girl is sharp, bold, and absolutely refuses to lose an argument. Fine, you win, he sighs, defeated. Let's just keep moving before we freeze to death. He wants to track the deer, but Liana doubts it. Suddenly, a bone-chilling growl stops them cold. Tense, they investigate the noise. They find two massive jaguars tearing into their lost prey. The beasts are already feasting. Valier freezes this. Definitely wasn't in the original story's script. Are you kidding me? He curses. Why are apex predators on a supposedly deserted island? We fight for the meat, or run, he whispers. An excited Liana waits for his move. I'll shock them with the spear, he suggests. Liana stares. Did that last zap fry his brain? No, you throw it, he clarifies. Liana hesitates, terrified of missing and getting mauled. We need a plan fast, he insists. Liana, however, is leaning toward just giving up. Just try it, he begs. She reluctantly charges the spear and hurls it with shaky hands. I don't even know anymore, she cries. The jaguar glares as the attack sails toward it. The spear whiffs completely. The jaguar roars and launches a lethal charge at the duo. Shock me with lightning now, he yells. She hesitates, then finally surges power into him. As raw power surges through him, he treats his own body like a conduit. He knows a blunt strike won't cut it. He commands the jaguar to strike, and surprisingly, the beast synchronizes perfectly with his will. Rain drenching the woods, the monster finally collapses. Liana rushes over her face, pale with worry. She panics, but he just smirks, claiming he needed a literal shock to finally wake up. She's speechless at his logic. Back at base, everyone stares at the massive haul they brought back. Harriet fretfully checks for wounds. He brushes it off, admitting he took a massive electrical hit. Harriet is baffled by the logic, while Liana just stands there completely stunned. Then reality sinks in for her. Suddenly, Berta swaggers in, looking triumphant. Balancing two birds Bertus beams. Our main character wonders how he actually pulled that off. Bertus shrugs it off as noble sport, noting the lack of food. Then he asks about Ellen and Eric. Someone reveals Eric vanished into the brush, chasing Heir, behaving totally reckless. By the flickering campfire, they offer Bertus a sincere apology. Bertus decides they wait. Valier worries for the boy, yet he's confident Ellen's strength is absolute. Bertus mobilizes the remaining squad for an immediate search party. Our hero scoffs one idiot's ego is forcing everyone else to pay the price. It's the bottom-tier trio again, those arrogant brothers Heir, Eric, and Kono. High on pride, but low on effort. Eric finally played the fool perfectly. Secretly, he's rooting for Class B. Deep in the woods, a desperate shout cuts through the air. A jerk is berating Scarlet, demanding she step aside now that she's finally grown a spine. He tells her to quit acting out while he's still being merciful. Is this guy really poaching Scarlet's kill? He should be finding his missing friend. Valier watches in disgust. Finally snapped, Scarlet prepares to end this nonsense. The bully didn't see it coming. Scarlet pins him, mentioning the princess's protection allows this. She stops only because she refuses to sink to his pathetic level. He babbles that she's insane. Scarlet warns him to watch his tone. If she snaps, there is no telling what happens. Enraged, the boy turns and orders our main character to halt. He recognizes Valier whining about the previous hit and those cursed eyes. Our hero delivers a swift kick to the groin. Shut it. Looks like scrambled eggs tonight. He asks the jerk if he's actually proud of being a trash human. Valier sighs. Bertus's reaction to this disobedience is what really matters. The boy's face pales. Bertus calmly states that being useless is expected in large groups. But there is a massive gap between useless and unnecessary. He lacks power and supernatural control, dragging the whole team into danger. Bertus asks if he wants to be labeled unnecessary. Terrified, the boy begs for forgiveness. To make amends, he'll pull sentry duty all night. Suddenly, Ellen appears carrying a monster. Stunned, he asks if it's the second jaguar. She just shrugs, acting totally nonchalant. She found it on her path. The meat is stringy, typical for a predator. Bertus eyes the pelt, sensing high market value. Credit goes to Liana, Valier, and Ellen. He proposes a three-way profit split. Ellen declines instantly. Can he even skin it? Bertus admits it is a tragedy. A perfect pelt is 20 coins. Even damaged, it is worth at least 10. 10 million won. Our hero's eyes light up. He will make this work. He will strike a deal with Delphine. But Ellen interrupts with grim news. She found a campsite littered with human bones, remnants of the islanders. The chilling truth settles. This place is pure hell. The evidence was undeniable, a midnight ambush followed by a retreat to a hidden enemy camp. These shadows are lethal. Whether one faction or two is hunting them remains unknown, but the danger is real. This was the exam's true trial. They agreed to hunt at daybreak, forcing themselves into a restless, uneasy sleep. Deep in the night, a thunderous crash shattered the silence. Bertus bolted upright, screaming for an immediate report. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the darkness. Harriet trembled, her voice cracking as she spiraled into sheer panic. Disaster struck. Eric and Adelia were snatched. Taking them was a calculated move meant to cripple their momentum. Charging in now was tempting, but a rescue mission in pitch-black woods was just begging for an ambush. Harriet finally channeled her light magic, illuminating the path as the desperate squad ventured into the unknown. They hit pay dirt. Massive bone-chilling footprints marked the soil. Whatever made these was absolutely gargantuan. Tracking the trail, Bertus collided with Charlotte. As they spoke, the grim reality of the situation finally clicked. Both teams were missing 2 members. Multiple hunting parties were out there, just as Ludwig had previously suspected. Diverging tracks led into the abyss. Bertus made the tough call, pick one trail, and don't look back. The groups forged an uneasy alliance, pushing deeper into the island, until they hit their first major roadblock. The enemies were just across the gap, but the crossing looked like a one-way trip to a watery grave. With zero equipment, things looked bleak until a boy produced a rope. Bertus's tactical mind immediately began racing. Securing that line was their only shot at safe passage. But who would volunteer for such a risk? Our main character felt everyone's gaze. Bertus stepped forward, placing all his bets on the nervous kid's ability. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing on the far bank, completely stark, raving, naked, but successfully across. Is there anything this guy can't do? Despite the massive embarrassment, he scrambled to anchor the vital line. With the bridge secured, the crossing became easy, but the vibe shifted instantly as they reached the shore. Bertus sensed the sudden tension. Harriet whispered that their hosts weren't just watching, they were hungrily waiting. The desperation in their eyes was chilling. Bertus tried to strategize, but the peace was shattered in seconds. "Run, you idiots," the MC roared. The boy turned, finally seeing the nightmare lurking right behind them. A monstrous orc towered over them, its guttural, threatening growl vibrating through their very bones. The beast lunged, the rope snapped like a twig, sending the crossing teammate plummeting toward the churning river. Panic erupted as the boy fell. Bertus's cold command cut through the air. "Run, save yourselves or die." Across the river, they watched in horror. The main character tracked the beast as it slowly retreated into shadows. It was a living myth, a creature he'd actually written into the lore of his own damn novel. Seeing it in the flesh was terrifying. This wasn't a weak mob. It was a literal mountain-sized killing machine. His obsession with realism had backfired. Surely the instructors had used their powers to save the fallen student. That emergency artifact they carried. It was a recall spell, a panic button for when death came knocking. He prayed the recall spell worked. The teachers wouldn't let a student actually die during a school exam. If we slay this beast, does the nightmare end? Ellen's question hung heavy in the humid, terrifying air. Doubts swirled about killing such a monster, but Ellen's resolve was iron. They had to try or die. It all came down to the hero again. Back to basics, which meant being totally naked and teleporting again. They were sprinting for their lives. Harriet had firepower, but her panic was completely choking her mana flow. There was no playing nice with these animals. He cursed himself for ignoring those massive warning tracks earlier. Harriet was their heavy hitter, but keeping her cool with an orc nearby was proving to be impossible. Liana's lightning sparks were mere tickles to that beast. They needed a strike that was actually devastating. Bertus stepped up, prepared to tank the monster. Liana hit it with everything. "We need a miracle now." He barked at Harriet to lock in. They needed her ultimate spell to end this absolute carnage immediately. "Get to high ground," he yelled. The monster surged forward, a tidal wave of muscle and pure fury. It was all or nothing. In this world, giving up meant failing more than just a simple test. This was the ultimate litmus test. He flashed back to his books. These things were remnants of the war. Survivors of the Demon War, these orcs were the gatekeepers for anyone seeking a legendary worthy position. Flinching at a mere orc, not a chance. Standing his ground, Valier dares the demon to come get some. The squad finally realizes the war is on. Valier bellows over the chaos, checking if everyone is still standing. Liana drops a devastating lightning strike to stun the beast, giving Bertus the perfect opening to land a heavy blow. The monster tanks the hit and instantly retaliates, sweeping at the boy's feet, before launching a brutal frontal assault. A massive shockwave ripples from the impact. Liana freezes, wondering if the beast's lethal gaze will fall on her next. She tries to keep her cool, summoning sparks for defense, but the orc suddenly hurls its massive axe at her. Caught completely off guard, she barely survives as the axe buries itself into a tree. Harriet watches, totally paralyzed. The beast lunges, yanks the weapon free, and flings it again. Frozen in pure terror, the girl can't even react. Just before the lethal blow connects, a blur appears. Its Ellen weapon drawn and ready for absolute war. She lands a surgical strike. Valier watches, reflecting on the 2 hard lessons he intended to teach this arc. First, these spoiled students are trash at teamwork. Second, he needed to prove Class B is just built different. The enraged monster charges at Ellen. According to the original novel, she was the only one who didn't quit. Valier wanted to showcase how her raw power is leagues above her peers. She is the group's true ultimate weapon. The creature swings again, but she effortlessly leaps over it, positioning herself for a lethal overhead strike from above. She slams into the behemoth with crushing force. Stunned, the creature staggers and clutches its bleeding eyes in pain. While Valier analyzes the fight, something massive catches their eye. Harriet is channeling a colossal, terrifying fireball. Perched in the branches, she glares down. Even the monster looks up, utterly blindsided by her sudden explosive power. She hurls the inferno, screaming for the squad to clear out. The orc desperately tries to brace for the impact. The flames sear its flesh before a violent explosion rocks the entire forest. Everyone dives to survive the shockwave. The blast is so intense, even Harriet loses her balance. Valier watches in horror, realized he's too far to help. A fall means instant elimination. He bellows at the teleporter to save her, but the guy totally freezes up. Valier screams again, calling him a total moron and demanding he blink over before she hits the hard ground. As Harriet plummets, two arms suddenly materialize out of nowhere to catch her. She's left completely baffled and confused. Wait, am I not dead? She looks up to thank her savior, only to find the guy is completely naked. He teleports away instantly, leaving her stunned. Valier rushes in frantic to see if the idiot actually survived. While he checks for wounds, she suddenly lunges forward, pulling him into a tearful, desperate, and very shy hug. Sobbing that she was terrified, Valier comforts her, though he's wondering why he's the one getting the hug. The naked guy did all the work, so why me? He feels for the guy, as Harriet continues to tremble. Great job, he whispers. In the original story, Ellen killed the orc. Now Harriet has officially changed destiny. The girl who originally quit just became the MVP. Valier stares at her, wondering what his next move should be. After dropping hints all day, night falls. While Harriet finally sleeps, one of the boys starts having a meltdown. He's panicking because the mission hasn't ended. Valier darkly suggests that the nightmare might not be over yet. Do we have to hunt again? The boy asks. Valier realizes things would be different if Class B had succeeded. The mission should be over. Perhaps Class B simply lacks the raw skill to take down their specific target. Canonically, Ellen should have handled it. Instead, she's just vibing next to him, staring blankly at the night sky. Just as he contemplates his next move, their artifacts pulse with light, suddenly warping the entire squad away. They reappear to find Charlotte standing over a defeated beast. The instructor announces the mission is finally complete. Class A has 4 survivors. The credit for the final kill officially goes to Harriet, the surprise hero. In Class B, only Charlotte remains. Valier is stunned. Did she actually solo an entire orc by herself? He's dying to know her true power level. However, the instructor shuts it down, ordering everyone to go rest. Achievement unlocked. Valier pockets 1,000 points for surviving his first ever hellish group mission on the island. Finally, they're being served actual gourmet food, a massive upgrade from the trash they were forced to scavenge. With a private beach and a full week of relaxation ahead, the squad can finally recover from the chaos. Kicking back in a lounge chair, Valier learns that those who quit early have been vacationing here already. Bertus approaches, sighing that he would have quit day one if he knew. Valier can't help but totally agree with him. Praying this nightmare never repeats, Bertus agrees completely. The boy suggests, warning Ellen and Harriet, though Valier notes Bertus suffered immensely too. Relaxing nearby, Liana removes her shades and nods. Bertus questions the risk of claiming they built camaraderie. Harriet finally arrives, groaning in total agony. Someone asks if she slept well, making the girl shyly whisper, yes. Valier knows her body recovered, but her mind will remain trapped for months. Suddenly, Ellen emerges from the tides, proudly clutching a massive lobster. She offers to cook, but Valier asks if she's tired. Another voice calls. Ludwig shouts to join in. Valier can't believe their energy after such horror, but Bertus is hyped. He stands claiming rare chances must be seized, sprinting toward the surf. This was the young prince's first time seeing the ocean. Even royals are just kids. Obeying his boss's orders, the boy stands up. He dives into the waves, promising real fun. Bertus joins the splash war. Bertus laughs, warning him not to get mad. Suddenly, everyone is soaking wet. Splashing erupts everywhere. Charlotte suggests a watermelon smashing game with a gloomy face. The boy teases her, mocking that she'll probably just hurt herself instead. He hints she's deciding too early. Looking at his sister, our hero realizes she's planning to smash heads, not fruit. She asks if he wants revenge. He claims it's just advice, then asks if she has spoken to Valier. He doesn't need details, but anyone his sister prizes is precious to him. Unsure of Valier's side, he warns her not to let feelings blind her, not wanting to kill the boy. An instructor declares the mission over. A lone soul remains from Class B, while 4 from Class A narrowly cheated death and, with all factors calculated,